To save the world, he must become a monster. To protect the innocent, he must kidnap them. Here at Lazy Manhwa, we explore the paradox of a hero forced to repeat his worst failures. Trapped in a time loop, he's failed 6 times to stop the apocalypse, and now, on his 7th try, he knows the horrific truth. The very dragons he must raise are the harbinger of humanity's doom. This is the story of a man who will break every rule, even his own morality, to finally win. In the suffocating darkness of a dungeon, a desperate plea echoed. A young woman with green hair cradled her dying friend, her voice trembling as she questioned the shadows. They pleaded, as they always did. Their words, etched into his memory across countless lifetimes, were a prelude to the tragedy he was here to prevent. But they didn't see a savior, they only saw a jailer. From the gloam, a figure emerged, his expression a mask of indifference he had worn 5 times before. He let their hatred wash over him, a familiar and necessary pain. They blamed him for their suffering, and he let them. The path to salvation required him to be their villain first. The first failure of this cycle arrived right on schedule. The woman's cry was one he could recite from memory, a testament to his powerlessness. He had watched this child perish in so many ways, and each time, her question, "Are you satisfied now?" carved another line of ice into his soul. He offered the cold, hard logic that had long ago replaced his heart, telling her this was a fate she brought upon herself. He couldn't afford empathy, not when the fate of the world was at stake. The words tasted like ash, a necessary cruelty to set the stage for a desperate truth. He forced her to meet his gaze, hoping to see a flicker of the future he was trying to erase. But her denial was absolute, pure, and utterly useless. With a finality that echoed through his past lives, he declared it over, not just their argument, but this world's last chance. And so, the 6th cycle collapsed into ruin, just as the 5 before it. The price for his failure was always the same: fire from the sky, and the roar of dragons heralding the end. Humanity burned while he was forced to watch, a powerless god cursed with the memory of every life he could not save. Amidst the ashes of his 6th world, Yoo Jitae considered the variables. A fleeting thought of a different path, a softer approach, crossed his mind. But as the jaws of a dragon lunged, he dismissed it with cold certainty. Regret was a luxury for those who only had to die once. He unleashed the power forged in the crucible of 6 apocalypses. The invisible blade was not just a skill, it was the crystallized essence of his repeated suffering. After so many endings, he had learned a singular, brutal lesson. Experience, paid for in worlds of blood, was the only currency that mattered. He moved like a phantom of vengeance through the swarm, each swing of his blade a perfectly calculated arc of destruction. He was a god of battle, honed to impossible sharpness. Yet, even a god could be drowned in a tide of monsters, and he knew this massacre was merely the epilogue to his latest failure. The dance of death continued, his blades carving through flesh and scale in a whirlwind of light. For every one that fell, 10 more took its place. He finally paused, a solitary figure on a precipice of rubble, watching the end of the world he had, once again, failed to protect. He let out a breath he had been holding for a lifetime. The system's declaration of failure was a familiar confirmation, the final note in a tragic symphony. But as the world dissolved into fire and dust, the gears of his true power began to turn. For Yoo Jitae, failure was not an end, but a beginning. Bathed in the golden light of the orbit clock, he stood at the nexus of time itself, the architect of his own painful rebirth. Each failure was a lesson, every extinguished life a data point for the next attempt. As the universe rewound around him, he prepared to carry the weight of another dead world into a new, unsuspecting past. The world reset to a time of blissful ignorance. To the crowd, a swirling purple vortex was a curiosity, a strange phenomenon to be filmed on their phones. They saw a movie prop, a harmless spectacle, while he saw the first open wound in the fabric of their reality, the beginning of the end. The arrogance of the doomed. One man posed for his final photograph, seeking validation in the face of oblivion. He couldn't know the creature emerging from the gate was not a special effect, but his executioner. Jitae had seen this scene play out 1,000 different ways, always ending in screams and silence. The screen of a phone shattered, mirroring the fracture in reality. In an instant, the carnival atmosphere was replaced by a maelstrom of claws and teeth. This was how the 21st century's peace died, not with a whimper, but with the terrified screams of a generation who thought monsters only lived in stories. What began on that single street corner erupted across the globe. Gates, like bleeding sores on the face of the world, unleashed unending tides of beasts. It was the start of humanity's fall, a historical event he was now forced to re-witness as an unwilling participant. But humanity did not go quietly into the dark. From the ashes, a new flame sparked, superhumans wielding impossible powers. They became humanity's shield and sword, marking the dawn of the new epoch. He knew, however, that this new dawn was just a prelude to a longer night. The best of this new humanity were gathered on a floating fortress of learning and combat called Lair. It was a beacon of hope for the world. For Yoo Jitae, now entering his 7th life, it was simply the starting line of another race against extinction. The chaos of the present felt like a distant echo. A common thug played out his desperate last stand, oblivious to the true predator who had just appeared behind him. Yoo Jitae didn't walk through the scene. He materialized within it, his voice cutting through the noise with the cold authority of a judge. I said surrender. The thug's shock was predictable. He was looking for threats he could understand, guns, other superhumans. He could never comprehend that the figure behind him moved with the knowledge of pre-written history, stepping into the exact blind spot that this timeline had prepared for him. The criminal's final, desperate gambit was met not with struggle, but with absolute precision. Jitae flowed through the attack, his movements a symphony of violence honed over 6 lifetimes. He was not merely enforcing the law. He was reasserting his presence in this world. I'm not some wannabe cop, he stated. I'm the police. A single blow ended it, delivered with the force of a meteor. He looked down at the result, not with pride or regret, but with the detached interest of a craftsman testing a tool. His soul remembered power this young body had yet to earn, and he dryly noted he had lost control of his strength. He momentarily reconnected with the role he was meant to be playing, a simple police officer. The world around him processed the event through news reports and procedure. But for Jitae, this was just the first, insignificant chore on a list that ended with saving the world. His colleagues noticed the superficial changes, a new intensity, a sharper presence, byproducts of a soul that had lived and died and been forged anew. They saw a man who seemed different after a tough day. He looked at them and saw ghosts, people whose fates he had already witnessed. He looked at the faces of his colleagues, their familiar chatter a meaningless drone. In his previous timeline, these people were strangers he'd never met. He was a ghost in his own life, and the ease with which he took the prisoner was the simple act of an adult taking a burden from children. This entire cycle of damnation, this endless repetition of a dying world, all began for one reason. It wasn't for humanity, not truly. It was for them, the hatchlings, the young dragons whose tragic fate was the catalyst for Armageddon. They came to Earth for life experiences, an innocent field trip to a world that would chew them up and spit them out. He had seen their fates, one driven to madness, one broken by malice, and one who chose oblivion over a failed mission. These were the deaths that signed the world's death warrant. And then came the reckoning. Enraged by the loss of their young, the adult dragons descended upon Earth, a wave of cosmic retribution. Through countless lives, he had honed himself into the pinnacle of power, but even he was just a single sword against an ocean of fury. It was never enough. 6 failures had taught him that raw power was a dead end. This time, his 7th attempt would be different. So when his colleague offered a glimpse of the normal life he had long since sacrificed, her hopeful invitation was nothing more than a distraction from the new path he had to forge. He cut off the possibility of a life that wasn't his to live, his mind already on the next move. His destination was not a choice, but a necessity, a calculated step in a chess game against fate. While his colleagues planned for the evening, he was already crossing continents, chasing the ghost of a future he had to change. And there she was, the woman from his nightmares. But here, in the past, she was a vision of life and light, playing with children in a sun-drenched park. Untouched by the darkness he knew was coming for her. He watched her, a silent predator, knowing that to save her from her fate, he would first have to become the very thing she would grow to fear. He stepped out of the shadows, his simple hello cutting through the idyllic scene. She saw a handsome stranger. He saw the linchpin of the apocalypse. There was no time for pleasantries, no room for persuasion. With the weight of 6 dead worlds behind his eyes, he delivered his verdict. You're coming with me. He saw her there, bathed in the gentle sunlight of a world still ignorant of its own doom. His hello was a simple courtesy, yet it carried the weight of ages, translated by a power he'd claimed from a fallen timeline. The ancient draconic tongue felt foreign on his lips, but she understood. To her, he was just a man. To him, she was the last, fragile hope of a universe spiraling towards extinction. Her caution was a familiar dance. "Why did you come to see me?" she asked, and the answer was a saga of ash and despair he could never voice. He confirmed her suspicions with a stark yes, cutting through the pleasantries. There was no time to pretend. Every second he wasted was a victory for the future he fought to erase. She spoke his name, Yoo Jitae, and for a perilous moment, the cold facade he'd worn for centuries threatened to crack. It was a memory from a different failure, a different death. Her explanation, however, was mundane. She simply pointed to the name tag on his uniform. He let the moment pass, a silent test of her perception in this new, fragile beginning. Her playful facade was a thin veil over the razor-sharp instincts of her lineage. Her words cut deeper than any blade. "You're extremely strong, and you don't belong in a place like this." It always came to this, the inevitable question he had heard in a dozen different lifetimes, each ending in failure. "So then, did you come here to kill me?" "No," he stated, the single word a bulwark against her fears. Her mind raced to other dark possibilities, each guess a pale imitation of the truth. He cut through her frantic speculation with the chilling purpose of his mission. "I intend to protect you," he declared, his voice leaving no room for negotiation. "And if you don't listen, I'll have to use harsher methods." He had to anchor her, not with fear, but with the truth of her own blood. He spoke of her ancient heritage, the Green Clan, whose eyes could perceive the threads of fate. "Your instincts and situational awareness surpass the other clans," he explained, leveraging the very power he needed her to trust. He gave her the choice, knowing full well she had none. She processed his ultimatum, her draconic intellect grasping the unspoken consequences. "So, basically, if I behave and listen quietly, you'll be nice to me, right?" It was a child's bargain against a cosmic threat, but it was a foothold. With a defiant smile, she sealed their pact with a playful gesture, a spark of the spirit he was here to save. Her insolence was a test. A flicker of cold annoyance rose within him, a reminder of the countless lives lost due to her naivety in other timelines. But he pushed it down. This timeline had to be different. He agreed to her terms, their fingers interlocking in a fragile promise against the coming storm. Morning light filled the Spartan apartment he had procured, a sterile shell for his vital mission. Waking in this strange new life, she wandered out to find him. He sat in perfect stillness, but beside him, darkness coalesced, a living shadow, a tangible piece of the monstrous power he kept leashed within. The formless void twisted and solidified, birthing a perfect duplicate of himself. This was the shadow of the Grand Duke, an echo of his power that would serve as his proxy in the world of men. As the clone stepped forward and spoke, he saw the awe and confusion on her face. It was one of many deceptions necessary for her survival. "He's the one going to work in my place," he explained, the lie simple and effective. The truth, that he could not leave her unguarded for a single second, was a burden she wasn't ready to bear. "I need to stay by your side," he added. For him, it was not a comfort, but a vow of eternal vigilance. Her concerns were so profoundly, painfully normal. She worried about breakfast, about skipped meals. He had forgotten hunger eons ago, but she insisted it wasn't about survival. It was about happiness, she claimed, a concept he had sacrificed at the altar of his endless regression. For a moment, he let himself remember a life where that might have mattered. Her resolve was absolute. "We're going grocery shopping," she announced, her tone leaving no room for argument. He started to protest. There were timelines to manage, threats to neutralize, but he relented. Allowing her this small piece of normalcy, this illusion of control, was a crucial part of the process. He would play the part. In the mundane world, they were an aberration. The mortals whispered as they passed, weaving fantasies of celebrity and romance around the two beings who held the world's fate in their hands. He ignored their stares, his focus absolute, scanning the crowds for any sign of a temporal anomaly or a hidden threat. She was radiant with the simple joy of their errand, eager to go home and cook. But the brief illusion of peace was over. "No," he said, his voice instantly grounding her back to reality. "Leave the groceries. We're eating out." The schedule was absolute, and their next stop was far more important than breakfast. Their destination was a den of forgeries, a place where new lives were printed on plastic. The proprietor's cybernetic eye gleamed with a predatory light as he looked at the girl. "Is the young lady the boss's girlfriend?" he sneered. Jitae's reply was spoken with the chilling calm of a man who had ended worlds. "If you don't want the rest of your eyes plucked out, shut up and make it." Properly motivated, the forger worked with trembling speed. Soon, a new identity was in her hands. She stared at the card, at the face and name that now tethered her to this world. "I actually have my own ID now," she whispered, awestruck. It was a stark reminder of how much of a ghost she had been, a secret hidden from the world she was destined to save or shatter. He questioned how she had survived so long without leaving a single trace, a puzzle for another day. Her focus was on her new name, UBOM. He gave her a piece of the truth, a clue disguised as a pleasantry. "From the Four Seasons," he said, a coded reference to the four dragons, hoping the seed would one day take root. For now, she simply smiled, delighted by the gift of a name. "Spring is when life returns," she mused, finding a simple beauty in the name. Yet, her smile wavered as she voiced the conflict raging within her. Though her heart felt at ease, her ancient blood screamed a warning. Her draconic eyes, which saw deeper truths, continued to flash with alarms, telling her that the man before her was the most dangerous being she had ever met. He challenged her perception, asking how she could judge him after a single day. Her reply was not arrogance, but fact. "My intuition is better than anyone's. I'm a green dragon, after all." Her internal conflict resolved into a simple request, an armistice in her own mind. "So, it's okay if I watch you a little longer, right?" A genuine smile from a green dragon. In all his countless regressions, it was something he had never witnessed. As cherry blossom petals danced in the air, a foreign feeling stirred within him, something dangerously close to hope. He looked up at the sky, the weight of ages momentarily lighter on his shoulders. Not a bad start, he thought. Not a bad start at all. Meanwhile, across the globe, a far different scene unfolded beneath the same cold moon. In the desolate African wasteland, a figure with fiery red hair stood over a defeated man. She kicked at the groaning warrior with disdain. "Seriously? Acting all tough, and that's all you've got?" she taunted, her voice a whip crack in the silent night. The man's defiant curse was silenced by the brutal stomp of her boot crushing his face into the dirt. "Oops," she feigned. "I guess I stepped too hard." This was just another victory, another number. Wiping her hands, she confirmed her record. 199 fights, 199 wins. Lifting a predatory, bone-white mask from her face, the red dragon's eyes glowed with violent hunger as she scanned the darkness. "Who's next?" At his desk, he sifted through the noise of the world's chaos. News reports flashed across his screen. Armed conflict, civilian casualties, a battlefield in South Africa. But he only saw one headline that mattered: the identity of the night brawler. The Red Dragon. She was exactly where the timeline dictated she should be. His eyes, holding the cold certainty of a man who had seen this all before, narrowed. "Time to start moving soon." A gentle voice cut through his thoughts. "Mister, are you busy? Dinner's ready." It was Green, the first of the dragons he had collected. He pushed back from the desk, agreeing to come. It was a mundane interruption, a brief moment of domesticity he had to maintain. The charade was just as critical as any battle. The meal that awaited him, however, was a threat of a different kind. Two fish stood upright in a bowl of unsettlingly purple rice. emitting an ominous aura that only he seemed to perceive. Green beamed with pride, her innocent smile a stark contrast to the culinary horror she presented. "How is it? Looks good, right?" she asked, oblivious to the silent scream of his senses. She explained her inspiration, a bizarre fusion of an English sardine dish and Korean rice, convinced it was a delicacy. He lifted a spoonful, the fish itself seeming to plead for a swift end. He stared into the abyss on his spoon, his face a mask of neutrality. He had died before. He could certainly survive this meal. For the sake of the mission, he had to. He steered the conversation to the true purpose of the evening. "Tomorrow, we're going to bring Red." Green paused, her chopsticks hovering. She warned him that recruiting Red would be difficult, that she wouldn't follow as quietly as she did. He already knew this. "If you go with me and persuade her," he stated calmly, "it won't be difficult." It was not a request, it was a necessary step in his grand design. Green hesitated, explaining the distance between dragon clans. Her clan, the Greens, enjoyed slow creation, while the Reds, she explained, reveled in war and violence. An image of a roaring, fiery dragon flashed through his mind, a memory from a future that was, and a future he intended to prevent. "To the Red Clan," she finished grimly, "surrender means something worse than death." He pressed the point, his voice laced with an urgency she couldn't possibly understand. "But if we don't bring the Red Dragon soon, it will be dangerous." A vision of an armored knight appeared in his mind's eye, the instrument of her demise in the last timeline. Someone is targeting her. If things continue like this, Red will definitely die. Green stared at him, surprised by his plea. "It's strange seeing you ask for help like this. I thought you were the type to shoulder everything alone." It was a calculated crack in his armor, a necessary vulnerability. She smiled, agreeing to help, both for him and for Red. Her cooperation was now secured. But her help came with a condition. "You have to eat all the food I prepared." Her eyes glinted mischievously. "I saw you quietly putting down your spoon when you brought up Red." He was caught. A cornered smile touched his lips as he resigned himself to his fate. This, too, was a battle he had to win. Meanwhile, in a war-torn African village, the subject of their conversation carved a path of destruction. Bodies of elite soldiers lay strewn across the dirt. The Red Dragon, her face hidden by a snarling mask, rested a heavy blade on her shoulder, disappointed. "Oomph, even these guys are so weak. I didn't want to reach my 200th win in such a lame way." Bored, she pondered visiting Green in Europe. Unseen by her, the few terrified survivors whispered amongst themselves, calling her a monster obsessed with fighting. They were outmatched, their only hope a reinforcement they prayed would arrive soon. They knew they couldn't handle her alone. Her predatory hearing picked up their whispers. "Appas, what are you whispering about in the shadows?" she called out, leaping from her perch. They turned to flee, but it was useless. "Too late," she laughed, a red blur of motion closing in for the final, easy kills. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted. Her blade was stopped dead, blocked by an impossibly large sword. A wave of immense mana, heavier than anything she had ever felt, pressed down on her, forcing her to her knees. She gritted her teeth in frustration. "Ugh, why is this mana so heavy?" With a defiant roar, she poured every ounce of her own violent energy into the struggle. Red aura flared, and with a final, desperate push, hurrah, she shattered the golden mana construct. The watching soldiers could only stare in disbelief as she cut through the mana itself. What a monster! The wielder of the golden sword stepped into view. Javier Karma, the African Union's rank 8 superhuman, encased in brilliant armor. "Gather the wounded and retreat," he commanded his men. Removing her mask, Red met his gaze, a thrill running through her. At last, a real fight. "That attack just now looked pretty strong," she admitted, a feral grin spreading across her face. She tossed her broken sword aside, taunting her new opponent. "So you're the leader here?" Javier was unmoved. "You must have felt the power difference. Yet you won't surrender." Red laughed at the notion. "Why would I run away just because one weapon broke?" Her conviction was absolute, her warrior's code unbreakable. "Rather than running shamefully, I'd rather die fighting." Crimson energy exploded from her as she launched herself forward, abandoning weapons for pure, brutal force. Her fists flew in a relentless barrage against his impenetrable armor. She spotted an opening and drove her fist forward with a triumphant cry. Groin punch. The blow landed true, but only met solid steel. The impact shuddered up her arm, yet Javier didn't even flinch. Her eyes widened in shock. The attack, her trump card against arrogant men, had utterly failed. Javier's voice was cold, a teacher lecturing a reckless student. Looks like you have never fought someone stronger than you. Your talent is impressive, but I'm not someone who will play your little games. The time for lessons was over. He raised his massive sword, its surface beginning to glow with terrifying power. He invoked his technique, his voice booming with authority. Sword of Ra, activation. A colossal blade of pure sunlight descended from the heavens, carving a canyon through the ruined city. Red knew she couldn't dodge. Bracing herself, she was engulfed by the blast, thrown back like a ragdoll against the rubble. Javier watched the dust settle, impressed she had blocked even that. I'll need to increase output, he muttered. But when he looked again, she was gone. He searched for a sign of her escape, but his eyes landed on an impossible sight. A green-haired girl had appeared from nowhere, catching the battered red dragon in her arms. Green? Why are you here? Red stammered, safe from a battle she was losing. Red angrily pushed her away. I told you not to interfere. Whether I die is none of your business. But Green simply placed a glowing hand on her arm, mending the wounds. Red, if you die, our entertainment ends too, she said softly, her words carrying a strange weight. Your death isn't yours alone. Green's gentle persuasion was a force more potent than any attack. I still want to stay on Earth. You'll cooperate, right, Red? Before Red could process the plea, Green gestured toward the distant, armored knight. Besides, the old man will probably handle it. Red stared, bewildered. Old man. I'm not alone here, you know, Green said with a smile. Javier suddenly felt a chilling presence and spun around. A man in a simple black coat stood there, having appeared without a sound. Who are you? The knight demanded, his guard raised. The man looked at him, his eyes ancient and weary, and delivered the only answer that mattered. Her guardian. The scene dissolved into a memory from another time, another collection. A sun-drenched forest, and a girl with hair like spun gold. That's strange. It smells like green, but you aren't green, she had said, her innocence a painful reminder of the world he was trying to save. She looked up at him, her bright, guileless eyes searching his. Mister, who are you? You're not a bad person, right? It was a question he could never answer, not then and not now. He played the part of the confused bystander, a role he had perfected across countless timelines. Me? He asked, his expression carefully blank as the armored zealot approached. The man called him Guardian, a title dripping with accusation. He didn't have time for this, not when the red dragon was so close. But interference was a constant in his work, another variable to be managed or eliminated. From behind a pile of rubble, the two watched. The green dragon, ever the diplomat, pulled her friend back. It's dangerous, she whispered, but the red dragon's eyes were fixed on the confrontation. The armored investigator, a man named San, was blind to the larger picture. He saw only a rampaging monster and a suspicious man, his mind already concluding they were criminals. She just appeared spouting nonsense, Sen declared, his voice rigid with self-righteous authority. This isn't something we can overlook. He let the investigator vent, his arguments as predictable as the sunrise. But she didn't kill anyone, he countered, a simple fact that was utterly irrelevant to a man like San. He had seen this type before, the ones for whom the law was a holy text and mercy was a sin. Trying to de-escalate, he offered a path of least resistance. That child won't be appearing here again. Can't you just let this go quietly? It was an offer of peace, but it sounded like a challenge to the investigator's authority. Predictably, the investigator chose violence. His gauntlets tightened around the hilt of his great sword, his patience utterly exhausted. You think I'll just back down? He roared, golden energy erupting from his body. San's jurisdiction was absolute in his own mind. With a battle cry, he launched himself forward, unleashing a torrent of holy light, a spectacle of power meant to incinerate any lesser being. The ground shook as the attack carved a crater into the earth. The air, thick with dust and ozone, slowly cleared to reveal the investigator, standing tall amidst the destruction. He was confident, certain of his overwhelming power. "If you're that monster girl's guardian, an attack like this shouldn't be enough to kill you," he stated, the words a challenge and a judgment. It was the fatal arrogance of a man who believed his strength was the ultimate measure of reality. A sigh cut through the silence. How frustrating. From the dissipating smoke, he emerged untouched, tendrils of pure darkness swirling around him like a shroud. The investigator's golden eyes widened in disbelief. For someone ranked 8th among the superhumans, are you really that inflexible? The question hung in the air, followed by a flicker of movement. Before the investigator could even register the change, he was standing behind him, a predator who had just finished playing with his food. "Since when were you behind me?" Panic finally broke through the investigator's rigid composure. He spun, summoning his legendary weapon. It's the Sword of Ra. But the holy artifact was useless. The blade barely began to glow before a shadow fell over him. A precise, brutal strike, devoid of flash or ceremony, slammed into the investigator's side, shattering armor and bone. The man crumbled, his vaunted power utterly meaningless. He loomed over the broken man, the darkness he commanded coiling like a serpent. Listen carefully. His voice was a cold whisper, rewriting the man's history. "Today is the unluckiest day of your life. While attempting to take the child into custody, you had the misfortune of running into an unidentified monster." He calmly laid out the new official report, a fiction that would protect his mission. "You were unlucky and failed to counter its first attack. As a result, you lost both your arms and your eyes, letting the monster and the child escape. And you will soon forget this." The investigator's plea for mercy was ignored. A sharp, chilling blade of pure energy materialized in his hand. He drove it into the man, not to kill, but to maim. He knew the SAN organization had healers capable of regrowing limbs and restoring sight, but they had no cure for terror. Physical wounds were temporary. The fear he planted in the man's mind would be absolute and eternal. It was an efficient, cruel method he had perfected over many lifetimes. He felt the red dragon's gaze on him, her shock and terror a palpable force. This was another necessary cruelty. To properly tame the violent baby dragon, she first needed to understand fear. "Hey, Green, what in the world is that monster?" she stammered, her bravado gone. The green dragon corrected her. "He's not a monster, he's a human, Red." But the red dragon knew better. "Ah, if that's a human, then I'm a lizard." Her instincts screamed the truth. He was a predator wearing a human mask. He strode toward them, his objective clear. "Red Dragon," he began, his voice devoid of warmth. "From now on, you will live with me, in my house, under my protection." He promised freedom and support, a gilded cage. Then came the true terms, his eyes darkening with an ancient coldness. "But if you step outside my boundaries." The threat, unspoken yet absolute, hung in the air, terrifying the red dragon into a sputtering panic. What the? Why do you sound so creepy?" The green dragon, ever the mediator, gave him a reassuring wink while trying to calm her frantic friend. He paid them no mind. He had already set the new reality in motion. "From now on, your name is Yoo. Remember that." He turned and walked away, a silent command for them to follow. The details could be discussed later. Obedience was established now. With the dragons secured, the clone's purpose was fulfilled. He touched a finger to his temple, and his form dissolved into a stream of dark energy that flowed across continents. The message traveled instantly to its source, the true Yoo Jitae, resting deep in the Amazon rainforest. "Reporting, my lord. The situation is resolved." The original acknowledged the report with a simple, "You've done well." The complex, violent encounter was merely one task among many. He reflected on the mission's success. The investigator's brute force nature was a known quantity. Sending a clone to handle the dirty work and positioning UBOM, the Green Dragon, as a calming influence had been the correct strategic call. Beside him, the Gold Dragon, Jewel, looked up from her fascination with a holographic screen. "Mister, who were you just talking to?" she asked, her innocence a fragile, precious thing in his dark world. He dismissed her question with a simple, "It was nothing." He looked at her and saw the ghosts of timelines past. Gold Dragon, true to her clan, She craved attention, and in 3 of his 6 regressions, she had lived a brilliant life, a star adored by millions. But the one who shone brighter than anyone else was also the dragon who had brought about the most apocalypses. The masses' love was a poisoned chalice, and her brilliance, when twisted, burned worlds. This was why she was here, hiding in this remote jungle. It was an amusing, yet tragic, form of self-exile. Joel, meanwhile, was utterly captivated by his device. "Mister, this is so cool." The screen is floating in midair. Her simple joy was a painful reminder of how much she had lost. He let her marvel for a moment before cutting to the heart of the matter. "You, why are you in a place like this?" He laid the trap. "Since you've come out for your amusement, you should be living among humans," he said, knowing it would provoke a reaction. Her shock was genuine. "How did you know I'm out for my amusement?" You provided a simple, partial truth. "I heard from the green dragon." This built an immediate bridge of trust. Then he posed the question he already knew the answer to. "Gold dragon, are you scared of people now?" Her playful demeanor faltered. She fidgeted, her golden eyes losing their light as she confessed. She had tried to live among people, but the attention she loved had soured. Strange looks, obsessive followers, the adoration became a threat. And that was kind of scary. She admitted, her voice small. Her fear had driven her from the world, and it was that same fear that would drive her into his care. He pivoted, offering a simple, unexpected kindness. "Do you like bread?" With a snap of his fingers, he opened a portal to his personal subspace, a dimension capable of swallowing a city, and produced a simple paper bag. Her eyes widened as the scent of fresh-baked goods filled the air. She stared at the assortment of donuts, tarts, and loaves, her draconic disinterest in food forgotten. It was a calculated gesture of overwhelming generosity, a small piece of the world she had denied herself. As she nibbled on a pastry, her face a mask of pure delight, he made his move. "Gold dragon, don't just stay here like this. Come with me." He offered her a place among her kind, a sanctuary where she could be safe. She hesitated, her mother's long-ago warnings about strangers echoing in her mind. He knew just how to counter such innocent logic. He leaned in, his voice a low promise. "I'll buy you macarons too." Her gasp was his victory. The city looked pristine under the clear sky, a monument to a peace he knew was a fragile illusion. He had chosen this specific high-rise, this gilded cage, as the first step. It was a sanctuary built with the ghosts of his past failures, and they would never know the true cost of its walls. The red dragon, Urium, stood on the balcony, her boredom a simmering volcano. Even here, in this unfamiliar world, her instincts screamed. He felt her probe the edges of his presence, sensing not the man before her, but the shadow he once was, the armored, remorseless figure that had haunted her past. The memories sent a jolt of alarm through him, a phantom pain from a timeline long erased. On the balcony, Urium let out a quiet curse, the foul taste of her original capture rising in her throat. She didn't understand the feeling, but he did. It was the echo of a hatred he had personally earned. But this time was different. The green dragon, Boam, watched her sister with gentle concern, her mind untroubled by visions of war. To her, Red was just in a foul mood. Her innocent call, of Red, was a sound he was determined to protect, a stark contrast to the battle cries he was used to. He arrived at the threshold, not as a conqueror, but as a caretaker. The gold dragon, still a child in this life, followed him in, her entire world consumed by the marvel of a sausage bread. "So this is where Mr. lives," she chirped, insisting her cooperation had nothing to do with the food, even as she declared it superior to the finest delicacies of her home world. He watched her discover a macaron. For this creature of immense power, the simple confection was a transcendent experience, a taste of heaven. He had bought her allegiance with sugar and pastry, a transaction so absurdly simple it bordered on tragic. This was the easy part. Keeping her alive would be infinitely harder. Boam greeted him with the polite respect he had carefully cultivated. "Welcome back, mister." The reunion of the dragons began, Gold crying out to Green with pure joy. Boam's warm reply, "Long time no see, Gold," was a piece of the future he was trying to rebuild, a family of living weapons who did not yet know they were at war. Their affectionate embrace was a sight he had only seen in fading memories. Gold's innocent questions about their new living arrangement were a stark reminder of their ignorance. "Since when were you living alone with Mr.?" she asked, unaware that he was not their landlord, but their last and only hope. He turned his attention from the heartwarming scene to the tool that had made it possible. His doppelganger, a perfect copy, bowed its head. "You're back, my lord." With a curt dismissal, he sent the shadow back to its work, its existence a secret he kept buried deep. The dragon saw a man. He commanded an army in the darkness. Yoriam finally stepped inside, her crimson eyes locking onto him with familiar disdain. She let out a contemptuous tsk, a sound he had heard countless times before. He offered no reaction, his stoic silence a wall she could batter against for an eternity without leaving a scratch. Gold's cheerful greeting was immediately followed by a playful scolding. "You smoked again, didn't you?" she admonished, her words a strange mix of childish concern and ancient wisdom. Honestly, the Red Clan only likes things that are bad for the body. It was a jab at a self-destructive tendency he knew he would have to curb. Red's response was swift, silencing Gold with a hand to her face. "It's chaotic, so stop chirping before I get angry," she snarled, her threat barely veiled. The casual dominance was expected. Gold's muffled whimper, "Red is violent," was an understatement for the being who once burned continents. He sat them down, a pretense of normalcy before the storm. "Your age?" he asked. The answers came: Bomb, 20. Gold, 10. Urium, 15. Mortal numbers for immortal beings, meaningless figures required for the identities they would soon inhabit. Gold puffed out her chest, proudly declaring that dragons grew faster and she was not to be treated as a child. Her innocent pride was a fragile thing. When she turned her curiosity to Yoriam's human name, the red dragon deflected with a gruff, "How would I know?" guarding secrets that were no longer relevant. BOM, ever the mediator, revealed the truth. Mr. gave her this name. The revelation that he was assigning their identities, a sacred draconic right, shocked Gold. He cut through the theological debate with cold finality, christening her on the spot. "Yes, from now on, your name is Yoo Jitae." He completed the set. Spring, autumn, and soon, winter from the blue dragon's egg. His eyes fell upon the glowing pendant around Ji-Yul's neck. "It's polymorphed, isn't it? It will hatch soon." Her amazement at his knowledge was a distraction. "You don't need to know that," he stated. His knowledge was a curse, one he would bear alone. With his new family assembled, he delivered the first and only commandment. "Enjoy your amusement, but do not leave the boundaries of the fence. It means do not disappear from my sight." Yoriam's sarcastic retort about his communist methods was met with silence. They saw it as control. He knew it was a shield. BOM, ever practical, immediately sought to test the boundaries of their prison by suggesting a shopping trip. Jae-Yul was thrilled by the idea of IDs, while Yoriam's mind went to a more direct form of acquisition. The thought of these beings trying to navigate a human mall was a calculated risk. He tossed Bomb a wallet, the contents of which could buy this entire city block. Her question about a spending limit was quaint. "As much as you want," he replied, turning away. In the grand war for survival, the cost of clothes was a rounding error. He watched the transaction report stream in, culminating in the inevitable limit exceeded. When they returned, laden with boxes, BOM sheepishly handed back the card, apologizing for their excess. "It's fine," he said, dismissing the apology. Their happiness was a strategic asset, one he would fund to any extent. Ji-Yul, now in the guise of a human teenager, modeled her new clothes with unrestrained glee. "How is it? Pretty, right?" For a fleeting moment, he allowed himself a sliver of warmth, a rare compliment. "It suits you well." Her resulting blush was a small, crucial victory in the battle for morale. Yoriam's haul was predictably different. She presented a new sword, her explanation blot. "My sword broke." He inquired about the quality of her purchase, and her grudging reply, "It's not trash at least," was the highest praise she was capable of giving. At least she was armed again. Jae-Yul's attempt at sisterly affection, offering clothes to Yuni, was met with Yoriam's reflexive rage and rejection. He watched the exchange, unsurprised. BOM provided the necessary translation. Yoo is just clumsy at expressing herself. He knew. Gratitude often looked like anger from a red dragon. His gaze fell upon the only one who seemed to have bought nothing. BOM, did you not buy anything? He noticed she was empty-handed. She smiled and directed his attention to the counter. I bought something too. That over there on the table. It was a small, unassuming flower pot. She explained her purchase with a simple, profound logic that cut through all his grand strategies. Growing plants makes you feel good because it will bloom flowers. She held the pot, a promise of future life. Wouldn't it remain in your memory? Forever. He saw the woman she would become, the one who would tend this memory long after he was ash. Then, the mood shifted. BOM, ever perceptive, posed the true question. For us, amusement isn't simply playing and eating. She was challenging his premise, testing the strength of her cage. Is there a way to fully enjoy our amusement within your fence, mister? His answer had to be absolute. There is. He produced the documents he had prepared, the next stage of their integration and containment. An Academy City lair entrance application. He held it out to them, a key and a chain in one. You guys, he began, want to go to school? The word hung in the air, an utter absurdity that left the mighty dragons speechless. School? Their shock was palpable, a perfect end to their first day as captives. He had offered them a battlefield disguised as a classroom, and they were about to willingly walk right in. The three dragons returned to their gilded cage, the city lights a glittering mockery of their confinement. Yoo, the red dragon, stretched with theatrical exhaustion, complaining about the lengthy interview. She was a creature of pure, destructive impulse, and the confines of human bureaucracy grated on her. BOM, ever the quiet observer, noticed his absence first, her question hanging in the sterile air of the apartment. A sudden, awful realization struck Gol, the gold dragon, her childish innocence twisting into fear. Her worry wasn't of battle or ruin, but of failing an exam, a concept so mundane it was almost comical. She pictured herself left behind, separated from her sisters, a future she couldn't bear. Yoo, ever impatient with such displays, dismissed the negativity with a sharp retort, her words a mix of irritation and a crude attempt at tough love. He stepped out from the shadows, his presence instantly commanding the room. He had heard Gol's self-deprecating fear and saw the perfect opportunity to reinforce his control. As she spiraled into panic, he caught her, his touch a steadying force against her frantic collapse. His words were a simple, flat denial of her failure, a statement of fact from a man who had already ensured the outcome. He presented the bag he was holding, a simple offering that smelled of something tantalizingly familiar to her. Gol, her previous anxieties forgotten, was immediately captivated, her mind racing through her favorite human delicacies. He let her guess, watching the simple joy light up her features. He knew, however, that what he held was something far more primal, a taste that resonated with the very core of her draconic being. He remembered watching her interview on a screen, seeing her play the part of the world-famous pop star, Baby Yellow. She was a natural performer, charming the host and the audience with practiced ease. The show's premise was simple. Celebrity guests would have their favorite meal prepared by top chefs. It was a perfectly constructed piece of entertainment, a fantasy built for public consumption, and a vulnerability he planned to exploit. The host leaned in, playing along with her carefully crafted public image, joking that she survived on dew alone. Gol laughed, a sweet, practiced sound, before her eyes lit with genuine, unrestrained glee. She announced her true favorite food, not with words, but with an image that flashed across the screen and into his memory. Golden fried chicken and spicy seasoned chicken, a feast of grease and salt. Back in the apartment, the reality of the meal overwhelmed them. The scent was intoxicating, and Gol's eyes widened as she inhaled the aroma. Yoo, ever skeptical, questioned how this could be her favorite food if she'd never tried it, but Gol was already lost to the experience. He watched them, their primal reactions to such a simple pleasure, and dismissed their excitement as mere theatrics. BOM, the ever-perceptive green dragon, turned her attention to him, her quiet question an invitation to join their circle. For a moment, a fragile sense of normalcy hung in the air, a picture of a shared meal. He immediately crushed it, turning away with a flat refusal before she could even finish. He stepped out onto the balcony, the cold night air a more fitting companion than the false warmth inside. His device chimed, the call he had been expecting. It was Lair Admissions, the voice on the other end formal and professional. They identified him as Guardian Yoo Jitae and spoke of a small issue during the interview. He played his part, feigning ignorance, knowing precisely what was coming. The issue wasn't a problem, it was a complication he had already factored into his plans. The caller explained, applicant UBOM hadn't just passed. She had achieved a perfect score, earning unanimous praise. Her performance was so exceptional, so flawless, that they had been moved to make an unprecedented offer on the spot, for BOM to be appointed as the student oath taker at the entrance ceremony. This was the first divergence from his carefully laid path. While he listened, the scene inside played out in stark contrast. Gul stuffing her face with chicken, completely oblivious. The admissions officer continued, explaining the problem. UBOM had declined the prestigious offer. They asked him, as her guardian, to persuade her. He gave his answer without hesitation, his voice cold and final. If that's the child's wish, then that's my decision too. He would not force her into the spotlight. Her quiet nature was a tool, not a liability. As he ended the call, Yoriam appeared, leaning against the railing with a lit cigarette. She had overheard, and her sharp eyes were filled with suspicion. She mocked his use of Bomb's name, accusing him of playing family. The Red Dragon saw through pretenses, and she sensed one now, this strange human gathering them, enrolling them in school, and calling them by name. He met her gaze, his own expression unreadable. What are you trying to say? Yoriam cut straight to the heart of it, the question that burned behind her aggressive facade. Why are we being sent to Lair? His answer was simple and true, a key to unlock her violent nature. He told her it was so she could do what she wanted. She wanted to fight, and he confirmed Lair was filled with the world's strongest elites, the perfect hunting ground. He added a qualifier. They're still kids, though, a remark that she mirrored back at him, reminding him of his own youthful appearance. The comment struck a nerve. Her eyes, the color of blood and fire, blazed with intensity. With a sharp crack, she extinguished her cigarette on the railing and issued her challenge. Hey you, fight me properly once. She stepped closer, her posture radiating eagerness for combat. I know you're supposed to be strong, but I'm curious how strong. Her voice was a purr of predatory excitement, her fangs showing in a grin. She would not be dismissed or underestimated. Her challenge was a demand for respect, a test of her captor's power. He remained silent, his expression a mask of indifference, a familiar sight from 1,000 forgotten timelines. He turned away, utterly dismissing her challenge. Fine, go inside and eat chicken. The casual rejection infuriated her more than any blow could. She cursed him, her frustration boiling over into a volley of insults. Even when Gul tried to placate her with food, the Red Dragon snapped, only to have the chicken shoved into her mouth mid-rant. The taste hit her, an explosion of flavor that silenced her rage. A single thought echoed in her mind as she chewed. This simple human food was another chain, another pleasure she couldn't resist. Their new prison, Lair, was a school built on a massive floating isle, a training ground for children with special abilities and boons, a place he knew all too well. The academy was not for the common person. Its halls were filled with the children of wealthy families, ancient houses, and powerful institutions. Lair was a world built exclusively for the privileged, a gilded cage where the future leaders and destroyers of the world were forged. He was sending dragons into this den of vipers, and he knew they would not just survive, they would thrive. Stepping onto the grounds of Lair, the dragons were awestruck. Gul marveled at the grandeur, her mind jumping to a fantastical conclusion. Their mysterious Mister had to be the secret heir to a massive corporation. Even the discerning BOM found herself agreeing, his stoic demeanor fitting the profile of the secretly wealthy. They saw money and power. He saw a necessary expenditure to keep the apocalypse at bay. Gul celebrated their successful admission, relieved that her earlier fears were unfounded. In her joy, she suddenly noticed 2 people were missing. BOM calmly explained that Yoriam had gone to the Azure Dragon Hall for a practical interview, a test of her combat skills. and he, their mister, had gone with her, assuming the official role of her guardian. BOM elaborated on the guardian system, where adults accompany the superpowered students to control the more immature and dangerous candidates. The implication was clear. Yoriam was undoubtedly a hazard if left unchecked. Goal's excitement to watch the fight was quickly dashed when Bomb explained they weren't allowed, leaving the golden dragon deflated. BOM explained the reason for their exclusion, her voice dropping slightly. They said if we all go, it'll cause a commotion. As if on cue, they became aware of the whispers and stares of the other students. Their unique appearances were already drawing unwanted attention. Meanwhile, at the Azure Dragon Hall, the stage was set for a very different kind of performance. Inside the massive arena, sparring matches were already underway. The air was thick with tension and the shouts of anxious guardians watching from a stance. Unlike them, he sat in perfect stillness, a void of calm in the storm of parental stress. His presence was so unnervingly quiet that it stood out more than any outburst. He wasn't worried. He knew Yoriam's capabilities better than anyone. A smooth voice cut through the nervous chatter, belonging to a man with long, silver hair and an air of ancient authority. He introduced himself as Professor Wai-Yun of the Azure Dragon Hall, his presence commanding immediate respect. The other guardians fawned over him, but he simply offered a polite nod. He knew this man, not just as a professor, but as a legendary figure. The guardians whispered in awe about Professor Wai-Yun's reputation, listing his virtues: dignity, character, ability, wealth, a war hero. To them, he was a living legend. To Yoo Jitae, he was a ghost from a future that should never come to pass, a key player in the coming tragedy. As the announcer called the next candidate, his gaze sharpened. It was time. Yoriam stepped into the caged arena, her wooden sword held loosely at her side. Her opponent, a blonde girl with cold blue eyes, stood waiting. "Damn it, don't be boring," Yoriam muttered, a challenge and a prayer. For a moment, her opponent's steely gaze gave her pause, but the red dragon's battle lust quickly took over. A wild, eager grin spread across her face as she promised to unleash her true power. Within the confines of the dueling cage, two fighters stood worlds apart. One, Sofia Borkova, was a picture of icy professionalism, her gaze sharp, her patience thin. The other, Yoriam, the red dragon, carried a wooden sword and a troublemaker's grin, her threats sounding more like a playful tantrum than a warrior's vow. I saw how the spectators viewed them. It was a simple calculation for the uninformed masses. They weighed the combatants not by skill, but by reputation and appearance. To them, the choice was obvious. Definitely Sophia, one student declared, his confidence echoing the foolish certainty of the entire crowd. They were betting on a legend. Sophia was a product of RIL, a name synonymous with victory in the Great War. Her past was a harrowing montage of brutal, unforgiving training designed to forge human weapons. The crowd saw the pedigree and assumed invincibility. They did not see the cracks in the foundation. The illusion of the stoic warrior was shattered by the roaring of her guardian, Mikhailov, from the sidelines. His boisterous, parental encouragement was a source of profound embarrassment for Sophia, a crack in her carefully constructed armor that I knew Yoriam would exploit. It was a weakness, and dragons are drawn to weakness. Yoriam immediately twisted the knife. Her taunts were swift and precise, targeting the mortification on Sophia's face. She mocked her connection to her daddy, turning a moment of familial concern into a psychological weapon. She wasn't just trying to win a fight. She was trying to break her opponent's will before a single blow was exchanged. And Sophia fell for it completely. Her composure snapped, replaced by a cold, murderous rage as she issued a threat. "You'd better shut that mouth, or you'll really die." In that moment, the fight was already lost. Yoriam's predatory grin confirmed it. She had turned a trained soldier into a common brawler with a few well-chosen words. The crowd, of course, misinterpreted the outburst as the fearsome RIL attitude, their excitement building. As the announcer officially called the candidates to their positions, my own gaze remained steady. I was not watching a match between two students. I was watching a dragon play with her food. Sophia adopted a textbook fighting stance, fist raised. Yoriam simply held her wooden sword, her posture relaxed, almost lazy. They were a study in contrasts, the disciplined soldier versus the unpredictable force of nature. Then the buzzer sounded, and the lesson began. Sophia exploded forward, her first punch a blur of motion. It was fast, powerful, and utterly useless. Yoriam caught the blow with casual ease, her expression one of mild amusement. "Well," she chuckled, "your speed's not bad." The dismissive compliment was more insulting than any taunt. The dance continued, a flurry of attacks and dodges. Yoriam swung her blade with theatrical wildness, forcing Sophia to evade. In return, Sophia landed a kick that did nothing more than rip Yoriam's jacket. To her surprise, the red dragon feigned outrage over her ruined uniform, yet another calculated move to control the pace of the battle. Believing she had an opening, Sophia pressed the attack, unleashing a high-speed assault that created a storm of afterimages. It was a technique designed to overwhelm and confuse, but Yoriam weaved through the strikes as if they were standing still. A faint, knowing smirk played on her lips as she easily tracked every single move. Done with her defensive display, Yoriam transitioned. She kicked off the wire cage, using the enclosure itself as a launch pad to defy gravity. Soaring through the air, she repositioned herself directly above Sophia, poised for a devastating overhead strike. The game was over. Instinct and training took over as Sophia crossed her arms to block the descending blow. The impact was titanic, the sound echoing through the arena as her arms glowed with protective energy. She held her ground, gritting her teeth against the force, but she had merely survived the blow, not countered it. Yoriam used the rebound from the blocked strike to launch a relentless barrage, her movements fluid and unstoppable. Sophia was thrown completely onto the defensive, unable to keep up. "Now that I've toyed with you a bit," Yoriam purred, "you're easier to deal with, huh?" The pretense of a fair fight was finally, utterly gone. The final blow was swift and brutal. Yoriam's weapon smashed through Sophia's guard, sending her crashing to the arena floor. The RIL prodigy coughed, the metallic taste of her own blood a shocking testament to her complete and utter defeat. With the tip of her wooden sword resting against Sophia's throat, the match was called. "So much for acting tough," Yoriam chirped, her voice dripping with scorn. "You're total garbage." Humiliation burned in Sophia's eyes, a fire of shame and rage that would not be easily extinguished. As Yoriam walked away, dismissing the entire academy as a nest of weaklings, the crowd's confusion turned to analysis. They couldn't believe the favored champion had been so thoroughly dismantled. She was literally playing with her, one observer noted, the grim reality finally dawning on them. The whispers turned cruel. Suddenly, Sophia was not a fallen warrior, but a fraud. A publicity recruit, they sneered. No real ability, just a pretty face. Every word was a fresh wound, far deeper than any inflicted during the fight, and Sophia heard them all. While a medic tended to her, and her guardian looked on with despair, Sophia's spirit refused to break. She clenched a fist, pushing herself to her feet with a defiant cry. "It's not over. I'm fine." She was trying to convince herself as much as anyone else. Mikhailov knelt before her, his voice gentle as he tried to reframe the humiliating defeat as a learning experience. "Defeat makes people stronger," he promised, seeing this as a blessing in disguise. He spoke of growth and resilience, but his words were lost on a soul consumed by shame. While her guardian spoke, Sophia moved. She slipped away, her mind fixated on a single, burning thought. The official match was over, but this wasn't about the rules anymore. Holding a real blade, its cold metal a comfort in her trembling hand, she called out to a departing Yoriam. "It's not over. Where do you think you're going?" Abandoning all pretense of honor, Sophia lunged, attacking her victorious opponent from behind. I watched, my expression unchanging, as the last vestiges of the cadet gave way to the desperate animal beneath. The crowd gasped, but I knew what this was, the predictable response of pride meeting power. The second lesson was about to begin, and it would be far more painful than the first. A collective gasp rippled through the spectators. Cadets and instructors alike stared, their faces masks of shock and disbelief. They saw a simple evaluation that had spiraled out of control. I saw the inevitable eruption of pride and power, a scene I had witnessed countless times. My expression remained a placid mask of indifference, my silence a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding in the arena below. Yoriam and Sophia collided in a storm of crackling blue energy. It was a clash between the Red Dragon's instinctual fury and a human's trained skill. For a moment, they were a blur of motion, locked in a violent embrace before being thrown apart by the sheer force of their impact. They crashed to the ground, the impact echoing the brutal finality of their duel. Sophia was faster. She came up with a blade in hand, its edge already dark with blood, a shallow wound, but it was more than enough to ignite the true dragon's rage. Yoriam looked down at her side, then at the bloodied weapon, a slow, predatory grin spreading across her face. So that contemptible fool wants a real fight, does she? Her initial shock gave way to a chilling battlelust. Enraged, Sophia lunged again, her voice a shriek of fury as she bellowed a promise of death. Blue energy flared around her as she unleashed a powerful kick, but Yoriam was no longer just a cadet. The Red Dragon met the attack head-on, her hand shooting out to grab a fistful of blonde hair, halting the assault instantly. A grunt of pain escaped Sophia's lips as her momentum was savagely arrested. Yoriam's eyes glowed with crimson light, her voice dropping to a low, guttural promise of total annihilation. She held Sophia in place, her other hand drawing back as red energy coalesced around her fist. The first blow landed with sickening force, followed by another and another. It was no longer a fight. It was a brutal, one-sided execution, each impact sending sprays of blood across the arena floor. The other cadets cried out in horror, one of them pleading for someone to intervene. But Yoriam was lost to her rage, a whirlwind of violence that sent the onlookers scattering. Sophia collapsed to the ground, her face a bruised and bloody mess, unconscious. The lesson was over. But Yoriam's bloodlust was not sated. She stood over her fallen opponent, the bloodied knife still clutched in her hand. "It's not over yet," she growled, her body radiating a menacing red aura. She intended to return the favor, to carve her own wound into the human who had dared to draw her blood. Before she could strike, a massive hand clamped down on her wrist, stopping the blade inches from its target. It was Mikhailov, Sophia's guardian, his face contorted in a furious roar. "Isn't that enough already? Stop it now," he bellowed, his intervention more an act of rage than of peacekeeping. He turned on the senior instructor, demanding to know why no one was acting. The silver-haired instructor, seeing the situation escalating beyond his control, finally made his move. "Mages, make a cross space," he commanded, his voice sharp with urgency. "The evaluation is temporarily suspended." In response to the command, several figures in lab coats began to chant, their hands weaving intricate patterns in the air. A brilliant blue light flooded the arena, and a massive magic circle materialized beneath the combatants. With a flash of light, reality fractured, transporting the brawling students and their intervening guardians into a separate, sealed dimension. Inside the shimmering cross space, the arguments began. Mikhailov rounded on Yoriam, ignoring the fact that his own charge had used a weapon first. "She's the one who stabbed me first." Yoriam snarled, her fangs bared. The guardian was unmoved. "And that's why you try to kill Sophia? With your skills, you could have easily just subdued her." Yoriam's rage boiled over. "Control your own kid before you run your mouth," she screamed. At that moment, the instructor, Jitae, stepped between them with a placating smile that didn't reach his eyes. He addressed Yoriam, his voice smooth as silk. "I understand how you feel, but even so, I can't just sit back and watch you make things worse." The implication hung heavy in the air, a threat veiled in concern. Jitae leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "If you blow this up any further, I won't be able to help you. Your whole family could get dragged into this." He let the threat linger, his eyes glinting. "The Yoo family, was it? I doubt you're the only one from that house." An image of her friends, the other dragons, flashed through Yoriam's mind, their smiling faces a weapon now turned against her. "If your friends end up taking damage because of you," Jitae murmured, twisting the knife, "you're not going to feel great about that, right?" The dragon's fury was finally contained, not by force, but by a threat against those she was beginning to care for. "So at least until we bring your guardian." Jihai began, confident in his victory. A voice, cold and clear, cut through the tension. No need to look any further. I stepped forward from the edge of the cross space, a place I should not have been able to enter. I'm that kid's guardian, Yoo Jitae. My sudden appearance silenced them all. Urium and Jihai stared, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Don't gang up on an injured kid, I stated, my gaze level and unyielding. Talk to me instead. The power dynamic had shifted, and everyone in that room knew it. We were moved to an office. Jihai, ever the gracious host, served tea, attempting to smooth over the violent incident. It's a famous oolong tea from Taiwan, he said, his smile failing to mask his unease. So this is Yoo Jitae of the Yoo family, he thought, sizing me up, completely unaware that I was a phantom he could never hope to grasp. Jihai's mind was racing. He recognized my power from how easily I'd entered his cross space, marking me as a high-level ranker. Yet, he had never heard of my family, a glaring anomaly in his well-ordered world. He resolved to investigate me, a decision that I knew would lead him down a path of confusion and ruin. Jihai began his mediation, expressing regret and minimizing the injuries. He pointed out that Sophia was in the infirmary while Urium was already discharged, conveniently ignoring the near-fatal escalation. He proposed they end things on good terms, a naive suggestion given the nature of those involved. After a moment of silence, Mikhailov, Sophia's guardian, spoke. He offered a perfunctory apology, blaming his daughter's immaturity for her emotions getting the better of her. His words were hollow, a token gesture to end the matter quickly. I looked at him, my expression cold. So, I don't accept the guardian's apology. Mikhailov slammed his hands on the table, shocked by my refusal. What? He sputtered. I elaborated, my voice devoid of emotion. I don't see the point in an apology delivered through someone else's mouth. He grew agitated, his pride wounded. Are you acting like that because you don't know who I am? We are not in the same position, I corrected him calmly. Is that how apologies work where you come from? His temper flared, and he snarled. Should I bring the injured kid in here and force her to bow and apologize instead? I met his gaze without flinching. If you really want to apologize, that's what you should do. The room became a powder keg. As Jihai tried desperately to de-escalate, I shifted my focus. I didn't come here because of that girl, I said, cutting through Mikhailov's sputtering rage. I'm wondering why you didn't stop the kid who rushed in swinging a greatsword. The accusation hit its mark. It all happened so suddenly, he stammered. Suddenly, I echoed. What a pathetic excuse. I pressed my advantage, my voice dripping with contempt. I guess you don't even feel ashamed, using the kid as an excuse to cover your own incompetence. Mikhailov finally snapped. He grabbed my collar, his face a mask of fury. Hey you, there's a limit to how nice I can be. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of our IO in this small world? His threat was laughable. Coming from some no-name family I've never heard of, he seethed, his aura flaring. But in the next instant, his bravado vanished. He looked down to see his own great sword in my hand, the blade resting lightly against his neck. Huh? When did you? He stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. The blade on this greatsword is far too sharp, I said conversationally, ignoring his shock. With the sheath this loose, no wonder the kid could pull it out without you noticing. He stared, horrified, realizing I had disarmed him without him even perceiving the movement. Mikhailov, I said, my voice dropping into a chilling whisper. Stick to crowded streets. The threat, a clear promise of what would happen if he were ever caught alone, hung in the silent room. The shattered teacup on the floor was a testament to the tension. I released him and stood up. If we're done talking, I'll be going. I walked away, leaving Mikhailov trembling in a cold sweat. Jihai watched me go, his initial amusement replaced by a deep, unsettling apprehension. He let out a single, shaky laugh, realizing he had just encountered a predator far more dangerous than he could have imagined. Urium was waiting for me in the hallway, her wound bandaged. How's your body? I asked. She shrugged it off, mentioning the resilience of the Red Clan. Then, after a moment of hesitation, she looked at me, a flicker of uncertainty in her draconic eyes. Hey, do you also think I was in the wrong? She turned away, struggling with the unfamiliar weight of guilt. It's just, I keep thinking this whole mess happened because of me, she confessed, her voice small. It's so unfair, but times like this, I feel like I should have handled it more like an adult or something. Her confusion was a product of her human disguise, a conflict her true self would never entertain. I stopped and looked back at her. No, you did fine. She looked up, surprised. I gave her the only advice that mattered for the future I was building. Next time, kill them where nobody's watching. For a moment, she was stunned. Then a slow, wicked smile spread across her face. As she caught up to me, she processed my words, the lesson taking root. You did tell me to do that, she mused, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Don't regret it later. I walked on, my response flat and certain. Sure, there would be no regrets, only consequences, and I was prepared for all of them. We walked down the sterile corridors of the academy, the aftermath of Yoriam's battle a silent companion. The next phase of their integration had to begin immediately. Pack your things when we get home, I told her, my voice betraying none of the urgency I felt. Her question was predictable, her ignorance of our destination a luxury. We're moving into Lair, I stated. From a distance, Goal's excitement was a tiny, chirping counterpoint to the gravity of the situation, a reminder of the innocence I was corralling. An interruption. Of course, the man who appeared before us was Wyan, his smile as practiced and false as I remembered. He was a piece on the board I had hoped to avoid, but the timeline was ever shifting. He requested a moment, his eyes on me, but his true target clear. I knew his game before he even began to play, his words dripping with a courtesy that was a thin veneer for manipulation. I stood my ground, indicating everything was settled, but he insisted, drawing Yoriam into his web. Yoriam's annoyance was plain. She had no patience for lectures. Wyan, ever the charmer, assured her it was a good offer. He dangled the title of freshman representative like a prize, painting a picture of glory and prestige. A scholarship, an artifact, media exposure. He listed the trappings of human ambition, utterly clueless that he was trying to tempt a dragon with shiny pebbles. He was offering her a pedestal, which in my memory, was simply a more visible target. I cut through his sales pitch, questioning the legitimacy of such a sudden proposal. Are you authorized to make such a proposal on your own? His response was a name drop, a calculated move to establish his connection to the power structure. I happened to be close with Vice Dean Ma Namjoon as well. The name was meant to intimidate, to place him within an untouchable echelon of authority. He watched me for a reaction, expecting deference or perhaps fear. You would receive neither. Close with Ma Namjoon, of course he was. In my mind, the truth burned cold and clear. They were both demons. Not superhumans who received blessings from the world, but humans who had made a pact with the abyss itself. They were beings who fed on chaos and destruction, craving the very violence that had torn my past lives apart. The world had forgotten the crisis they once caused, but I had not. Because of demons, I had lost everything, again and again. The faces of those precious to me, lost in cycles 1 and 2, flashed behind my eyes. So when Wyan first appeared in this timeline, the urge to erase him from existence was overwhelming. I had imagined killing him countless times, but I held back. A simple death was a mercy he did not deserve. No, this man must first lose everything he holds dear. I forced the bloody memories down, returning to the present with a placid mask. I understand what you're saying. I conceded, feigning consideration. I deflected, placing the decision on the one person he was trying to control. I am merely her guardian. Shouldn't the most important opinion be the cadets? It was the correct move, forcing his hand. He turned his saccharine charm on Yoriam, taking her hand and asking her to join him in shaping the future. A future he intended to build on her back. Her answer was a single, glorious word. No. The shock on Wyan's face was a small, satisfying victory. He couldn't comprehend it. When he stammered for a reason, her logic was beautifully, chaotically draconic. She had been bored, so she came to fight someone. The sheer absurdity of her reasoning shattered his composure, his polite facade cracking to reveal the seething irritation beneath. Wyan recovered, his voice regaining its smooth, threatening edge. He directed Yoriam's attention to the balcony below, where a crowd of reporters had gathered at his call. They came from all over the world to hear my statement, he said, the implication hanging heavy in the air. This was his true weapon, public opinion. One sentence from me can make or break your life in Lair. Do you understand? He believed he had her trapped, her future held hostage by his word. Yoryum's response was not fear, but dismissal. Nope, I'm not doing it. Bye. She simply turned and walked away, leaving Wyan standing in the wreckage of his own failed power play. His smile finally vanished, replaced by a cold fury. As we walked away, his parting words were a low, venomous promise. I just hope you won't regret it. He didn't understand. A dragon does not know regret. The moment we exited the building, Wyan's trap sprang. Reporters swarmed us like piranhas, microphones and cameras thrust in our faces. They shouted questions about the incident, about her family name, about her motives for applying. It was a chaotic, disorienting assault designed to break her, to force her into a mistake. Yoryum, overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught, was stunned into silence. I moved to intervene, to shield her from the media circus. Stop pressuring an injured girl. But she stopped me, a flicker of her old fire returning. No, if they want an answer, I'll give one. She snatched a recorder from a stunned reporter, a predatory grin spreading across her face. You want to know what I'm going to do? She asked, before unleashing a single, perfectly aimed, and utterly vulgar statement that left the entire press corps speechless. We arrived at the Lair dorms. The opulent, modern architecture was another part of their gilded cage, designed to distract and appease. It worked, at least on Gul. Her eyes widened with pure, unadulterated awe. She gasped at the sheer scale of our new home, her excitement echoing in the vast living room. We're seriously living here, she cried, before darting up the stairs, already claiming territory like the hatchling she was. Gul found a room bathed in sunlight, with a giant bed and a top-tier television, and immediately fell in love. But her joy was short-lived. Yoryum appeared behind her, casually declaring the room and its perfect balcony hers. Gul's protests were futile. Yoryum pointed out a bigger room down the hall, a simple trick of misdirection. Defeated, Gul relented. Good girl. Yoryum smirked. The victor of a battle Gul never stood a chance of winning. Away from the commotion, I found Balm quietly tending to the blue dragon egg, misting it with water. It's like prenatal care, she explained softly, her maternal instincts fully engaged. She knew that as hatching neared, a dragon's polymorph would unravel, making this care essential. Her focus was absolute, yet she still picked up on the ripples from the outside world. Oh, did you hear? She asked, turning to me. Lair is buzzing about Yoryum. BOM showed me the clip. Yoryum's defiant interview had gone viral, her shocking retort sparking a firestorm online. In the living room, the subject of the controversy was lounging on the sofa, utterly unconcerned. She found the human reaction amusing, and when Gul asked what the fuss was about, Yoryum saw an opportunity for some twisted education. Ignoring Gul's panicked protests, she began a tormenting lesson, her laughter mixing with the young dragon's cries for help, a strange and chaotic symphony to begin our new life here. A deceptively peaceful morning settled over our new prison. Sunlight streamed into the lavish rooms, and cherry blossoms danced outside the window, a picturesque lie. Inside, Yoryum, the fearsome red dragon, slept soundly, appearing for all the world like a normal girl exhausted after a long night. But I knew the fire that slumbered within her, a conflagration that could incinerate this fragile peace in an instant. The quiet was shattered by the frantic pounding of feet on the stairs. Gul burst into the room, her voice a blade of panic cutting through the calm. She screamed that something big had happened. Yoryum was roused from her slumber, not with alarm, but with the deep, primal irritation of a predator disturbed in its den. Annoyed, Yoryum grumbled about being exhausted from her all-nighter. When Gul questioned what kind of strange things she'd been watching, the red dragon flashed a wicked grin, making a brazenly inappropriate comment just to see the younger dragon blush. It was their typical dynamic, Yoryum's provocative nature clashing with Gul's flustered innocence, a game only she seemed to enjoy. Gul, undeterred by the banter, dragged Yoryum from the bed with an urgency that finally seemed to cut through the morning grogginess. If this is nothing, Yoryum threatened, her voice low and laced with a casual danger, you're in for it. Her eyes, now sharp and alert, demanded an explanation. From the top of the stairs, the reason for the commotion became clear. Down below, BOM and Gul were kneeling, their attention fixed on the blue dragon egg. It was pulsing with a soft, internal light, the shell trembling. "It's Jul," BOM announced, her voice filled with a quiet intensity. "The baby is about to be born." A spiderweb of cracks spread across the egg's surface before a section gave way. They all watched, their expressions a mixture of awe and excitement, witnessing what they believed to be a miracle. For them, the birth of a life was a beautiful sight. But for me, it was a ghost. Their joy was a world away from the one in my memory. The image of the hatching egg was superimposed with a past I could never escape. A ruined city under a blood-red sky, a desperate mother's wailing, and the cold, still body of a child that never drew its first breath. The birth of a life was not always a beautiful thing. I remembered the reason for that failure. Not malice, but circumstance. A war-torn world where hospitals were rubble and doctors were ghosts. It was a lesson etched in ash and sorrow. Even the most precious life can be extinguished by a lack of preparation. It was a memory I had buried deep, a wound I never expected to reopen. The memory faded, leaving me standing in the bright, sunlit room, the stark contrast making my thoughts feel alien. Why now? Why did this moment of creation dredge up a past defined by loss? I was pulled back to reality by Yoriam's simple utterance, her eyes fixed on the egg. As if on cue, the hatching continued, oblivious to my inner turmoil. A tiny blue claw punched through the shell, followed by the unfurling of delicate, membranous wings. Finally, a small head, crowned with miniature horns, poked through into the open air. The newest dragon had arrived. "Congratulations on the birth," BOM whispered, her voice filled with a maternal warmth that was entirely her own. She gently took a cloth to the newborn, cleaning it with a practiced care that belied her age. She was repeating a ritual her own mother had performed, a tradition of care passed down through generations, now reenacted in this strange human house. BOM offered the newborn to me, an invitation to join their moment of connection. I refused. There were lines that could not be crossed. Gul, however, had no such reservations, her hands shooting up as she eagerly volunteered, her joy pure and unrestrained. Cradling the tiny dragon, Gul sighed in contentment, the simple act seemingly washing away all her anxieties. It was a moment of pure, uncomplicated bliss. And then, a familiar, mischievous glint appeared in her eye. The peace was about to be broken once more. Gul turned on Yoriam, expertly piercing the red dragon's carefully constructed wall of indifference. "You want to hold it too, don't you?" she teased, thrusting the baby towards her flustered sister. Yoriam recoiled, her protests lost in a flurry of motion as Gul playfully forced the issue. Just as Yoriam was about to erupt, the tiny dragon in her arms let out a wide, adorable yawn. The sight was so disarmingly cute it shattered the red dragon's defenses completely. She was caught, her tough exterior melting away, and she begrudgingly admitted defeat. "Well," she muttered, a faint blush on her cheeks, "it cute." Having conquered one another, they turned their combined attention to me. Yoriam, recovering her swagger, began to taunt me for my aloofness. Then, with a malicious grin, she made a cruel threat. She would simply throw the newborn for me to catch, absolving herself of any responsibility for its safety. Gul gasped, horrified, but Yoriam's eyes were locked on me. Her true goal wasn't to harm the child, but to shatter my composure. "My goal," she declared with relish, "is to see that stone-faced guy flustered." And with that, she manned a throw, sending Gul into a panic. I moved without thought, my reflexes taking over. My hands were already there, securing the baby before it had even truly left her grasp. The infant was never in danger. Yoriam clicked her tongue, visibly disappointed by my lack of a flustered reaction. Her game had failed. Now that I held the newborn, BOM saw another opportunity. "Since you're holding the baby anyway," she chimed in, "why don't you pet it too?" It was a gentle but persistent push, another attempt to draw me into their strange family circle. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the tiny creature. I relented, my touch stiff and uncertain as I gently stroked the dragon's head. In that brief moment of connection, a holographic shutter clicked. Goal had captured the image, preserving a rare crack in my armor. Amazing, she giggled, admiring her handiwork. BOM immediately decided to escalate the situation. Let's take a picture together, she declared, materializing a perfect red rose from thin air. The others were confused by the sudden prop, but I knew what she was doing. She was manufacturing a memory of a happy family, a beautiful denial of our reality. Before I could protest, she had tucked the rose behind my ear and placed a small blue flower on Jules' head. The sight was absurd. The grim captor and the newborn beast, decorated for a family portrait. I endured it. Just get it over with, I muttered, the words tasting like ash. Even Yoriam was dragged into the frame despite her protests. They posed, a bizarre tableau of captor and captives, predators and prey, all smiling for the camera. The flash went off, capturing a perfect, beautiful lie, the image of a family that never was. Later, after the staged domesticity had faded, I found Baum quietly tending to the newborn. The chaos had subsided, but her mind was clearly still at work. I watched her for a moment before asking what she was planning now. She intended to use magic transfer, a dangerous ritual to grant Joel the ability to polymorph. The magic was a sacrificial art, allowing the recipient to gain power at no cost, while the giver risked burning away their own life force. I knew the spell. It was a desperate measure for desperate times. Her reasoning, however, was sound. For a dragon in the human world, polymorphing wasn't a trick, it was a prerequisite for freedom. Joel, born into this cage, had no other way to learn. BOM was willing to risk herself to give her youngest sister a chance to experience the world, even if that world was confined to these walls. I offered to help, a calculated move that seemed to surprise her. My knowledge of magic was a card I kept close to my chest. Seeing an opportunity, she made a request of her own. While I do the transfer, she asked, her eyes meeting mine, will you stay next to me? I agreed, taking a seat a respectable distance away, but she immediately pushed for more. Come closer, she chided, a playful smile on her lips. Don't be shy. It wasn't about shyness, it was about control, and she was subtly, persistently eroding the space between us. She laid her trap, painting a picture of potential disaster. What if she grew exhausted during the dangerous ritual? What if she dropped the baby? If I was close by, I could intervene. She wielded guilt like a weapon, making it impossible for me to refuse without appearing monstrously callous. With a resigned sigh, I moved, eliminating the distance between us until our shoulders were nearly touching. It was a tactical retreat, but a victory for her nonetheless. She had won this round, forcing a proximity I was not comfortable with, but could no longer refuse. But for all her planning, she was unprepared for her own reaction. It's hard, she muttered, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. When I questioned her, she stammered a pathetic excuse about the sofa cushions. It was a rare, genuine crack in her composure, a moment of unguardedness she hadn't accounted for. Shaking off her embarrassment, she began the ritual. A brilliant teal light erupted from her, wrapping around her and the newborn dragon in a cocoon of raw magic. She closed her eyes, her focus becoming absolute as she began the dangerous, life-altering transfer of power. A few days after the chaotic arrival, the price of the magic ritual was paid in full. Baum collapsed onto the sofa, the brilliant teal light fading around her as the last of her energy dissipated. It's finally over, she breathed, her exhaustion absolute. He watched from a distance, the newly hatched dragon chirping contentedly beside her, oblivious. Good work, he stated, his voice flat, an observation rather than praise. The cost was necessary, and her sacrifice was simply part of the plan. BOM struggled to her feet, intent on retreating to her room, but her body betrayed her. She stumbled, her legs giving out from the profound magical drain. Before she could fall, he moved, crossing the room in an instant to catch her. He lifted her into his arms as if she weighed nothing, an act of pure practicality that she was clearly unprepared for. A faint blush colored her cheeks as he held her, a crack in her weary composure. I'll carry you to your room, he announced, ignoring her surprise. She tried to deflect her embarrassment with a weak joke, murmuring about being carried like a princess. He saw through it, noting only that she had enough energy to speak. It was a vulnerability he cataloged, but did not engage. She continued her light-hearted deflection, asking if she was heavy. "You're light," he replied, a simple statement of fact that she misinterpreted as sweetness. He carried her down the hall, the weight in his arms insignificant compared to the burdens he truly carried. Laying her gently in bed, he turned and left without another word, closing the door on a situation that was, for the moment, contained. Just as he secured the door, a brilliant surge of blue energy erupted from within the room. It wasn't an attack, but a transformation, a power he knew well. He turned back to see a small, blue-haired child standing where a dragon hatchling had been moments before. The polymorph was successful, another predictable step in their development. The child, Jewel, looked up at him with wide, curious eyes, a faint aura of magic still clinging to her. She was a perfect human replica, a testament to a dragon's innate power. After a moment of silent assessment, she offered a hesitant greeting, "Hi." His face remained a mask of indifference, a bead of sweat, the only sign of any reaction. This was not a child, but another variable to manage. His other life continued unimpeded at the Laird District Police Station. His colleagues were ecstatic, celebrating his latest success, apprehending criminals that had stumped the entire superhuman investigation team for months. His captain, beaming with pride, offered to treat him to a feast with the company card. It was a familiar, hollow ritual of camaraderie he had to endure. He politely declined the invitation. "I have something to do," he said, the same excuse he'd used before. His team's disappointment was palpable, their questions about a secret girlfriend falling on deaf ears. He walked away from their well-meaning protests, the distance between his two lives growing wider with every step. These were good people, and for their sake, they could never know the truth. As he walked, he passed a woman on a holographic call. She moved with an odd, ethereal grace, a faint trail of shadow clinging to her form. It was a deliberate performance. The woman was not real, but a shell, a puppet waiting for its master's command. She was the Archduke's shadow, a clone born from a skill he had forcibly taken. It once belonged to a sovereign of the demonic realm, a tool to exert influence over distant lands. After he slew the Archduke in a past life, the power became his, its purpose repurposed for his own grim mission. The shadow ended her charade and approached the bench where he now sat. Her entire demeanor shifted from that of a modern woman to a loyal servant. She stopped before him, her head bowed in deference. "You called for me, my liege," she said, her voice devoid of any emotion but obedience. Her gaze fell upon the small child in his lap, and a flicker of confusion crossed her features. "What is that?" she asked, her programming struggling to categorize the sight. "This is Yoo Jitae," he explained calmly. She used her polymorph. "I'm on my way back from the salon to cut her hair." The mundane explanation was a stark contrast to the reality of the situation. An elderly couple walked by, commenting on what a lovely young family they made. The irony was lost on them. The shadow, flustered by the comment, offered to hold the child, but a sharp, possessive glare from Jewel froze her in place. He simply set Jewel down on the bench, stating, "It's fine. She can walk on her own." The shadow questioned why he was handling this personally. He gave the grim status report. UBOM is sick from the magic transference. As for the other two, the image of Yorium and Gull's volatile personalities was enough of an explanation. Managing this chaotic household was a burden he had to bear alone. "I see. Understood," the shadow replied, accepting the logic. He broke the silence. "Don't play dumb. Your emotions are transmitted directly to me." The shadow's composure cracked. She admitted it wasn't a complaint, but a doubt regarding her mission. All her previous wielders had used her for grand purposes, for conquest and death. They sought to use her for something meaningful. Images of her past deeds flashed through their shared link, assassinations, displays of overwhelming power. "But the liege of this regression only seeks a mundane life," she lamented. "It is difficult for a lacking servant like myself to understand." He listened, his expression unchanging. "You are an individual persona," he acknowledged. "It's natural you might think that way." He gave her a new set of orders. "There will be work for you soon. Until then, go to work quietly." He then added, "The team seemed disappointed. Go have a drink with them." She understood the unspoken meaning. a final farewell to connections that would soon be severed. "Understood, my liege," she said, and walked away, a loyal tool awaiting its grim purpose. His gaze returned to Joel. The small dragon was staring intently at a little girl hugging a large panda doll, her eyes shining with a simple, powerful want. It was a moment of pure childhood desire, an emotion he hadn't seen in her before. He leaned down. "Do you want a doll?" Her eyes widened in surprise. Without waiting for a verbal answer, he reached a hand into the shallowest part of the abyss, his personal pocket dimension. He pulled out not a panda, but a simple blue teddy bear willed into existence. He offered it to her, and her face transformed, lit with a radiant blush of pure joy. "Do you like it?" he asked. But instead of hugging the doll, Joel dropped it and walked back towards him with determination. Puzzled, he picked her up, assuming she wanted another. "You want more?" "That was the last one," he stated, only to be cut off as her tiny hands reached up to cup his face. She pulled his head down and pressed her forehead against his. He froze, completely blindsided by the gesture. It wasn't a demand or a tantrum. It was quiet, deliberate, and utterly foreign to him. In that moment of contact, a sudden realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. His mind reeled, flashing back to Bomb's magic transfer, to the endless loop of blood and failure that defined his existence. He understood. Joel was associating the intense flow of magic she received from BOM with a form of affection. This was her attempt to replicate it, to give back the only form of love she had ever known. The gears of his regression turned, the memories of countless timelines threatening to overwhelm him. Yet, faced with this child's profound misunderstanding, something broke through his cold, calculated demeanor. As he held her, a faint, genuine smile touched his lips for the first time. This innocent, misguided act of affection was a variable he had never once foreseen. Her tiny hand slipped into mine, a gesture of simple, unthinking trust. Joel walked beside me, humming a soft tune while dragging her new teddy bear along the pavement. The sunset painted the sky in hues I'd seen 1,000 times before, but this moment felt different, a variable I had never accounted for in all my regressions. A genuine smile, faint and unfamiliar, touched my lips. It was a reaction that bypassed my cold logic, an involuntary response to her innocent affection. But the warmth was fleeting. A sudden prickle on my skin, a shift in the air that my senses, honed by countless lifetimes of paranoia, instantly recognized. They were already coming, right on schedule. A familiar, boisterous voice cut through the evening air. Goal appeared, waving with exaggerated enthusiasm, a guitar case slung over her back. She scooped Joel into a hug, chattering excitedly about a quick trip to the shopping district. Her energy was boundless, a stark contrast to the grim reality I was preparing for. For now, I let her have this moment of blissful ignorance. Goal cooed at the young dragon, correctly guessing that Joel's happiness came from my gift. When I feigned surprise, she eagerly explained the nature of draconic communication. For them, physical contact, especially forehead to forehead, was a method of conveying not just thoughts, but raw emotion, a form of profound intimacy. As she spoke, the memory of Joel pressing her forehead to mine surfaced again. I feigned ignorance, muttering that I didn't know. It was a necessary lie. Allowing Gold to feel knowledgeable gave her a sense of purpose, a small anchor in the chaos to come. Her teasing about finding something I didn't know was a trivial price to pay for that stability. My gaze fell on the guitar case. "What's that on your back?" I asked, already knowing the answer. With a flourish, she revealed a brand new acoustic guitar. It was her solution, she declared, to convey her soul without the need for skinship. A typically Goal approach, full of heart, utterly naive, and tragically doomed. "Don't I look like a singer?" she beamed, striking a pose. "I'm really going to work hard." Her words echoed in my mind, and the world dissolved into a familiar, bloody memory. Her broken guitar, discarded syringes, her lifeless form on a cold floor. The path she was so eagerly embarking on led only to ruin. I had seen it end this way before. The vision faded, leaving an icy resolve in its wake. I blinked, pulling myself back to the present where Goal was blowing on her sore fingertips, complaining that practicing was hard. A small, tight smile formed on my face, a mask to hide the darkness. This timeline would be different. I would not let her work hard and meet that same end. "No need to work so hard," I said, my voice flat. "Just take it easy." She was flustered, confused by my sudden dismissal of her ambition. To deflect, I changed the subject, asking about BOM. As Goal reported that Bomb's fever hadn't subsided from the magic transfer, we continued our walk, each step taking us closer to the inevitable confrontation. I then inquired about Yoriam. Goal put a finger to her lips conspiratorially, explaining that Summer had been absorbed in a human drama all day. She found it strange, but I saw it for what it was, a blessing. A distracted Yoriam was a contained one. Better than causing trouble outside, I muttered. A quiet house was a tactical advantage. As we stepped inside, Goal began her usual mothering, reminding Jewel to wash her hands. But my attention was elsewhere. The subtle distortion in the air was stronger here, an unwelcome presence. My body went rigid, and I placed a hand on Goal's shoulder, stopping her in her tracks. The time for games was over. "You Goal," I ordered, my voice leaving no room for argument. "Take Winter into your room right now and stay there. Don't come out until I tell you to. Hurry." She didn't question it. The chilling authority in my tone was something she had never heard before, and she quickly ushered the confused Jewel away, her playful mood shattered. Once they were safely behind the door, I turned to face our uninvited guests. My hand closed around the doorknob to Bomb's room. As I entered, the oppressive aura washed over me. 3 armored figures, guardians, stood silently over Bomb's bed. Their presence was a violation, an intrusion I had anticipated but had hoped to delay. The central figure, its helmet adorned with menacing horns, turned its glowing visor toward me. Its voice was a synthesized growl, filled with accusation. "You're the one to do this to the Green Dragon?" They had sensed Bomb's weakened state and immediately assumed the worst. These were Guardians, a special class of Dragon Knight. Enslaved humans or monsters bound by magic, they were tasked with protecting the dragon nests. They were living weapons, extensions of the dragon's will, and their purpose was absolute. Among them, a select few served as personal bodyguards for hatchlings. These 3 were clearly of that caliber. They were standing watch over the sleeping BOM, and my analysis was swift and cold. They had used sleep magic on her, an aggressive, unauthorized act. The lead guardian stomped forward, its armored foot cracking the floor as it repeated its demand. I met its hostility with unnerving calm. "When you come to someone else's house, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" It responded by unleashing a torrent of dark energy. "The right to ask questions is reserved for the strong alone. Here, only I am allowed to ask questions, you lowly human." It erected a guardian barrier, a potent magical field designed to intimidate and subdue. But I had faced far worse. I analyzed its construction with detached interest before it issued its final warning, demanding to know what I did to Green. Its patience had worn thin. I decided to grant it a piece of the truth. "The Blue Dragon was born," I stated plainly. "Green overworked herself during a magic transfer. That's what happened." The directness of my answer stunned it into silence. When it finally spoke, its tone had shifted from accusation to suspicion. "Then who are you?" I stood my ground, my hands in my pockets. "Their guardian." Its comrade scoffed. "Guardian? Don't make me laugh." It was time to dismantle their confidence. "I know what they are. That's why I'm curious." I began, my voice laced with ancient knowledge. "Why did you all come so early? You should have been scattered in a dimensional rift far, far away." Panic flashed in their posture. "How do you know that? A mere human shouldn't possess such information." The Guardian recovered, its dark aura flaring as it summoned its weapon. "We are the children's guardians and keepers of the history of causality. You know far too much." It acknowledged my role in caring for the children, but judged me a threat. "Letting you live would only bring trouble later. Let's resolve this through conversation, okay?" Its offer of conversation was a lie. With a promise of a painless end, another guardian launched itself at me, a massive axe swinging down. They saw a defenseless human, an anomaly to be erased. They had no idea who, or what, they were truly facing. It was a fatal miscalculation. The Guardian's patience for conversation had been a lie. With a furious battle cry, it lunged, its massive axe arcing through the air in a blur of purple energy. They saw me as a simple human, an easy target to be erased. But as metal met an invisible barrier, the resulting shockwave threw the armored warrior back, its attack utterly nullified. Disbelief emanated from the armored figure. Its prized technique, the sword of the stallion, had been deflected with contemptuous ease. I let the facade drop, summoning my own SS rank intangible sword. In a single, fluid motion that the Guardian couldn't possibly track, I sidestepped its clumsy recovery and struck, sending it crashing across the room. The other Guardians berated their fallen comrade. "You pathetic fool, to be taken down by such a weak attack." Their arrogance was a familiar, fatal flaw I had witnessed in countless timelines. Under the assumption that I was merely a human they could overwhelm, they closed ranks, ready to correct their companion's mistake. Just as they began their advance, their leader froze, the glowing eyes in its helmet widening with sudden, dawning terror. It had finally sensed the abyss of power it was facing, but the realization came far too late. In the next instant, the battle was already over, and I stood untouched amidst the shattered remains of their entire squad. The room fell silent, the air thick with the dust of destruction. Dismembered suits of armor lay scattered across the floor like discarded toys. I stood calmly in the center of the carnage, the faint glow of my sword the only light in the dim room, a silent testament to their fatal miscalculation. The sole survivor knelt before me, its bravado shattered. I thought something was strange, it admitted, its voice trembling. The pieces finally clicked into place for the creature. My knowledge, my presence, my care for the dragons. The horrifying truth dawned on it. I was not a man to be trifled with, but a transcendent being they should never have provoked. With the physical threat neutralized, I let my intangible sword dissipate. "I told you we should settle this with words," I said, my voice flat. There was no victory in this, only a tedious diversion. It was time for answers. There must have been a problem with the dimension, so how did you all survive? The Guardian explained, its voice heavy with the memory. It was because of the distortion of the dimension. Our Lord opened a path for us, but for some reason, the dimension itself fractured. We were thrown from the path, cast adrift into the chaotic void between worlds. I pressed for more details. "Explain what you mean by distortion." The Guardian hesitated, then spoke of something its master had mentioned. He spoke of something called the horizon of providence. He said the distortion was a problem caused by a force from that horizon, as if the dimensions themselves were being twisted around it. Horizon of providence. The words echoed in my mind, a chilling new variable in a game I thought I had mastered. In all my countless regressions, I had never once heard this term. This timeline was already diverging in ways I hadn't foreseen, starting with the very fact that these Guardians had managed to reach me at all. I connected the new data points. "Are you saying the horizon of providence helped you get here?" The Guardian clarified. "To be precise, a certain will from beyond the horizon helped us. It felt like it was showing us the way." It described the feeling of a guiding force in the vast emptiness. The Guardian recounted how it followed this mysterious will, gathered its scattered comrades, and was led directly to the hatchlings. This story was too convenient, too strange. A new, unknown power was interfering. "There's something I need to check," I declared, grabbing the Guardian's helmet and forcing its gaze to meet mine. "Look into my eyes." I activated one of the authorities I had claimed in a previous life, the eyes of the scales. Taken from an archduke of the demon realm, this power discerns absolute truth from falsehood. A blue light flared in my eyes, scanning the Guardian's very soul. The result was instantaneous and unwelcome. Truth. It was all true. A surge of cold fury coursed through me. I had meticulously accounted for every variable, eliminated every potential threat, and verified every aspect of the dimensions across lifetimes of failure. So why? Why was a factor I knew nothing about suddenly appearing now? This was an unacceptable deviation from my plan. The Guardian continued, oblivious to my internal turmoil. About that being, it felt like a curse. It theorized that because it harbored a core made from the green dragon's power, it could feel the will's true nature, a deep, festering discontent. This confirmed the will's hostile intent toward the dragons. My patience for conversation was at its end. I needed to understand the source of this interference directly. In a swift, Brutal motion, my hand shot out, plunging into the Guardian's chest plate. With a sickening crunch, I ripped its power core free, ignoring its choked gasp of pain as I examined the pulsating energy. As my fingers closed around the core, my own authority, the distorted grandfather clock, reacted violently. It sensed an element directing hostility toward me, something that had deviated from the world's timeline. Golden chains of temporal energy erupted from my body, swirling into a dense, shining sphere before manifesting as a golden hourglass. The grandfather clock, which had previously done nothing but enable my regressions, had begun to interfere on its own. It would now actively identify and hunt any element that existed outside the established timeline. Another unpredictable variable had emerged. For now, all I could do was wait and see what this new function would reveal. With the immediate crisis assessed, I turned my attention back to the survivors. What are you all going to do now? I'm already taking care of the dragons. I pointed out the obvious. The dimensional distortion broke your subjugation magic. There's no reason for you to stay here, is there? The Guardians looked at each other, stunned by the offer of freedom. You're just going to let us go? One asked. As long as you don't cause trouble, I replied dismissively. The chance was too good to pass up. They stammered their thanks and began to back away, eager to escape with their lives. But the leader, the one I had interrogated, remained kneeling. I cannot leave, it stated, its resolve firm. This defiance was an irritating complication. Without another word, I swung my leg and kicked it hard in the head, sending it sprawling to the floor with a choked cry. I planted my foot firmly on its back, applying pressure. I'll ask again. You're not leaving. My voice was low and devoid of warmth. When it still insisted it could not leave, I stomped down again, the crack of its armor echoing in the quiet room. This was a simple choice, and it was making the wrong one. I leaned down, my voice a final, chilling whisper. I'll ask one last time. You're not leaving. Through gritted teeth, its body trembling under my boot, the answer remained the same. I can't leave. Its loyalty was absolute, even in the face of annihilation. The other Guardians watched with contempt. He won't listen, one sneered. He's a fool who can't even grasp freedom when it's right in front of him. Do as you please. They had abandoned their leader to his fate. I looked from them to the stubbornly loyal knight on the floor. Right? I said softly, a decision forming. My perspective shifted. This stubbornness, this blind devotion, this is what made it a proper guardian. In a flash, the other, disloyal guardians were obliterated, their armor shattering into nothing. The remaining knight looked up from the floor, surrounded by the dust of his former comrades. Were you testing us? He asked. Not exactly, I replied coolly. I looked down at the last survivor. You're unfamiliar and peculiar. Why do you want to stay by the green dragon's side so badly? Its answer was simple loyalty. I scoffed. What can you, who are weaker than me, do as a guardian? A flicker of an idea, a perfect, humiliating solution, came to mind. Well, there is one role that suits you right now. I brought the armored knight before the dragons. BOM held a startled jewel while Yoriam crossed her arms, unimpressed. Say hello, I announced, my face impassive. He's the new janitor I hired. The once proud guardian stood silently, a ridiculous pink apron tied over his formidable armor. His silent, burning humiliation was a fitting punishment and a new, useful tool. In the sterile quiet of the morning, the rhythmic scrubbing of dishes was the only sound. There stood the guardian of Askialafa, a being of immense power, clad in formidable armor and a ridiculous pink apron. A resentful sigh escaped his helmet. Huh. The sound of pride being ground into dust by domesticity. This was not merely a punishment. It was a repurposing, a systematic dismantling of a warrior into a janitor. His indignation was palpable, even through the layers of enchanted steel. What do you mean, cleaner? How is that my role? He couldn't reconcile his sacred duty with this menial task. I didn't look up from my laptop, my voice cutting through his confusion with cold logic. What? You don't like it? It's just that I can't make sense of it in my head. My fingers tapped once on the mousepad, a gesture of finality. I already said yesterday, one person is enough to guard the dragon, and that's me. I stated, my gaze finally lifting to meet his. The unspoken truth hung between us. He was redundant, a relic I had magnanimously allowed to exist. Still, we made a place for you. If you can't even handle cleaning properly, I'll erase you. Do it well. The threat, a simple promise of oblivion, silenced him completely. He returned to the sink, the fight draining from his posture. How did I end up like this? He muttered to himself, his gloved hands scrubbing a dish with renewed, desperate vigor. From a legendary guardian to this. His fall was as swift as it was absolute. A gentle voice broke the tense silence. It was BOM, her presence a soft counterpoint to the room's cold atmosphere. "You're the guardian from ASCII Alpha, right?" she asked, her eyes holding no judgment. The guardian flinched, his head snapping up in surprise. "Miss Yubaum, are you okay?" he asked, his voice filled with genuine concern for the dragon he was sworn to protect. "Yes," she replied with a serene smile. "Just a simple fever, nothing more. I heard you were staying and working as a cleaner." "That's how it turned out," he admitted, his posture stiff with shame. Baum's smile widened. "The apron suits you," she said, her words a strange mix of kindness and unwitting humiliation. The guardian froze, a wave of heat rising under his helmet that no one could see. A simple, earnest compliment that felt like a brand. "Please take care of us, cleaner," she added, the sincerity in her voice somehow making it worse. Her kindness galvanized him. A surge of misplaced duty flooded his being. "Whether it's cleaning or dishwashing, leave it all to that armada over there, miss," he declared, his voice booming with fervor. In his zeal, his gauntlet tightened, shattering the plate in his hand. "I'll keep your hands clean from every chore," he vowed, as BOM stared at the broken porcelain. "That's expensive, though," she noted quietly. Meanwhile, a different kind of domestic scene was unfolding. BOM and Gul were playing dress-up with Jewel, cycling through a series of adorable outfits. A bear onesie, a tiny school uniform, a frilly gothic dress. Gul, captivated, snapped picture after picture. "Hee, it's so cute," she squealed, utterly charmed by the little dragon's transformations. Gul dropped to her knees, admiring the new clothes. "Yinny, when did you buy these?" "They're gorgeous." BOM, holding Jewel's hand, explained she ordered them as soon as she felt better. "You look like you really like it," BOM cooed at Jewel, whose face was stretched in a wide, irrepressible grin. It was a pure, simple happiness, a variable I had not anticipated but found myself unable to look away from. Gold turned her attention to the armored janitor. "Cleaner, mister, which outfit do you think is the prettiest?" The guardian, ever the loyal knight, bowed his head slightly. "Anything you Jewel wears looks beautiful to me." Gold giggled, impressed. "Oh, that line was nice. This mister actually knows how to socialize." It was a pathetic, yet strangely functional, social ecosystem they were building. My eyes narrowed as I watched Gold from the couch, her fingers twitching as she mimed playing a guitar. "Still playing guitar, I see," I commented, my voice flat. She jolted, startled by my observation. "Oh no, I'm just playing lightly," she stammered, flustered. "I play because I like you, Gold. Don't scold me for it." Her defensiveness was amusing. "I didn't scold you," I replied, letting the silence prove my point. Changing the subject, Gold looked around. "By the way, Uriam's been missing all day, still watching dramas in her room." Probably," I answered, my expression unreadable. The guardian, however, chimed in. "I actually tried to clean Summer's room earlier, but got kicked out. Her complexion looked really bad. I'm worried." He had seen only the surface. I knew the rot that was setting in. Staying up all night was just the beginning. Enough was enough. I rose and walked to her door, pushing it open without knocking. The stench of stale smoke and old takeout hit me first. The room was a disaster zone, an external reflection of her internal chaos. And there she was, sitting on the floor amidst the wreckage, a can in her hand and defiance in her eyes. The red dragon, drowning in cheap human vices. "What now?" All of a sudden, she slurred, a half-eaten snack dangling from her lips. I looked down at her, my face a mask of indifference. "I came to check if she was alive." She scoffed, gesturing to the television where armored men were shouting. "For the sake of this nation," she yelled along with them, a bitter, sarcastic appropriation of human patriotism. I glanced at the screen. "You've been staring at that the whole time?" I asked. "Yeah. Did you see it too?" she replied, her eyes glued to the show. "No. She went on a rant about how the series, despite running for 7 seasons, was utter trash. I cut through her tirade with a simple question. Then why are you still watching? She blinked, the question catching her off guard. Huh, true. Are you a genius? I turned my back on the mess. Anyway, come out. We need to talk. A few minutes later, I stood before them all in the living room, holding Jewel protectively. We're doing a big clean now, I announced. The 3 dragons looked at me, bewildered. Huh, a big clean? Why the sudden deep clean? Gol asked, her voice filled with confusion. My gaze swept over them, cold and uncompromising. You might not be human, but at least act like one while on Earth. Especially you two, Yoriam, you Gol. Your rooms are disgusting. Gol immediately flared up. When did you go into my room? My mom said you can't barge into someone's room without permission. I shot back without missing a beat. Didn't she tell you to tidy up your room and live properly? Gol's face burned with indignation, her argument collapsing. Anyway, I continued, my voice leaving no room for debate. Leave the living room and kitchen to the cleaner and handle your own rooms. Yoriam scoffed. This is ridiculous. There's a cleaner. Why do I have to clean? To prove her point about the pervasive dirt, she reached out and poked Gol's cheek, eliciting a piercing scream. Yinny, I really hate being dirty. Gol wailed, frantically trying to scrub her face clean. Yoriam stood with a shrug, the picture of unrepentant chaos. You claim you hate dirt, yet your room's filthy? She asked me, ignoring Gol's distress. She then turned to the Guardian. Hey, Metal Lump, I'm going to the gym, clean my room. I'll inspect it. Without waiting for an answer, she left. The OM, ever the responsible one, declared she'd buy dinner since she'd cleaned yesterday, leaving me to manage the remaining chaos. Okay, I sighed, holding Jewel a little tighter. Before she left, Bomb had prepared a meal. An ominous purple aura emanated from the suspiciously burnt fish. I knew this dish from countless past failures, a culinary disaster of epic proportions. My face twitched in horror. Huh, is everything okay? Want something to eat? She asked, her smile painfully innocent. I forced my features into a neutral mask. No, go ahead. Armed with a broom and mop, the Guardian entered Yoriam's den of filth. The sheer state of the room was an assault on the senses. He tied a makeshift mask over his helmet, a futile gesture against the overpowering stench. Smells even without a nose. This stench is beyond demonic, he muttered, picking up an ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. Are you doing poison resistance training here or something? He began his grim task, starting with the mountains of bottles and cans. Just as the Guardian began to sort the trash, another figure appeared, leaning against the doorframe. My clone, identical to me, but dressed in a sharp suit. He washed with disdain as the Guardian tossed a can into a bag of bottles. That's not right. Isn't that a can? He chided, his voice laced with condescending authority. You must separate cans and plastics. The cleaner doesn't even know the basics. Don't they have recycling in ASCII Alpha? The clone's taunts continued, his eyes sharp and critical. I'm curious how primitive they are. The Guardian paused, studying my double. He felt it too, the unsettling aura, a familiar yet distinct energy. If it were anyone else I wouldn't notice, but I can sense it, a fragment of that one, he thought, recognizing the demonic power. My clone's gaze intensified. What are you staring at like that? Are you counting the days? The Guardian quickly looked away. The resemblance was too close, it was unnerving. I arrived at the doorway, taking in the scene. I said clean. What are you two doing? The clone straightened up, his demeanor shifting instantly. You're here, my lord. That cleaner was failing at his job, so I was giving him some advice. He was preening, trying to assert his superiority. I cut him off. Stop bossing him around and help. I called you because I was afraid Yoriam's room would be too much for one person alone. The clone's expression soured. Excuse me. And so, the house fell into a strange, productive rhythm. Yoriam worked out her aggression at the gym, Bomb shopped for provisions, and Gol tackled her own messy room. In the epicenter of filth, my clone and the Guardian worked side by side, a silent, begrudging team. As the sun set, casting long shadows across the pristine room, my clone reported back to me. It's all finished, my lord. Good work, I acknowledged, closing my laptop. With the domestic chores settled, it was time for the real work. I turned my laptop toward him. This is where you must go next. A world map appeared on the screen, a marker pulsing over a single location. This place is Moscow, Russia. I brought up the briefing files. The demon organization, Be Visibility, is researching transcendental demons there. Images of grotesque creatures in containment tubes flashed across the screen. I gave him his primary objective. Finish police matters this week and go to Russia. My gaze was unwavering as I displayed the final image, a shadowy, powerful figure with glowing red eyes. Find and capture the prototype X, the transcendental demon prototype. He met my gaze, the weight of the mission settling upon him. He understood the stakes. Understood. I'll prepare immediately. Just as the grim reality of our work settled in, the front door opened and Boom returned, her face bright and cheerful. "I'm back," she announced, holding up bags of groceries. Gol and Jewel greeted her enthusiastically. "The family's grown," she remarked happily. "When everyone's here, we cook a ton." My clone saw his opportunity to depart. "U-Bomb has returned. Then I'll be off." He turned to leave, but I placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "Wait." He looked at me, confused. My next words were quiet, but they struck him with the force of a physical blow. "You, change clothes with me right now." Later, dinner was served. The bizarre family I had assembled sat around the table, eating the strange, purple glowing meal BOM had prepared. "Wow, this soup tastes like Ascialaphus," Joel chirped, enjoying a taste of her lost home. Gol then piped up, "Cleaner mister should eat with us too." Urium, ever the pragmatist, shot her down. "He has no mouth. How would he eat, dummy?" I stood near the table, now dressed in my own casual clothes, observing them. A strange feeling, almost like being a ghost in my own life, washed over me. Outside, my clone, now wearing my suit, stood in the moonlight, his face obscured by shadow as he prepared to depart for Russia. He finally understood. I had called him not just to clean, but to become me, to be the public face of our operation while I remained here, pulling the strings from the shadows. It was a necessary sacrifice. In the skeletal remains of an abandoned industrial zone, the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and ozone. This was the lair, and the work was almost finished. Amidst the carnage, the only sound was the ragged breath of the last one standing, a pathetic demon wheezing amongst the bodies of his fallen comrades. Pinned to the unforgiving concrete, the creature snarled, its monstrous face a mask of defiance and agony. He spat curses, trying to muster some final threat, to invoke the authority of a lowly human daring to challenge his kind. He saw only a boy, a mistake he was paying for with his life, but he did not yet understand the true nature of his executioner. The demon's threats of a powerful backer were meaningless. I had heard them all before, in timelines long since erased. "Yes, I know very well," I replied, my voice devoid of emotion as I slammed his head against the cracked wall. His scream was a brief, satisfying punctuation to a conversation that was already over. I grabbed a fistful of his hair, forcing his demonic eyes to meet mine. "Professor Wyan of Azure Dragon Academy." I began, letting the name hang in the air. His shock was palpable as I discarded the flimsy human disguise he wore. "Or should I call you Wyan, demon of the organization Invisibility?" His composure shattered, leaving only fear. I pressed him for information, demanding to know the specifics of his plot. As he tried to formulate a lie, the scales of judgment activated, my eye glowing with a celestial blue light. This authority stripped away all deception, leaving only the cold, hard truth. Compelled by my power, Wyan stammered out the fragments of his plan. In 3 months, a great undertaking would grant his master a seat. The word echoed in my mind, a term of great significance from my past lives. This was a position of immense power within the demon hierarchy. The seats of invisibility were reserved for the 4 most powerful demons, granting them the rank of calamity and command over their own armies. They were the generals of the abyss, leaders of immense power. Most demons operated in small, isolated cells, but those who ascended to a seat could wage war on a global scale. A cold realization washed over me. This was wrong. In every timeline I had lived through, Wyan was a minor threat, a stepping stone. He had never possessed the ambition, nor the power, to even dream of obtaining a seat at this stage of the game. This anomaly required investigation. I activated another of my authorities, the grandfather clock, a power that could perceive interference from beyond the horizon of fate. It searched for beings outside the established timeline, and its gaze fell squarely upon the broken demon before me, Wyan. The system delivered its chilling verdict. A being dissatisfied with my regression had interfered from outside the timeline. This external entity had empowered Wyan, granting him the combined potential of all his previous failed iterations. He wasn't just stronger, he was an optimized variable in a game I thought I controlled. First the Guardians, and now a low-level demon. A pattern was emerging. This unknown player was targeting figures connected to me, altering the very fabric of my regressions. Anything and anyone I interacted with was now a potential vector for this new, unpredictable threat. Wyan, oblivious to the cosmic implications of his own existence, began to beg. He promised information, loyalty, anything to spare his life. But his desperate pleas fell on deaf ears. A tendril of pure darkness coalesced from my shadow and silenced him permanently. I stood over the cooling corpse, the blue light in my eyes fading. I told you already, I whispered to the silence, lies won't work. His promises were worthless, and even if they had been true, the outcome would remain the same. With a clench of my fist, my annihilation skill consumed the entire building, leaving not even ash behind. Hours later, I walked through a sunlit park, the picture of a normal student. But my mind was a storm of calculations. For Wyan to aim for a seat, his plan had to be massive. And for a plan that grand, it had to be connected to Lair, the organization I was infiltrating. My thoughts drifted to the Academy's year-end event, the next major nexus point. If Wyan's scheme was tied to it, my musings were interrupted by a familiar sight. Across the park, BOM and the young dragon, Joel, were being adored by a pair of passers-by. The two girls gushed over Joel, enchanted by her unique appearance and the name BOM provided. To them, she was just an unbelievably pretty child. They had no concept of the power contained within that tiny form or the cosmic war that revolved around her. I approached the bench, my presence alone casting a chilling shadow over the cheerful scene. The air grew heavy, and the girls' smiles froze on their faces. A single, cold question about their business with the child was enough to send them scrambling away in terror. BOM questioned my day-long absence, and I gave a vague reply. She explained that she wanted to spend one last, peaceful day with Joel before the academy began and their time became scarce. A moment of quiet before the storm I knew was coming. She smiled, a warmth that seemed so out of place in my world, and posed a strange question. She suggested that with Joel as my daughter and her as the mother figure, we were almost like a real family. The concept was so alien, so mundane, that I could only stare at her in confusion. Seeing my severe reaction, she quickly laughed it off as a joke, playfully chiding me for being too serious. But the sentiment lingered, a fragile bubble of domesticity in a life defined by violence and repetition. I dismissed her nonsense, and we prepared to head home, the illusion of peace shattered. As the sun began to set, I carried Joel, her teddy bear tucked under my arm. BOM walked beside us, a faint smile on her face as she watched us. For a fleeting instant, we might have looked like a family. It was a dangerous, comforting lie. The next morning, cherry blossoms danced in the wind as students flocked to the academy. It was a picturesque scene, filled with the promise of a new semester. Beneath the facade of teenage life, however, powerful forces were already beginning to move, their paths converging on this very school. Yoo Jitae, the cheerful blonde dragon, was practically vibrating with excitement. To her, this was the start of a normal school life, something she had only dreamed of. She even adopted a silly trope from human media, running with toast in her mouth, much to Bomb's bewilderment. Goal excitedly explained the ridiculous romantic notion. Bumping into someone while carrying toast meant they were your destined partner. Her eyes shone with the pure, uncomplicated hope of youth. It was a naivete I could barely remember feeling myself. As if on cue, Goal stumbled right into Yuriam. The fiery red-haired dragon smirked, leaning in and asking if she was Goal's destined one. Before Goal could process the absurdity, Yuriam swiped the toast from her mouth, nonchalantly remarking on the trivialities of romance. Urium inquired about my whereabouts, and BOM explained I was observing classes. The Red Dragon's teasing suggestion that I might be seeing another woman, however, struck a nerve. Bomb's composure crumbled instantly, her face pale with anxiety and sweat beading on her brow. Goal's concern was cut short as she noticed a commotion ahead. A swarm of reporters had descended upon the academy entrance, their cameras poised like weapons. Urium correctly identified their purpose: to hunt for stories about notable freshmen. Suddenly, a reporter's eyes widened in recognition. The murmur spread through the pack like wildfire as they identified Urium, the infamous cadet who had publicly challenged a world-class hero. Realizing she'd been spotted, Urium could only mutter a quiet curse. Her peaceful first day was over. The media frenzy was instantaneous. Reporters swarmed her, shoving microphones and cameras in her face, demanding interviews. Overwhelmed and furious, Urium's patience snapped. A furious, fanged roar of "shut up" erupted from her, the sheer force of it momentarily stunning the aggressive crowd. The shock was temporary. One reporter, undeterred, pressed forward, demanding a comment. That was the final straw. Done with restraint, Urium's expression hardened into a predatory grin as she issued a challenge, beckoning the entire pack of scavengers to come at her. The hunt was about to be reversed. After the unfamiliar intimacy of our earlier contact, an awkward silence descended. Jules sat by the door, her expression unreadable as she clutched her teddy bear. Across the room, the once mighty guardian, now relegated to the role of a janitor, shifted uncomfortably in his ridiculous pink apron. He was a warrior, a being of immense power, yet the blank stare of a single child had rendered him utterly powerless. I stood by the entryway, preparing for my departure. My instructions were simple, yet for him, they were a fresh layer of humiliation. The kids will be at school, and I won't be home. It's just you and Joel today, I stated, my voice devoid of emotion. Take good care of the child. He stood frozen, the reality of his new duty crashing down on him. Babysitting, a task more difficult, more alien to him than any battle he had ever fought. The guardian attempted to bridge the chasm of silence between them. He approached the small child, his armored form comically out of place. He suggested she stop waiting by the door and make herself comfortable, a plea for some semblance of normalcy. Jewel merely glanced at him, her bright blue eyes offering no response, before turning her gaze back to the door, leaving him to languish in his own discomfort. Sweat beaded on his helm. This quiet, suffocating pressure was more intense than any mortal combat. The child's silent judgment was a weight he couldn't bear. Defeated, the guardian sighed and turned away, deciding it was better to focus on the one task he understood: cleaning. He would retreat into the mundane to escape the unnerving stillness of the child. His eyes scanned the living room, searching for a distraction, and landed upon a children's storybook amidst the scattered toys. An idea, desperate and clumsy, formed in his mind. He knelt before Joel, his armored knees clanking against the floor, and presented the book. "Miss Joel, would you like to read a storybook with me?" he asked, his voice uncertain. For the first time, her expression shifted, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Seeing her interest, he felt a small surge of relief. "How fortunate," he murmured, taking her reaction as a victory. He settled on the floor, opening the book titled, "Our Daddy is a Fairy Lord." The whimsical cover was a world away from his reality, a jarring piece of innocence in a life defined by conflict and survival. As he began to read, his mind couldn't help but deconstruct the fairy tale through the brutal lens of history. Once upon a time, in a forest, he read, but his thoughts immediately drifted. A primeval forest from before the Demon World era, filled with monstrous flora. The story mentioned only a father and daughter, and he grimly concluded the mother must be dead, a common tragedy in that brutal age, making the survival of even one parent a miracle. The book described the father telling bedtime stories, but the guardian's interpretation was far darker. In that era, the only stories worth telling were tales of the Great War, filled with bloodshed and battle. He looked at the child beside him. In that case, he mused aloud, Dalsuni must be a war maniac. Joel stared back at him, her small face a mask of utter confusion. The story continued. One morning, the father was gone. The Guardian's mind immediately supplied a grim scenario. Perhaps he went to find a new mother, he speculated, recalling the custom of taking war prisoners as concubines. He pictured the brutal capture, the woman's terror, and concluded that the story's child must be happy to have a new mother. Joel's confusion had now curdled into visible dismay. Suddenly, Joel stood up, pointing a small finger towards the television stand before lying down on the floor. The Guardian, completely misreading her distress, was baffled. "Why are you doing this, young lady? Did you not like the content?" He watched as she patted the spot next to her, a silent command he could not decipher but felt compelled to obey. He shuffled over, a behemoth in armor sitting cross-legged in a corner, completely at the mercy of a child's whim. Meanwhile, the day was beginning at Changyan Academy. As Boeum mused about me from afar, a black sedan pulled up to the curb. From it emerged a new face, one I remembered well from timelines past. Her arrival, as always, signaled the beginning of a certain kind of chaos, though not the kind she expected. Onlookers murmured as she stepped out. Gong Joo-hee, the heir to the Gong family, one of Korea's 3 great sword families. I knew her reputation well. Despite her lineage, she cared more for her appearance than her swordsmanship, complaining that training made her sweat and ruined her makeup. Her priorities were a source of weakness, a vulnerability I had cataloged long ago. Joo-hee noticed the swarm of reporters and preened, assuming they were there for her. Her bodyguard, Secretary Kim, quickly corrected her assumption. Her face fell, indignation replaced by a sharp curiosity. Pushing her way through the clamoring crowd, she craned her neck to see who could possibly warrant such attention on the first day of school. The object of the media's fascination was Yoo, who was casually using an adoring male student as a living chair. The sight was pure spectacle. When questioned by Gol, Yoo simply stated the boy wanted to do it. The student himself, trembling with a strange mix of fear and excitement, confirmed he was her fan. It was a blatant display of dominance, a game Yoo played with practiced ease. Yoo took control of the impromptu press conference with board authority. She laid down the rules. 1 question per person, ask it quickly, and get out of the way. When the first reporter from Taiwan tried a lengthy introduction, she cut him off mid-sentence. "Your introduction is too long." "Next," she snapped, leaving him stunned and speechless. The next reporter asked how she felt about being such a hot topic. "It's awful," she answered bluntly. Next, another brought up the creation of a fan cafe. The question made her realize the human seat beneath her was part of that group. "So that's why he said he was my fan," she muttered in disgust, her contempt for their adoration palpable. What a bunch of loonies. Next. Then, a specific type of predator stepped forward, Park Kung-ho from Gazan-ilbo. His ingratiating smile did nothing to hide the malice in his eyes. He immediately went for the throat, asking about her provocative outburst during the academy interview. She dismissed him with a sneer, annoyed by the smell of his sweat and the vacuous nature of his question. But he was persistent, a hyena sensing a weakness. He pressed for a deeper explanation, trying to bait her into another outburst. Her patience snapped. With a predatory glint in her eyes, she leaned in with a suggestive taunt. The reporter recoiled, and she sneered. "You know it's a joke quite well. So why do you keep dragging my words through the mud?" Park Kung-ho adopted a condescending tone, suggesting she was too young to understand the nature of his profession. He moved closer, invading her personal space with a leering familiarity. While Gol pleaded with her to ignore him, Yoryum's last thread of patience broke. "Get away from me, old man," she snarled. "Don't you know there's a limit to my patience?" The reporter's grin widened. Her rage was exactly what he wanted for his article, and his camera was recording it all. He pushed further, threatening to twist the situation into a slanderous headline. "Go ahead and blabber whatever you want," Yoryum growled, her hand tightening into a fist. She had taken the bait, just as he'd intended. With a guttural roar, Yoryum lunged forward, her fist flying toward the reporter's smug face. "Because before that, you'll die by my hand." But her punch never landed. My hand shot out, catching her wrist with perfect timing. Her eruptions were always predictable. "You're causing trouble as soon as you arrive?" I asked, my voice calm and cold. Furious, she tried to protest, to explain that the reporter had provoked her. I paid her no mind. In one smooth motion, I lifted her off her feet, and threw her over my shoulder. Her fists beat against my back uselessly as I turned to the stunned crowd. "Let's end the interview here," I announced, my tone leaving no room for argument. I paused, turning my head just enough to fix the reporters with a chilling gaze. A sliver of my killing intent leaked out, a palpable wave of pressure that made the air grow heavy and cold. "And," I said, my voice dropping to a whisper that cut through the silence, "please try not to write about this incident in an article." Park Kang-ho and the others flinched back, their faces pale with a primal fear they couldn't comprehend. Yoo hung limp over my shoulder, shocked into silence by the sudden display of power. I walked away from the terrified press, calling out to Gold to hurry inside before she was late. From the sidelines, Gong Joo-hee and her bodyguard watched with wide eyes, a flicker of awe and confusion on their faces. They had just witnessed something far beyond their privileged understanding, and Joo-hee quietly wondered just what kind of family we were. The first day at the academy began with the expected drone of introductions. On stage, a man named Professor Javier Karma introduced himself as the swordsmanship instructor, launching into a lecture on the history and proper attitude toward the blade. Beside me, I could feel Yoo patience already fraying. She hadn't come here for philosophy. She had come to learn how to fight, and this theoretical nonsense was nothing more than a waste of her time. I commented on her surprising restraint, as I'd fully expected her to have abandoned the lecture by now. She compared it to enduring a boring drama, a necessary evil to reach a desired conclusion. Her eyes, however, betrayed her true motivation. They flashed with the memory of the armored guardian. Every moment spent in this classroom was, for her, a step toward the day she could defeat him herself, a goal she pursued with a singular, burning intensity. She shifted her annoyance toward me, questioning why I was attending this rudimentary class with her. I reminded her of her own volatile nature, that she was a magnet for trouble, a fact she should understand better than anyone. She feigned ignorance, claiming she had been behaving well, until I brought up her near assault on a reporter just that morning. Her protest died in her throat, a flicker of outrage in her eyes. Attempting to regain control of the situation, she leaned in close, her voice a low purr as she tried to provoke a reaction from me. It was a transparent, childish gambit, testing my composure with a proximity that might fluster an ordinary man. She asked if I was embarrassed, her hand brushing against my arm. I offered her only silence, an impassive wall she could not breach. Her attempt failed. With a frustrated pout, she slumped over her desk and declared me boring. When I attributed her sentiment to the subject matter, she clarified that her disappointment was with me. Her kidnapper, she insisted, ought to be a source of constant excitement, not a silent figure in a tedious classroom. She had envisioned a life of chaos, not academic monotony. Her mind drifted back to the day I subdued the Guardian, a display of power that had promised her a future filled with thrilling conflict. This placid, domestic arrangement was not what she signed up for. I dryly pointed out that her morning altercation hardly constituted a dull day, but she dismissed it as a cheap incident. What she craved was real battle, the intoxicating rush of victory and bloodshed. Her outburst, however, was not as private as she thought. Professor Karma's gaze fell upon us, a shrewd, predatory smile playing on his lips as he noted Cadet Yoo-yeom's restlessness. He had a good method for such energy, he announced to the class. We were to remain behind after the lesson. It seemed Yoo was about to get the stimulation she craved, just not in the way she expected. The professor's method was punishment, cleaning and polishing a small mountain of wooden training swords. Yoo fury was palpable as she scrubbed, cursing the task and kicking the pile in defiance. She felt the chore was beneath her, a humiliating waste of time. I watched her tantrum with cold patience, simply telling her to complain less and wipe faster. She demanded to know why I didn't simply summon the house cleaner, the guardian, to perform the menial labor. I informed her he was otherwise occupied with Yoo, adding that he found cleaning enjoyable, a small fiction to ensure his compliance. Her irritation then shifted, dismissing the younger dragon as useless, a barb I chose to ignore. Her questioning turned personal, asking if I had studied as a child. When I replied that I never had the time, she laughed, assuming she'd uncovered a shared history of delinquency. The truth I offered was far different. I was busy trying to survive a war. The words hung in the air, instantly extinguishing her amusement and replacing it with a stunned silence. Uncomfortable with the sudden gravity, she accused me of toying with her before pivoting to a new line of inquiry. "Do you enjoy life?" she asked, her gaze intense. My answer was a simple negative. She couldn't understand it. To her, someone with my strength should be living a life of exhilaration, not one of quiet, joyless persistence. She mocked my attitude, dismissing it as some kind of adolescent angst born from being too powerful. My response was not born of angst, but of grim necessity. Life continues, and I cannot give up on it. She scoffed, calling it a cheesy line, unable to grasp the weight of the vow behind it. I simply told her to stop talking and finish her work. That night, the house settled into its strange version of peace. Bom and Joel played with blocks on the floor while Yoriam sat on the sofa, locked in a losing battle with a puzzle cube. Her frustration grew with every twist. In the background, the armored guardian paced back and forth, his silent, anxious presence a constant, brooding fixture in the room. Finally, her patience shattered. With a roar of frustration, she hurled the puzzle cube at the guardian, demanding he stop his incessant hovering. The once mighty warrior flinched and offered a timid apology, a pathetic echo of his former self. Disgusted, Yoriam flopped onto the couch, defeated by a child's toy and irritated by her useless guard. Bom noticed her foul mood, guessing it was related to the morning's encounter with the reporters. Yoriam admitted it was more than that. A deep-seated ennui had set in, a void she attributed to a lack of fighting. Then, in a clumsy attempt at camaraderie, she addressed Bom as Uni. The reaction was immediate. Bom stared back in utter shock, her mind racing. Bom's concern was so over the top that she asked if Yoriam was sick and needed a hospital. Annoyed by the dramatic response, Yoriam immediately snapped back, retracting the term of endearment. Pushing past the awkward moment, she sat up, her expression turning serious as she posed a heavy question to her sister. "Why do you live, Uni?" The question hung in the air, leaving both Bom and little Joel momentarily speechless. Seeking this simple explanation for the complex query, Bom whispered to Joel that Summer must have hit puberty. Yoriam's sharp ears caught the comment, and she exploded in anger, furious at their dismissive diagnosis and the fact that Joel seemed to agree. She explained that she'd asked me the same thing earlier, repeating my grim answer. To a dragon like Yoriam, my philosophy was incomprehensible. She laid out her own stark worldview. Humans live to feel enjoyment. Therefore, if one feels no joy, there is no reason to continue living. It was a simple, hedonistic creed. She used the others as examples. Garam lived for the joy of delicious food, while Joel found happiness in a simple stuffed bear. Their lives had purpose. Bom considered this, suggesting that I, too, must have things I enjoy, but that I simply kept them hidden from the world. She still believed there was a normal person beneath my cold exterior. Bom then turned the analysis back on her sister, noting that she and I were quite similar, hard to read, and frankly, boring. The jab hit its mark. She then put Yoriam on the spot, asking if there was anything that she, a dragon who preached the gospel of enjoyment, actually found fun in life. Suddenly, Bom's expression lit up with a mischievous secret. She declared there was one thing she enjoyed. Leaning in, she revealed her discovery, that I, their stoic and unreadable guardian, get easily embarrassed. Yoriam was incredulous, dismissing the idea as nonsense and reiterating her belief that I was a heartless psychopath. Bom simply smiled, disagreeing. A dreamy, slightly unsettling smile spread across Bom's face as she recalled private moments, fleeting glimpses of vulnerability she believed were cute. Yoriam was horrified by the creepy expression, her mind immediately jumping to scandalous conclusions. "What's with that smile?" she shrieked, thoroughly unnerved. Accusing them of having a secret relationship behind her back, Yoriam launched a playful tickle attack on Bom, filling the living room with laughter and shrieks. Their wrestling match was cut short by Garam, who came bounding down the stairs with urgent news. The online forums were in an uproar about Yoriam, and her newfound infamy had already led to the creation of a fan cafe. Yoriam, utterly clueless about such things, asked what a fan cafe even was. But Garam had frozen, her eyes wide as she took in the sight of Yoriam pinning a giggling Bem to the floor. Assuming she had interrupted something intimate, Garam stammered an apology and fled, telling them to keep doing what they were doing. A furious Yoriam screamed after her, enraged by the misunderstanding. Later, I was in my room, the chaotic energy of the house momentarily forgotten. As I unbuttoned my shirt, a soft voice called my name. Bom was peeking through a crack in the door, her expression a mixture of hesitation and resolve. She had something she needed to ask me, and it seemed she had gathered all her courage to do so. I invited her in, my calm tone doing little to soothe her apparent nerves. After a moment of flustered hesitation, she stepped fully into the room, now properly dressed in her school uniform. Her eyes met mine, and with a determined look, she made her request. "Could you accompany me today?" It was not a casual question, it was a plea. Her request from the other room now carried a new weight as she stood before me, fully dressed and determined. "Would you like to accompany me today?" It was a simple question, but her gaze held the gravity of a formal petition. I feigned ignorance, questioning the suddenness of it, though I already knew her reasoning. She pointed out, with a subtle pout, that my attention had been solely focused on Yoriam and Jewel, and the sting of being overlooked was evident in her quiet accusation. We had never gone anywhere together, just the two of us. My mind briefly pictured the other two dragons. Yoriam, a whirlwind of fists and fury, finding her bliss in the controlled violence of a spar. Jewel, whose loyalty could be bought with the simple offer of fried chicken, a child in the guise of a dragon. They were liabilities that required constant supervision. Bom was different. She possessed a composure the others lacked. For this reason, my refusal was a calculated move, not a dismissal. "No," I said, the single word a necessary cruelty in service of a larger plan they could not yet comprehend. Just as the word left my lips, Yoriam and Jewel appeared, drawn by the tension. Emboldened by an audience, Baum declared loudly, "I'm asking Mr. out on a date." Jewel, mid-bite of a sandwich, gasped in shock at the bold proclamation. But Yoriam, ever the pragmatist, saw through the charade. "She probably means accompanying her as a guardian," she stated flatly, bringing a dose of reality to the situation while Jewel chewed thoughtfully. Jewel, swallowing her food, turned on me with a suspicious glare, accusing me of showing favoritism. I denied it, but she waved it off with a cheerful grin that was entirely at odds with her accusation. "Well, favoritism is bad, but I understand," she chirped, her draconic mindset applying a strange, almost feudal logic to our household dynamic. She saw it not as neglect, but as a natural hierarchy of preference. To illustrate her point, Jewel spoke of her mother, a powerful dragon who entertained legions of human consorts, but only truly adored a select few. Yoriam let out an appreciative whistle, remarking on her mother's impressive allure. Hearing the strange analogy, I mused aloud if this made me one of the 97 abandoned men. The metaphor was lost on Biome, who simply stared, her expression a mask of pure confusion. My careless words struck a deeper nerve than intended. Baum's face clouded over, her voice trembling as she accused me of casting her aside like a caught fish, claiming me first, only to be ignored. Her sense of abandonment was palpable. Instantly, Jewel wrapped a comforting arm around her, glaring at me with righteous indignation. "Bom Uni is pitiful. Mr. is too much," she declared, rallying to her sister's side. But it was Yoriam who surprised me, crossing her arms with a mature resolve. "I understand why you only hang out with us, so go with her for once," she ordered, promising they wouldn't cause trouble. "You can't just monitor us forever," she added, a statement that cut deeper than she could possibly know. Trapped by their united front, I had no choice but to relent. From the safety of Jewel's hug, Bom gave me a triumphant, victorious wink. And so, I accompanied her to the Genesis Academy. Its sleek, modern architecture stood as a monument to the world of heroes she was striving to enter. We found our places inside a large auditorium where the day's lecture was taking place. Bom joined her fellow cadets on the main floor while I took a seat in the designated guardian area, a silent observer in a life I was tasked to protect. The moment we settled, whispers erupted among the other guardians. They recognized BOM as the elder sister of the infamous Yoo and spoke of her perfect score in the selection interview. Yet, their admiration was laced with disdain. The Yoo family? One scoffed. Even the name sounds low status. I sat amidst their casual cruelty, my face an impassive mask. Their pathetic social games were a meaningless distraction from the real threats that lay ahead. At the front of the hall, the etiquette professor clapped her hands, her smile wide and saccharine. The theory portion of her class was over. Now came the practical application, social dancing. The announcement was met with a wave of groans from the cadets. The thought of such forced proximity was clearly a source of profound embarrassment for them. Undeterred, the instructor pressed on, explaining the necessity of the skill. As future representatives of powerful families, she lectured, they would inevitably face situations where dancing was not just expected, but required. To be caught unprepared and fumbling in such a moment, she insisted, would be a far greater humiliation than any they might feel practicing here. Her words were logical, but did little to soothe their adolescent anxieties. At the instructor's command, the cadets began to awkwardly pair up, a nervous energy filling the room. Yet, Bomb remained alone, an untouchable island in the shuffling crowd. Other cadets murmured amongst themselves, noting that despite her beauty, she had an imposing aura that discouraged anyone from approaching her. She stood isolated, a queen without a court. Her solitude did not go unnoticed. The professor pointed it out, and BOM replied with a disarming laugh, feigning humility by claiming she simply wasn't popular. But I knew better. With a serene smile, she turned to the instructor, her voice ringing out clearly. "Professor," she began, her plan now in motion. The entire room fell silent as BOM posed her question, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Is it okay if my guardian is my partner?" In an instant, every head in the auditorium, cadet and guardian alike, swiveled to face me. I was the center of attention, the target of her meticulously laid trap. The professor, flustered but unable to find a reason to refuse, gave her stammering consent. With a cry of "thank you," BOM was already moving, rushing toward me with an outstretched hand before the instructor could even finish her sentence. "Mister," she called, her smile bright and insistent. "Let's go quickly." She was pulling me into her game, and I had little choice but to play along. I offered a single, truthful objection. "I can't dance." The skill was a frivolity my past life had no time for. In response, Bomb's face crumpled into a mask of theatrical sadness, her eyes wide and pleading. "Then are you going to leave me alone? All by myself?" It was blatant emotional manipulation, a weapon she wielded with surprising skill. A resigned sigh escaped my lips. I was defeated. As the instructor began calling out steps, I stood stiffly across from BOM. While other pairs moved into position, a foreign hesitation kept me rooted to the spot. My hands remained clenched at my sides, refusing the simple command to reach out. This small, mundane act of physical contact felt more daunting than facing down an army. Bomb noticed my rigidness, a teasing light in her eyes. "Mister, are you perhaps embarrassed to touch me?" she whispered. Before I could form a convincing denial, she seized my hand herself. "Don't worry," she chirped brightly. "Just because our hands touch doesn't mean our emotions connect right away." Her attempt to ease my discomfort only highlighted our shared awkwardness. Her tone then shifted, a playful threat beneath her smile. "Also, don't think about not dancing properly," she warned, "because it might affect my cadet score." With the stakes artificially raised, she smiled sweetly and asked, "Then shall we begin?" A moment later, her foot came down hard on mine, a clumsy start to a dance I wanted no part in. Against my better judgment, we began to move. My body was stiff, my steps mechanical, but she guided me through the motions. The room seemed to transform into a soft-focused fantasy of flowers and music, a world utterly alien to me. We were a clumsy, awkward pair, but we were, undeniably, dancing. BOM giggled, holding up our joined hands. "Mister, your hands are sweating too much," she pointed out. I could feel beads of sweat on my neck as well, a physical reaction to a stress I couldn't rationalize. She couldn't possibly understand that this strange, forced intimacy was more unnerving to me than the threat of death itself. Then, something broke through the wall of my resistance. A flicker of muscle memory from a life I had lived before. My body moved on its own, loosening my tie as a newfound fluidity took over my limbs. Bomb's eyes widened, a flash of startled surprise on her face as she felt the shift. I took a decisive step forward, no longer the reluctant follower, but the confident lead. I pulled her into a proper embrace, my hand guiding her with a forgotten certainty. Our clumsy shuffling morphed into a graceful, flowing dance. The sudden dominance, the sheer intensity of the change, was too much for her. Her face flushed a deep red, and a trickle of blood appeared below her nose. Overwhelmed, her eyes fluttered closed, and she went limp, fainting dead away in my arms. Later, at a quiet outdoor cafe, I watched her sip a cool drink. "Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital?" I asked. She waved off my concern, insisting she was fine, though she seemed genuinely baffled by the sudden nosebleed. "I didn't bump into anything strange," she muttered, clueless to the fact that her own emotional overload was the cause. Her curiosity, however, was piqued. "I was surprised you danced better than I thought," she admitted. "Did you learn somewhere?" The question unearthed a phantom memory, sharp and painful. A woman with a gentle smile, her voice calling me captain as she guided my steps. Her praise, "You'll improve quickly," echoed in my mind like a ghost. The memory was a fleeting sorrow, a single leaf falling in the desolate landscape of my past. I pushed the ghost away and gave her a simple, deflective answer. "I've never learned." She considered my response for a long moment before her usual brightness returned. Standing abruptly, she asked about my plans after school, her eyes sparkling once more. "Do you want to go do something fun with me?" she proposed, her spirit undiminished. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, under the cold moon of Moscow, a different kind of dance was unfolding. Inside the research facility of the demon organization Invisibility, alarms blared a frantic rhythm. A lone figure sprinted down a hallway strewn with the mangled bodies of his comrades, his flight a desperate ballet of terror. The fleeing demon cursed hysterically, his mind reeling. "Where the hell did that monster come from?" he screamed into the chaos. He knew their forces were no match for the intruder. His only instinct was to escape, to contact headquarters, his fingers fumbling with an intercom panel as he ran for his life. His escape came to an abrupt halt. A figure materialized from the shadows, blocking his path. It was my guardian, my perfect stand-in, his face half obscured by darkness. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" his voice echoed, devoid of emotion. The demon froze, paralyzed by a predator's calm. What on earth do you want?" he stammered. The guardian's eyes flared with borrowed power, glowing an ominous blue. He was a vessel for my will. "Where did the transcendental command type demon, type X, go?" he demanded, the question mine, but the voice his. Faced with certain doom, the demon found a final spark of defiance. "Do you think I'll tell you?" he shrieked. "I'd rather die." My proxy was unmoved. "There's something I felt while capturing and killing many of you demons," he mused, his voice a chilling monotone as shadows writhed at his feet. "When it's too painful, your human-like appearance pops out, looking just like a puppet with its strings cut." His hand shot out, seizing the demon's jaw. Lifting him into the air under the pale moonlight, he made my offer. "Want to try dancing in the moonlight by yourself?" The body at my feet was a familiar sight. In another life, this chief researcher, Vera, had been a significant obstacle. Now, she was just another corpse, another life extinguished on the path I had walked 1,000 times. The dark energy coiled around me, a familiar cloak of power and exhaustion. This was the price of resetting the world, a toll paid in blood and solitude. My consciousness connected with my subordinate across the city. "My lord," his voice echoed in my mind, a tendril of shadow delivering his report. He confirmed the successful acquisition of a Type X, but the details were unexpected. Unlike all previous regressions, this captured specimen was female, held in chains and submerged, a deviation from the timeline I knew so well. I looked down at the lifeless form of Vera. "An opportunity. Disguise yourself as that woman," I commanded, the order sharp and absolute in the telepathic space between us. "Infiltrate the Invisibility headquarters. Find out who X is." There was no hesitation, only a loyal affirmation before the connection dissolved. leaving me alone once more in a room filled with the quiet hum of my grand, terrible purpose. My mind replayed the memories of countless failed timelines. Prototype X, a commander class transcendent, a hive mind that bound legions of demonic humans into a single, devastating will. Its power grew exponentially, a cancer on the world. In every past life, its destruction was my highest priority, a bloody campaign waged against a mountain of its puppets. But this time, the intelligence was different, the identity had changed, making my hunt infinitely more difficult. I called upon my authority, the grand clock, its temporal energies swirling around me. It was a power that read the malice of the world, searching for beings who had deviated from the proper timeline. The shift in X's identity, it had to be another act of the malice the system guardian had warned me about. My fist clenched, a silent vow forged in the cold fire of countless regressions. I would annihilate anything, anyone, that threatened to disrupt the fragile peace I was building. Just as I was immersed in the gravity of the mission, a frivolous voice shattered the silence. "Mister, come here." It was BOM, beckoning me from behind a changing room curtain. I turned, my expression of cold resolve meeting her playful smile. She flung the curtain aside, revealing herself in a new bikini. "How is it? Does it look good on me?" she asked, completely oblivious to the world-altering calculations happening in my head. I remained silent, my lack of reaction a stark contrast to her bubbly energy. "What are you doing?" I asked, my voice flat. She giggled, suggesting I couldn't see well and should come closer, then playfully accused me of having weird thoughts. The sheer inanity of it grated on my nerves. A low growl escaped my lips. "Don't make me angry." The warning was ice, a promise of a cold fury she could never comprehend. As we walked away, she was undeterred, humming to herself and teasing that I had wanted to look. I cut her off, my patience worn thin. "Are you done fooling around? Let's go home." But then she laughed, her tone shifting. "Actually, I came here for the kids' presents." Presents. The word felt foreign, a concept from a life I was merely imitating. She explained that Joel's teddy bear was falling apart and that she wanted to get gifts for the others as well. A new wallet for Goal, to give her confidence with her friends. It was a thoughtful, domestic detail, a small kindness in a world I knew was filled with horrors. It was the very thing I was fighting to protect. When I asked about Yoriam, Baum recalled their conversation. Yoriam had seen something in a movie she wanted, though Baum admitted it was a bit odd. A flicker of Yoriam's energetic, demanding persona flashed through her memory, a stark contrast to the quiet mission of buying a teddy bear. Baum then split our duties. She would find gifts for Goal and Yoriam, leaving me with the task of choosing Joel's present. I agreed with a simple nod. As I walked away, she watched me, a flicker of concern on her face. To her, I was just a man who seemed lost when faced with a simple, human task. She had no idea. I entered the toy store, a place so removed from my reality it felt like another dimension. A sales clerk behind the counter immediately profiled me, a well-built man in a suit, handsome but utterly clueless about toys. Her eyes gleamed with avarice as her internal calculator tallied up a potential sale. To her, I was simply an easy mark, a wallet waiting to be opened. She approached with a practiced, sugary smile, asking about the child. I told her the girl was about 4. The clerk cooed about what a lovely age it was, then subtly criticized my choice of a simple teddy bear, remarking that I was lacking a bit of sense. The condescension was amusing in its ignorance. She had no idea who, or what, she was talking to. The sales pitch began in earnest. She produced a doctor playset, suggesting it was better for bonding. She even placed the toy stethoscope against my chest, commenting on my physique while outlining the 10% discount on other sets. It was a clumsy, transparent tactic, but arguing would only waste time I didn't have. An image of Joel in a tiny nurse outfit, a perfect little healer, flashed in my mind for a fleeting second. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched my lips. "Fine, I'll be counting on you, then," I said, agreeing to the purchase. The clerk's face lit up in triumph as I walked away with an armful of boxes, her voice trailing behind me. "You won't regret it." At the register, I handed her my payment. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw the card. A black card, issued only to the most elite VIP families. Her entire demeanor shifted. The clueless fool was suddenly a charming, wealthy mystery. Her predatory sales instinct morphed into a different kind of interest. Just as she worked up the nerve to ask if I had a girlfriend, a hand linked with my arm. BOM had returned, her eyes wide at the mountain of gifts I'd acquired. The clerk's face fell, her romantic fantasy crashing down as she instantly labeled BOM my girlfriend. BOM, however, was having none of it. She chided me for buying the wrong things, reminding me we were supposed to get a doll. The clerk, noticing BOM's school uniform, quickly backpedaled, assuming she was my younger sister. BOM's glare was enough to freeze hell over. She turned back to the flustered clerk, her smile sharp as a razor. "Jewel doesn't like these playsets," BOM stated, her voice sweet but laced with steel. "She doesn't like them." The repetition was a final, undeniable verdict. The clerk could only stammer an apology, her perfect sales scenario utterly demolished. BOM calmly picked up the teddy bear I had originally held. "This might be better," she declared, holding it up. "It's similar to her original doll, so it won't confuse her." Then, with a brilliant, sparkling smile directed at the defeated clerk, she added, "This gets the VIP discount, right?" Back home, the chaos was joyous. Gold danced with her new wallet, while little Jewel hugged her new teddy bear, her eyes sparkling with delight. I watched from the sofa, an observer to this scene of domestic peace. This was the life I was fighting for, even if I could never truly be a part of it. Gold curiously asked what Yoriam received. With a devilish grin, Yoriam revealed her gift, a pair of novelty handcuffs and a whip, props from a movie. "Hey, monkey," she called out, lunging for a terrified Gold. The living room erupted into screams and laughter, the familiar, chaotic energy of our household restored. Amidst the commotion, I felt a gentle pressure. Joel had come to my side, leaning against me with her new bear, a quiet, sincere thank you. Then BOM sat beside me, handing me a small box. "This is for you," she said softly. Inside was a new tie. "I noticed you always were the same one." She promised to buy me a suit when she was older. For a moment, I was speechless. "Thanks." I told her she should have gotten something for herself. A sly smile graced her lips. "Oh, I did," she murmured. "I'll show you later." In her closet, the bikini from the store was hanging, a silent purchase and a secret promise. A promise of a normal life she believed we could have, a future I was desperately trying to build for them. A few weeks later, it was time to move. I fastened the new tie BOM had given me, a small anchor to the world I was leaving behind. I summoned my double, the night, and gave him his orders: protect Jewel for the next 3 days. And one more thing, I added, my gaze drifting to the other room where Yoriam was sleeping. "She will be coming with me." The hunt for Prototype X was about to begin. The students gathered on the sterile platform, their nervous chatter a low hum beneath the thrum of the activated gate. It was the anti-demonic human battle simulation, an event that meant little to them beyond a grade. Looking at the wary faces, including the fiery Yoriam, I recalled this day with perfect clarity. For them, it was a test. For me, it was the first move in a war I had already fought and lost once before. The simulation was a 3-day survival combat exercise inside a virtual dungeon. The rules were simple. Students would form teams of 3, guided by a chaperone acting as an operator. This role, originating from monster raids, was a strategic command position. It was a part one was born to play, a mask of cold tactical oversight that hid the weight of 1,000 future failures. Yoriam crouched, a predator observing skittish prey. "Look at these kids shaking," she mocked. "I doubt those newborns have ever seen real combat." Her confidence was a beacon in the sea of anxiety, but it was dangerously misplaced. I had to remind her that this was a team exercise, not a solo conquest. Her reply was expected. She would only work with someone she found acceptable, a standard few could ever meet. Her eyes scanned the room with disdain before 2 students cautiously approached. The boy began to speak, offering a polite invitation to join forces. Yoriam cut him off with a blistering dismissal. Yet, as she drove them away, I saw something more than 2 frightened cadets. I saw pieces on a chessboard. Overriding her protest, I calmly asked for their names. The boy, though startled by my intervention, quickly introduced himself as Hisaki Sojiro. The quiet, dark-haired girl beside him was Kim Ji-in. They bowed in unison, a formal gesture of desperate respect, promising they wouldn't be a burden. Their eagerness to please, their lack of powerful backing. These were vulnerabilities I knew how to exploit for our survival. Yoriam's fury was immediate and volcanic. "Who said you could add them to my party?" she shrieked, appalled at the notion of teaming with weaklings. I gave her a simple choice: accept my decision or find her own team. Knowing the effort that would take, she seethed but ultimately conceded, leaving Sojiro and Jin to stand in a state of stunned, awkward silence. Just as Sojiro stammered his gratitude, a brutish student named Johnny shoved him to the ground from behind. "Hey, loser," the bully sneered. "Didn't I tell you I'd punish you if you loitered in front of me again?" It was the predictable posturing of those who had never faced a true threat, establishing their pathetic dominance through petty violence. I watched, knowing this encounter was necessary. Sojiro scrambled to apologize while Johnny and his companion turned their leering attention to Kim Ji-in. He demanded she offer an apology as well. Her defiant silence only seemed to amuse him, and with a predatory grin, he reached out and tangled his fingers in her hair, yanking her head back. It was a predictable escalation, a test of character. A crony warned Johnny not to take it too far, but the bully was high on his own power. "What's the problem?" he laughed. "Adults don't care about orphans anyway." He tugged her hair again, but his taunt was cut short by a quiet, curious question from Yoriam. "What's an orphan?" Her ignorance of the world's cruel hierarchies was her most dangerous weapon. The question landed like a physical blow. Johnny froze, his bravado evaporating as he finally recognized the girl before him. This was Yoriam, the infamous lunatic of the Blue Dragon School. He remembered the warnings from his elders. Do not, under any circumstances, get involved with her. In his petty cruelty, he had stumbled into the territory of a far greater predator. Attempting to recover, Johnny forced a laugh and explained that an orphan was a student without a chaperone, trash with no backing. Yoriam processed this new information with a click of her tongue. "Darn it," she muttered, annoyed. "Why am I teaming up with beggars?" The insult was casual, born of pure ignorance rather than malice, which somehow made it worse for the two standing beside her. Seeing what he perceived as an opening, Johnny draped an arm over Yoriam's shoulder. "Why would someone as strong as you team up with these idiots?" he oozed, offering her a spot on his team. His mind was alight with crude calculations, imagining the prestige of associating with the Yoo family. He saw her as a tool, a violent girl he could manipulate. He had no idea he was offering a leash to a dragon. The crack of bone against cartilage echoed slightly in the large hall. Yoriam's fist had moved faster than the eye could follow, shattering Johnny's nose. As he staggered back, clutching his face, her voice was deathly cold. "You said you could put your hand on my shoulder," she hissed, her fangs peeking out. "Are we friends?" "You crazy wretch," Johnny howled, his words muffled by pain and blood. "Who do you think you are?" Yoriam ignored his sputtering rage, simply issuing a final warning. If she saw him again, he was finished. As the bullies retreated with muttered curses, she turned a furious glare on her two new teammates, who could only stare in terror. I sighed internally. This was merely the beginning. Professor Yoo Jitae took the stage, his voice commanding attention as he outlined the rules. The 50 teams would be scattered, and their performance, kills, deaths, and even damage taken, would be converted into points for a real-time ranking. They saw a competition. I saw a controlled environment, a perfect crucible to forge the weapons I would need. The professor clarified that death was not the end. A 3-hour respawn penalty would follow each defeat. The battleground was a virtual dungeon named the Ant Nest. With a curt, "Good luck," the briefing concluded, and the air shimmered as the teleportation sequence began. The simulation was about to become their reality. Our boots touched the rocky ground of the Ant Nest, the virtual air cool and still. Not bad for a virtual dungeon, I observed. But Yoriam had no time for sightseeing. Her eyes gleamed with manic energy as she declared, "All right, let's go defeat everything." Her thirst for battle was as boundless as it was reckless. Jin, ever the voice of reason, immediately pointed out the flaw in Yoriam's plan. Neither she nor Sojiro had the stamina to simply run around. and rushing in would leave them open to an ambush. Yoriam looked at them with genuine confusion. "Are you seriously bragging about being weak?" she asked, unable to comprehend a mindset not built on overwhelming strength. "I'm saying we need a plan before moving," Jian insisted. Yoriam's counter was simple and arrogant. "Our plan is you follow behind me and cover me." The clash of personalities was inevitable. Jian argued for teamwork, while Yoriam accused her of being ungrateful. Their bickering began, with Sojiro's weak attempts at peacemaking lost in the noise. I stepped in, my voice cutting through their argument. "Have a target number?" They fell silent. "Which team do you want to get behind?" Jian immediately listed the difficulties, but Yoriam dismissed the very idea of strategy as overly negative. Her fang grin was sharp and certain. Why bother with targets? Just kill everyone in sight. Elsewhere in the cavernous dungeon, Johnny gingerly touched the bandage on his nose. "Ugh, it still stings," he muttered. His teammates were unsympathetic, reminding him that he'd been warned about provoking Yoriam. He grumbled about just wanting to be on good terms, utterly failing to grasp the sheer scale of his miscalculation. He had mistaken a force of nature for a common thug. His teammate's suspicion was plain. "You weren't seriously planning on replacing one of us, though, right, Johnny?" Cornered, Johnny quickly backpedaled, claiming it was just a test. His frustration and humiliation boiled over, redirecting to its source. "Arg, you Yoriam," he yelled into the darkness. "If I meet her here, I'll tear her apart." A voice from the shadows above repeated his threat. "Tear me apart?" Before the team could react, Yoriam descended from a ledge, a blur of motion. Her sword was already drawn, its tip inches from Johnny's throat. Her smile was a terrifying slash in the dim light. "Try it if you can." The sound of the pommel striking his temple was sickeningly loud. Johnny's health points dropped catastrophically. The team's operator screamed in panic, shouting about a surprise attack and ordering them to prepare for battle. They fumbled for their weapons, amateurs caught in a professional's ambush. They were already defeated. Yoriam landed softly, propping her sword on her shoulder with a casual air. "Battle?" she asked, a low chuckle in her voice. Her crimson eyes glowed with predatory intent as she surveyed her panicked victims. "You're misunderstanding something here. This is a one-sided hunt, little doggies." The ambush began with the crack of a training rifle. The opposing student, nestled in a superior position, believed his surprise attack would be decisive. He hadn't accounted for Yoriam. She moved like a phantom, the energy rounds striking empty air as she closed the distance with terrifying speed, her own blade already drawn for the counterattack. Panic bloomed on the rifleman's face. His disciplined shots devolved into a frantic spray of light. It was useless. With a motion too quick for the eye to properly trace, Yoriam was upon him, her sword flashing as it batted his weapon aside. The follow-up strike was a simple, brutal impact that sent him sprawling to the ground. A system notification coolly announced his death, his HP dropping to 0. Before the dust could settle, a second attacker emerged from the shadows, swinging a heavy greatsword meant to crush her in a single blow. He had waited for this opening, but Yoriam's senses were far beyond his reckoning. She pivoted on her heel, her blade rising to meet his with a piercing shriek of metal. The larger student grinned, his mind clouded with arrogance. "This fool," he thought, "she's not dodging this." He believed his higher ground and heavier weapon guaranteed victory. It was the classic mistake of a brute who equated mass with power. Their swords clashed, and in that instant, his confidence shattered against an immovable wall of force. His eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world?" he stammered, his arms trembling from the shock of the impact. He had put all his weight into the blow, yet she held firm, a predatory grin on her face. With a final, overwhelming surge of her own, she broke his guard and drove him into the ground, his own health bar vanishing in an instant. Yoriam rested her sword on her shoulder, looking down at the defeated students with an air of profound boredom. "Man, that didn't even serve as a warm-up. Is that all of them?" she sighed. From the rear, where I stood with her teammates, the timid voice of Sojiro called out, "Why, Yoriam? There's one more." Her gaze fell upon the last team member, cowering on the ground with only a sliver of health remaining. His face was a bruised mess as he pleaded, "Hey, can you stop beating up my face?" Yoriam dispatched him without a word, a final, swift motion ending the fight. From a distance, the defeated team's chaperone watched, his face pale with shock. "Ah, this is a mess," he muttered. Sojiro ran forward, amazed. "Amazing. You really beat them all on your own." While he celebrated, Jin remained back with me, her expression more analytical. She noted Yoriam's strength was famous for a reason, but her gaze shifted to me. "But I'm more impressed by her chaperone," she thought, her perception sharper than the others. She mentally recounted my actions. I had caught up to the enemy team with impossible speed, despite the rule restricting chaperones from using mana detection. The timing I gave for Yoriam's ambush was perfect. My tracking skills, my orders, it all pointed to one conclusion in her mind. He must have been a first-tier operator, she surmised. She was correct, but she could never imagine how many lifetimes of experience that title truly held. A shimmering portal appeared, and a system message declared the elimination of Team 37. The defeated students began to fade, destined to respawn elsewhere. Their chaperone slung his battered charge over his shoulder, the boy groaning about his face. I watched them depart, my expression unchanged. This was a game for them. For me, it was a rehearsal for a war that never ended. Sojiro activated his display, his face lighting up. "Whoa, look at this. We got one team, and we're already 6th. Jin was quick to temper his excitement, noting that the simulation had just started. But her logic was lost on him as he danced around Yoriam, singing her praises. His innocence was a fragile thing in this world. Annoyance flared in Yoriam's eyes. She silenced Sojiro's cheering by grabbing his cheeks, her voice laced with venom. "What are you so happy for? You didn't do anything but watch from the back," she snarled, turning her fury on both of them. "I thought you were sharpshooters. You were just watching like useless spectators. Are your weapons for decoration?" The two of them froze, utterly terrified. They could only manage a meek, sorry. But Yoriam wasn't finished. "And don't be satisfied with just 6th place. We're gonna get 1st place no matter what." "Okay," she continued her tirade, shaking Sojiro by his collar while I observed. They needed this pressure. Complacency was a death sentence. Miles away from the simulated violence, a different scene played out. Jewel sat quietly among her toys, her small hand clutching a teddy bear. My nightly double, wearing a pink apron over its formidable armor, knelt nearby, holding a children's book. Even in my absence, my will protected her, and her thoughts, a quiet thought bubble of my face, were a constant reminder of what I was fighting for. 2 days after the simulation began, Professor Yoo Jitae strolled into the mock dungeon control room. Known as the demonic human combat battle professor, his demeanor was one of pure lethargy. "Huh, I'm so lazy. Today's the last day, right?" he yawned, taking a sip from his mug. "Hey, assistant, who's in 1st place right now?" The assistant answered promptly. "Team 1 is, but Team 50 is very close behind them." The professor considered this. Team 1 is composed of 2nd-year elites. "Who's in Team 50 again?" The assistant's next words cut through his boredom. "It's the team with Yoriam." The professor's eyes sharpened. "Yoriam? The crazy one." The assistant confirmed and brought up the team roster. Yoriam as the soul guard, flanked by 2 sharpshooters, Hisahi Sojiro and him Jin. "This is basically a Yoriam one-man team," the professor mused. "How did they make it to 2nd place?" The assistant had a theory. "I think their operator chaperone carried them. Please take a look at this." As the data scrolled across the screen, a grin spread across Yoo Jitae's face. "Huh, would you look at that? Their route is insane." He recognized the efficiency, the cold logic of the path they'd taken. "I think he was an operator in the Alliance," the assistant suggested. But the professor, a former operator himself, shook his head. "I know everyone in the field, but I've never seen or heard of anyone like him." The professor's mind raced. The troublemaker of the Blue Dragon School, Yoriam, and the magical genius, Ubom, both were under this mysterious man's care. It was too much to be a coincidence. But the background check on him was way too clean, he recalled, like it had been erased with an eraser. A record that perfect was more suspicious than a criminal one. There is one thing bothering me," the assistant ventured, pointing to the tactical map. "I think Team 1 is marking. Their route hasn't overlapped with the teams in 3rd and 4th place even once." The professor waved it off. Communicating like that without devices should be seen as a tactic, not cheating. This is something you should praise them for. The assistant seemed taken aback. I didn't consider that. The professor took another sip of his drink, his eyes narrowing slightly. But, well, if they don't fight when they do come across each other, that would be cheating. The distinction was clear. Collusion to avoid conflict was unacceptable. Back in the dungeon, Yoriam's patience finally snapped. With a roar of frustration, she slammed her fist into the cave wall, cracking the stone. "Hey, we've been gathering points without dying a single time, right?" she yelled at her teammates. "So, why are we still in second place?" Her fury was absolute. But second place is impressive too. Sojiro mumbled, earning him a swift kick that sent his HP tumbling. Jin stepped forward, trying to be the voice of reason. "Sorry, but can't you just be satisfied with second place? We're tired, and if we push ourselves, we might end up losing points instead." She argued for caution, a logic Yoriam could not accept. Yoriam's expression softened for a deceptive moment. She patted Jin's shoulder, seemingly agreeing. Yes, I understand. You guys improved a bit." Then her hand clamped down, and her face contorted with rage. "That's why you guys are losers," she screamed, shaking the terrified girl. "Kayag." I decided to intervene, my voice cutting through her tirade. "Do you know why you guys are looked down upon? Because you're loners?" It was a test. Yoriam immediately spun on me. "Nope, it's because you give up as soon as you're a little tired like some weak-willed cowards." Her fiery gaze swept back to her teammates. "You said on the first day that you wouldn't drag me down. Then get up. Stop living like quitters." Her words were brutal, but they were a catalyst. Tears streaming down their faces, they scrambled to their feet, shouting their renewed determination. Fine. We'll get first place." "Yeah." Once their spirits were rekindled, I called to her. "If you're done with your speech, come here." I gestured to a series of crude symbols carved into the cavern wall. "I thought it was strange," I explained calmly. "They were communicating with each other like this. There were symbols like this elsewhere, too." The truth of the game was laid bare. Sojiro's eyes went wide with realization. "I think I've heard about this before. The seniors form alliances and avoid each other." Jin, ever the pragmatist, suggested, "Why don't we tell the professors?" But Yoriam, arms crossed, shut her down with a single word. "No." A wicked, predatory smile spread across Yoriam's face, her eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Reporting them would be following their rules. She preferred to make her own. "I have a better idea," she purred, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "A way to ruin them completely." The air in the simulated cavern was stale, thick with the scent of dust and false stone. Team 1, led by the arrogant Yu Myongo, moved with an unearned confidence. A holographic timer pulsed on one member's wrist, declaring their top rank and the 40 minutes remaining. They believed the game was already won. I, of course, knew better. Their chatter was a testament to their foolishness. The large man, Wei, noted their seemingly guaranteed victory, then gave a backhanded compliment to Yoriam's surprising climb to second place. He dismissed her as a mere first year, placing all his faith not in their strength, but in a secret plan they believed was foolproof. A plan I was already watching crumble. The woman with red hair snapped at Wei, her pride wounded by his praise of an enemy. A flicker of irritation crossed Myongo's face, and the team fell silent. He was Yu Myongo of the prestigious swordsmanship household, and his authority was absolute. Though Wei quickly stammered an apology, Myongo's warning was clear: don't relax. The test isn't over yet. Myongo's eyes narrowed, his thoughts turning inward. Yoriam was an insignificant variable in his mind. His true target, his lifelong obsession, was me. This test was merely another stage for him to perform, a desperate attempt to gain the acknowledgement of the family head and finally prove he was better than Yoo Jitae. A tremor of unease finally penetrated their confidence. The fourth member questioned if their plan remained unchanged. Myongo dismissed the concern with a curt no, but the word was immediately contradicted by his own eyes, which widened in sudden, dawning horror at what he saw ahead. He saw it. On the cave walls, where their guiding sigils should have been, was chaos. Crude imitations and random scratches covered every surface, a deliberate act of sabotage that rendered their path unreadable. Their secret advantage had been turned into a disorienting trap, and the panic on their faces was palpable. Their confidence eroded into anger and confusion. As the woman's flame-wreathed hands betrayed her frustration, she suddenly went still. "Wait, someone's coming." The sound of a single, deliberate footstep echoed in the cavern, and Myongo's head snapped up as he recognized the figures emerging from the gloom. Before them lay the broken forms of Team 3, their supposed allies in this test. "Leader, what do we do?" his subordinate asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. Myongo's response was devoid of all hesitation, a chilling reflection of his ambition. "What else? We kill them." The sword in his hand began to hum with power. Trapped and outnumbered, Team 3's leader knew feigning defeat was not an option. Professor Yoo Jitae would see through the deception instantly. With no other choice, they gripped their weapons, their faces grim. A desperate, pointless battle erupted in the cavern, orchestrated by an unseen hand. And from a ledge above, Yuriam watched the show with a gleeful, predatory smile. I had allowed her this small indulgence. Look at them beating each other up, she chirped. Her simple plan, an act of chaotic vandalism, had worked far beyond her companions' expectations, turning allies against one another. Her strategy was one of pure chaos, perfectly suited to her nature. While her two companions sowed confusion by scribbling false markings, Yuriam would move alone, punting stragglers and accumulating points. The final objective was simple. If they encountered Team 1, they would crush them on the spot. It was a crude plan, but against arrogant opponents, brutally effective. Her teammates, less confident in their own survival, questioned what they should do if found. Yuriam waved off their fears, gesturing to me as if I were a borrowed tool. "I'll lend you this guide, guy," she declared, ignoring my silent protest. She then turned to me, seeking validation for her chaotic scheme, her eyes bright with manic energy. I offered a non-committal response. "It's all right." It was enough. She took my neutral assessment as high praise, puffing out her chest with pride. She didn't need to know the true purpose of this exercise. Her role was simply to be a storm, and she was playing it perfectly. The flashback dissolved. The present was far grimmer. A knife dropped from a nerveless hand as Myongo stood panting over the last member of Team 3. A cold, impersonal system notification confirmed their fate. Team 3 has been completely eliminated. So much effort for a handful of meaningless points. One of his teammates collapsed, but Myongo rallied them. They had absorbed Team 3's points. Now they just needed to survive. It was a fool's hope. From the shadows, a new voice cut through their relief, sharp and mocking. "Who said you're going to live?" A flash of crimson energy announced her arrival. Yuriam landed in a crouch, her sword drawn and a feral grin spreading across her face. "You're asking who I am?" she purred, the words dripping with theatrical menace. "One who appears in this chaotic age, a true villain." The battlefield was set. Myongo's exhausted team stared up at Yuriam, who stood before them like an executioner. From the cliffs above, her two companions watched, ready to provide support. In that moment, Myongo finally understood. The nagging feeling, the ruined plan, it was all her doing. His expression hardened, fury replacing his shock. Their cheers of support were a foolish broadcast of their position. A cruel smile touched Myongo's lips. He turned to his largest subordinate, his voice low and commanding. "Wei, the other two from Yuriam's team are up there. Go take care of them." Wei hesitated, suggesting the logical path of stalling for a guaranteed win. But logic had no place in Myongo's vendetta. His eyes blazed with a dangerous light as he repeated the name. Wei. The single word was a threat, a command that could not be refused. Muttering under his breath about Myongo's arrogance, the large man complied, launching himself toward the cliff face. He landed like a meteor, shattering the rock beneath his feet. The archer and his companion, who had felt so safe on their perch, now stared in wide-eyed terror at the hulking figure. Wei offered a brutish, mocking greeting. "Hello, friends." Cracking his knuckles, Wei advanced with a predatory grin. "Big bro is a bit busy, you see? Let's finish this quick." Panic erupted. The two students screamed and fled, but their escape was futile. I remained where Yuriam had left me, an impassive observer as the hunter closed in on his prey. A scream tore through the air, and Yoriam's focus momentarily broke. She glanced back, her eyes widening as she saw Wei bounding after her terrified teammates. The sight was so unexpected that she could only mutter in disbelief. A pig just flew. It was the opening Myongo needed. "This isn't the time to get distracted," he roared, closing the distance in an instant. The clash of their swords rang out, and he pressed his advantage, his superior strength driving Yoriam backward. Her momentary lapse in focus had cost her dearly. Yoriam recovered her stance, her playful demeanor gone. Myongo gave a nod of grudging respect for her cunning, even as he belittled her methods. She sneered back, unimpressed by his backhanded compliment. "Scheming among yourselves counts as a plan, huh, you fool?" Myongo's patience was at its end. "Be satisfied here," he commanded, a blue aura of power flaring around him. "No matter how you struggle, first place belongs to the Yoo household." But Yoriam's own red aura burned just as fiercely. "No," she growled, her grin returning. "Your Yoo household is second place." As they faced off, I made my presence known. I stood on a high precipice overlooking the battlefield, a silent judge they had all forgotten. Their squabble over second place was irrelevant. With the cold certainty of a man who held all the cards, I corrected them both. First places, our Yoo household. They were both part of my plan, whether they knew it or not. The simulated battleground was a cacophony of panicked breaths and desperate footsteps. Two first-year students, Sojiro and Jin, sprinted through the darkened cave, their faces masks of exertion. Behind them, their pursuer from Team 1 moved with an easy, predatory stride, his taunts echoing off the stone walls. "Stop while I'm still being nice, you first-years." His voice was a promise of pain, turning their flight into a grim spectacle. Jin, ever the strategist, tried to bolster her partner's failing morale. "Hold on, Sojiro," she urged, her words sharp despite her own labored breathing. "That pig is probably low on stamina from the earlier fight. We just need to wait him out." But Sojiro was far past his limit, his face a ghastly, sweat-soaked portrait of exhaustion. His legs felt like lead, and the world was beginning to blur at the edges. With a final, gasping cry, Sojiro collapsed against the cave wall. "Jin, you should get away from here." "I can't run anymore," he wheezed. But her sharp retort, a reminder that Yoriam's wrath awaited any failure, sparked something in him. Not courage, but a defiant refusal to be eliminated so pitifully. A surge of adrenaline, born of pure spite, flooded his system as he raised his bow, pouring his remaining energy into a single, desperate shot. He was fueled by a lifetime of being underestimated. "I hate being looked down upon for being weak," he screamed, a mantra against his own inadequacy. "I won't run anymore." He released the string, the magically charged arrow meant to be his moment of vindication. Instead, it flew a few feet and clattered to the ground with a pathetic tink, its brilliant blue light extinguishing into nothing. Panic replaced defiance. Sojiro fumbled for an excuse, blaming his tired arms and the work he'd done on the cave markings. It was the desperate babbling of a cornered animal. The pursuer, his patience finally snapping at the anticlimax, lunged forward. "You scared me for no reason, you little punk." A swift, brutal strike connected, and Sojiro's HP dropped instantly to 0. The simulation had no room for pathetic displays. Jin cursed Sojiro's foolishness, but she had no time to mourn her teammate. The bully was on her in an instant, his large hand clamping over her face and slamming her to the ground. Her health plummeted under the assault. He was a predator toying with his meal, a common arrogance I had seen countless times before. Leaning over her, he sneered, "I saw that you too are low sties. Did you forget your place after getting to second?" But as his hand tightened around her throat, the fear in Jian's eyes was replaced by a chilling, predatory smile. Her eye flared with a brilliant blue light, the system announcing her skill, blessing. The bully thought he was the hunter, but he had just walked into her trap. Her voice was a low whisper, dripping with contempt. "Sorry, we're only interested in first place." She pulled the trigger. The mana gun erupted with a blinding flash of light, causing the bully to instinctively flinch back, convinced she had missed. He let out a shaky breath, relieved. "That really scared me," he muttered, a fatal miscalculation. Enraged by her apparent incompetence, the bully began to scream at her. "You want first place when you can't even shoot properly? Know your place." But Jian's eerie smile never faded. Looking past him to the ceiling, she stated calmly, "What are you talking about? I shot properly." High above, loosened by her perfectly aimed shot, a massive section of the cave roof began to crumble. The bully's eyes widened in horror as he followed her gaze. The realization came a second too late. With a deafening crash, the slab of rocks smashed down upon him, his HP bar instantly depleting to zero. Jian watched dispassionately as her opponent was eliminated not by raw power, but by clever design. The adrenaline faded, leaving only bone-deep exhaustion. Jian slumped against the wall, blood trickling from her mouth. "Yoo, I did the best I could. For real," she whispered to the empty cave, her mission complete. A system notification chimed, announcing only one member remained in Team 1. Her gambit had paid off. Her consciousness returned to the sight of me, her assigned guardian, standing over her. I watched her stir, my expression unreadable. "You're up?" I asked. She pushed herself up weakly, the first question on her lips for her team. "Guardian, what happened to them?" I delivered the information with cold efficiency. "Well, Wei is dead, and Myungo is fighting." Jian's gaze shot towards the sound of battle. Across the cavern, she saw the final act playing out. Myungo, the heir of the Young house, was on his knees, battered and breathing heavily. Opposite him stood Yoo, sword propped casually on her shoulder, a look of profound disappointment on her face. "I was excited for this fight," she sighed, her crimson eyes devoid of pity. "But this is all you've got?" Yoo scoffed at any unspoken excuse. "Don't say you're tired. I've been fighting like a beast this whole time." Gritting his teeth, Myungo surged to his feet, a desperate cry tearing from his throat. "You're from an inferior family." He lunged, his pride lashing out where his strength was failing. It was a pathetic, class-obsessed barb, a weakness Yoo would readily exploit. Yoo moved with fluid grace, sidestepping his clumsy charge. Her hand shot out, not to block, but to grasp his head, using his own forward momentum to pivot and slam him face-first into the rocky ground. As he lay stunned, she leaned over him, her voice a low growl. "The inferior one is you." But Myungo was not so easily broken. As Yoorium's foot came down to finish him, he twisted, blocking the blow with the flat of his blade. A brilliant blue aura erupted from his body, the force of it sending Yoorium flying backward. With a guttural roar, he pushed himself up, a glint of genuine power in his eyes. This fight wasn't over. Panting, Myungo conceded her raw power. "All right, I admit it. You're much stronger than I thought." He found his footing, a condescending smirk playing on his lips. "However, you're not proficient in swordsmanship. I'll show you the gap between our skills." Yoo merely cackled, amused by his arrogance. "You've been getting rolled like a sushi this whole time," she taunted, unimpressed by his lineage. Ignoring her mockery, Myungo gathered his power, his stance shifting into a formal sword art. Young House Sword Arts, first form, Rising Dragon. A torrent of blue energy coalesced around his blade, taking the form of a spectral dragon that lunged towards Yoo with a silent, ethereal roar. It was a technique of a far higher caliber than anyone expected from him. From the sidelines, the other guardian gasped in disbelief. "Myungo? When did he learn the ultimate technique of the Young House?" I remained silent, watching the pieces fall into place. Caught in the vortex of energy, Yoorium's HP ticked down, but a wild, ecstatic grin spread across her face. This was it. "This is the Young House Sword Arts," she thought, her voice filled with manic glee. "It's so incredibly cool." Myungo pressed his attack, his movements becoming a whirlwind of precision. "No matter how strong you are, with combat techniques like that, you are nowhere near the Young House," he declared, his voice ringing with the pride of his clan. He transitioned smoothly into the next technique. Young House Sword Arts, second form, Dragon Blade Flash. The air filled with a storm of impossibly fast, intersecting strikes, each one aimed to dismantle his opponent. The overwhelming assault sent Yoo tumbling back, landing hard on a high ledge. Myungo stood below, panting heavily. His secret training, the years he spent trying to master these forms, had not been in vain. He was surprised he had to use his trump card, but the flawless execution filled him with a sense of accomplishment. For a brief moment, he basked in the glory of it. He could already imagine the praise from the adults of his family, the acknowledgement that he was better than his rival, Yoo Jitae. His victory-fueled fantasy was shattered when he glanced at his sword. The top third of the blade was gone, sheared clean off. Yoo mocking voice echoed from above. "Are you looking for your sword? It's right here." She held the broken tip between her fingers, her body crackling with red energy. She tossed his family's pride back at him with a vicious grin. If a renowned swordsman clan doesn't have their sword, they're just helpless fools, right? With a wild cry, she announced her own move. Yoo House Sword Arts, 999th form. Shutting up a yapper. It wasn't a real skill, just a name for the brutal, unrestrained beatdown she was about to deliver. She launched herself off the ledge, a crimson meteor of pure rage, and slammed into him. The fight was over the moment his blade broke, and as his HP hit 0, the broken tip of his precious sword fell beside him. Yoo swayed on her feet, a triumphant, almost manic laugh bubbling up. "First place. I got first place." The exhaustion hit her all at once, and she stumbled, collapsing into my arms as I appeared beside her. I looked down at the victorious but spent girl. "How does it feel to have won?" I asked. She gave a wide, exhausted grin. "I'm so incredibly tired. I need healing from you, Gul." A system window announced the final results. Yoo team, number 50, first place. As Yoo sat catching her breath amidst the debris of her battle, I stood and looked out from the mouth of the cave. A gentle snow was beginning to fall, a quiet end to a violent contest. Her victory was expected. It was all part of the plan. A strange snow began to fall over the city, a quiet, unnatural phenomenon for a warm spring day. Inside, Gul looked out the window, a knowing look on her face as she sipped from her mug. She knew the source of this weather. "Do you know why it's snowing?" she asked the knight, her tone casual. "It's because of Jewel." Gul explained the lore of the Blue Dragon clan. When they feel depressed, a pure white snow falls around them, a manifestation of their sorrow. The unseasonal blizzard was a cry for help. In simple terms, Jewel was feeling terribly lonely. With a dramatic flair, Gul tasked my double with a critical mission. "So as the clan's guardian and janitor," she declared, "you have to melt Jewel's heart." The knight, my silent copy, could only process the command. His hesitation was palpable when he saw the proposed method, a frilly, pink magical girl costume. Gul, however, was absolutely convinced of her plan's genius, sending her bizarrely dressed champion off with a battle cry. Joel sat alone in the vast living room, a small, isolated figure surrounded by the fruits of my labor. The snow, her own magic, drifted past the windows as she listlessly drew in her sketchbook. My knight, clad in his humiliating costume, approached her. "Miss Joel," he began, his synthesized voice echoing slightly. "You look terribly bored." Striking a pose that was meant to be charming, the knight offered, "Would you like to play princess with me?" The response was not what Gul had predicted. Jewel stared, her expression shifting from boredom to utter disgust, and the marker in her hand snapped under the pressure. Just then, Bom appeared, her eyes wide with disbelief. "What is that?" she asked, pointing at the pink-clad knight. He tried to explain his motive, that he thought Jewel would be happy, but Bom was not impressed. She pulled Jewel away protectively, stating coldly that an appearance like that would only scare the child. The knight protested that Gul had assured him of success, but Gul, caught in her lie, could only whistle innocently. Defeated, my double retreated to the shower to wash away the glitter and shame. This entire fiasco was a predictable outcome of Gul's whimsical logic, a minor distraction while I was away on far more important business. Just as the night's misadventure concluded, I returned with Yoo from our hut. She shivered, brushing snow from her red hair and complaining about the cold. "Why the heck is it snowing in May?" Inside, Gul greeted us with an excitement better suited for a day at the park. "Did you guys go out to play?" she asked, a question so naive it was almost amusing. Yoo, ever the predator, decided to play along. "Yeah, we did," Yoo said with a wicked grin, holding a snowball behind her back. "And I brought you a present." She lunged, stuffing the freezing snow down Gul's back. As Gul shrieked in shock and cold, Yoriam added a final, cruel twist. And I added some dog droppings in it too. Gol's horrified scream was the soundtrack to our reunion. I watched the chaos with a detached expression as BOM approached, guiding Joel by the hand. "You worked hard, mister," she said, a quiet acknowledgement of my efforts. I gave a simple affirmation. Just then, Joel tugged on Bomb's hand, holding up her sketchbook. "It looks like Joel wants to give you a present," BOM translated. She handed me the drawing. It was a child's rendering of our strange household. BOM, a frantic Gol, and Yoriam, and even my knight. But in the center, she had drawn me with a crown on my head, holding a smiling Joel in my arms. "The one holding Joel. I think that's you," BOM explained. For a moment, looking at that crude drawing, a flicker of something warm stirred beneath the ice in my chest. It was a calculated risk, but a necessary one. "Where should we go to have fun tomorrow?" I asked, the words surprising them all. "For 2 days and 1 night. BOM and Joel looked up, shocked by my sudden suggestion. At that exact moment, the unseasonal snow outside stopped falling. Joel's heart, it seemed, was no longer lonely. I took them to a place I knew from my past life, a forgotten corner of the world. 2,000 kilometers north of the Mongolian border, in Severodvinsk, Russia, lay a secret. Once a military facility during the Great War, it was now an abandoned paradise, a pristine beach untouched by humanity. This place, with its beautiful surface and dark history, was a fitting retreat. The girls were mesmerized. "Wow, it's so pretty," Gol exclaimed, already wading into the crystal-clear water. Even BOM was in awe of the secluded beauty. "How did you find a place this beautiful?" she asked. I simply told her I'd found it while clearing a dungeon a long time ago, an understatement that concealed 1,000 battles. Yoriam, lounging on the car, grumbled about the long drive when we could have teleported. But this was part of the illusion of normalcy I was creating for them. "Coming out for a drive once in a while is nice too," I replied. They needed to experience these simple things, even if the context was anything but simple. I shouldered my gear and headed towards the woods to set up camp. "You're the eldest sister, so you have to watch Joel," I instructed BOM, who had wanted to come with me. As I walked away, I felt Yuriam's gaze on me. She was adjusting her glasses, her eyes sharp and analytical. She never missed a detail, and I knew she sensed there was more to this trip than a simple vacation. In the solitude of the forest, I worked efficiently, setting up tents and starting a fire with a flick of my wrist and a spark of blue flame. I then foraged, my eyes scanning for one specific ingredient. I soon found it, a dark, peculiar-looking mushroom with crimson spots. This was not just for dinner, it was for Joel. When I returned, the scene on the beach was one of idyllic peace. They had changed into their swimsuits and were laughing, playing, and eating snacks. For a moment, it was exactly the future I had envisioned for them. A normal, happy life free from the burdens I carried. I called out, "I've got everything ready, so gather up now." My voice trailed off as I took in the scene. My eyes landed on BOM. She was wearing the bikini she had secretly bought at the department store, a fact I had not forgotten. She noticed my gaze and smiled coyly. "You actually wanted to see it all along, didn't you?" she teased, her voice a low murmur. She knew exactly the effect she was having. "Put your clothes on quickly," I said, turning away to hide my reaction. Yoriam, of course, reveled in my discomfort. "Why are you looking away? Are you embarrassed?" she cackled. Before her teasing could escalate, I made a casual gesture, and a column of water erupted, sending her flying. "This is divine punishment for stealing my cup noodles," I stated flatly. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in fiery colors, I served dinner. The girls gathered around the pot, their cheerful expressions turning to horror as they saw the bubbling, purple liquid within. "What is this?" they asked in unison. "Mushroom hot pot," I answered simply, though Yoriam immediately corrected me. "Isn't it poisonous mushroom hot pot?" Gol recounted a traumatic memory of eating toxic mushrooms in the Amazon. Yoriam declared the meal utterly disgusting. My nonchalance only annoyed BOM further. "Are you insulting my cooking? You said my food was good last time," she challenged, remembering a past compliment I'd given. I could only clear my throat, caught. As Yoriam demanded instant noodles, Joel, ignored in the commotion, quietly scooped a spoonful of the purple stew. She had already finished the cup noodles Yoriam was demanding. With everyone distracted, she brought the spoon to her lips and took a bite. The others watched, stunned into silence. Panic erupted. "Gee, Joel, you can't eat that." Yoriam and Gol shouted, lunging to stop her. But it was too late. I remained calm, watching the scene unfold as intended. "It's good for the body, though," I muttered under my breath. The mushroom wasn't poison, it was medicine. Joel's eyes, which had been so listless, widened with delight. A radiant smile spread across her face. Then, in a clear, happy voice, she spoke her first word to them. "It's delicious." The others froze, staring in utter disbelief. Joel spoke. The sound they had longed to hear had finally come from a pot of grotesque purple stew. It was all according to plan. A single, clear word broke the silence around the campfire. "It's delicious." Yoriam and Gol froze, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. But Joel, the source of the miracle, simply continued eating the grotesque purple stew, a contented look on her face. They saw the impossible. I saw the plan proceeding exactly as I'd designed. Gol recovered first, her voice a burst of frantic energy. "You can talk?" she exclaimed, grabbing Joel in a hug. Joel calmly explained that she'd always been able to. She just chose not to. Gol, in her simple excitement, couldn't comprehend such restraint. She only saw a cute little girl who had finally spoken, not the calculated decision behind the silence. Yoriam smirked, unable to resist a jab at Gol. "She probably saw how loud you were and decided not to become like you," she teased. Gol sputtered in protest, but the bickering was just background noise to me. Their squabbles were a sign of the normalcy I was fighting to create, a peace built on a foundation of my past suffering. BOM turned to me, her question gentle. "Did you know she could talk?" I nodded, offering a plausible truth. "I heard her talking to herself sometimes. I was waiting for her to talk on her own," I explained, adding that she likely wanted her first words to be for them. Before the moment could settle, Yoriam crudely interjected, asking if Joel knew any bad words, earning a sharp rebuke from Gol. Their laughter faded, replaced by a memory colder than any winter. I saw her not at a campfire, but in a dark, grimy cell. I remembered my boot pressing down on her small frame, her pain gasps as she begged to be set free. "How many times do I have to tell you?" My own voice echoed from that past. "You can't leave this place." They enjoyed the fruits of my plan, but they would never know the cruelty that was its seed. My words from that time haunted the present. "You will need me." I had been right. Pulled back to the present, I watched Joel look up at me, no longer with fear, but with a simple, trusting request. "Food." She took another bite and smiled brightly, crumbs on her cheeks. "Yummy," she declared. Every one of these moments was a stone laid on the path away from that dark cell. It was a genuine, happy grin, a sight I had never witnessed in any of my past lives. I felt a flicker of something, but I crushed it. A regressor cannot afford regret. The harshness, the cruelty, it had all been necessary. It was the price for this single, perfect smile. Regret is a curse, and I had work to do. Kneeling down to her level, I looked her in the eye and spoke a single word. "Thanks." It was an apology, a promise, and an acknowledgement of the new future she represented. I vowed that in this life, she would grow up healthy. She met my gaze, her small smile unwavering, and replied with a soft, trusting "yeah." It was an oath sealed between us. The mood lightened as the group finished the stew, the pot scraped clean. "Ugh, that wasn't enough," Yoriam complained, the same person who just moments ago wouldn't touch it. Gol called her out on her hypocrisy, but Yoriam was already trying to escape cleanup duty, declaring it a job for the young ones and feigning a need for a post-dinner smoke. Bomb's hand on Yoriam's shoulder stopped her retreat. A dark aura emanated from BOM as she insisted they would all clean up together. Defeated, Yoriam seemed to relent, but her eyes glinted with mischief. Slamming her hand to the ground, a brilliant red summoning circle flared to life. "Just wait," she grinned, as BOM stared in bewilderment. With a great heave, Yoriam pulled a hulking, fully armored knight from the center of the magic circle. "Good heavens, you're heavy," she grunted. The confused knight, recognizing Yoriam, was instantly moved to tears. "Lady Yoriam, were you worried I'd be lonely at home?" The knight's misplaced gratitude was almost pitiable. Yoriam's true intentions became painfully clear. She pointed a commanding finger toward the dirty dishes. "What are you doing?" "Clean." The formidable knight was reduced to a janitor, kneeling by the pot in a ridiculous pink apron. As Bomb kindly offered to help, I watched the scene with detached amusement. Even their chaos followed a predictable pattern. As the others mocked the janitor guy, a faint disturbance reached my senses. Something was wrong. "Go inside the tent," I ordered, my tone leaving no room for argument. They looked at me, confused, but their ignorance was a shield I had to maintain. They couldn't sense the approach of an anomaly I knew all too well. Just as I predicted, a figure emerged from the woods. "Hello," a man in hiking gear boomed, his cheerfulness ringing false in the quiet evening. He gestured to his family, a pregnant wife and a small son. They looked like the perfect picture of a happy family on a trip, but I knew the man's power was anything but ordinary. He feigned surprise at our presence, noting how rare it was to see others here. Then his tone shifted slightly as he asked about the local mushrooms. "You mean the Abaddon mushrooms?" I replied, my voice flat. "We ate them all." For a split second, the man's cheerful facade shattered, his eyes widening in genuine shock. He quickly laughed it off, claiming he planted them for his wife and never expected anyone to find them. I offered a perfunctory apology, but my mind was already calculating. Yoriam could sense his formidable power, asking who he was. "I don't know," I lied. The truth was far more complicated. I didn't expect to see him here, of all places. This was Myung Yanga, the druid of regeneration, ranked 9th in the world. A nature-type superhuman, a national asset. My memories of him were a maelstrom of conflicting timelines. I saw him as a trusted ally, laughing by my side. Then I saw him as a bitter enemy, our powers clashing in a battle to the death. His appearance here was a variable I had not accounted for. Though many details of my past lives were a blur, I recalled his deepest vulnerability, his constant worry over his sickly, pregnant wife. The Abaddon mushrooms, which I had used to heal Joel, were meant for her. My solution to one problem had inadvertently created another, putting me in debt to a very powerful man. To settle this unforeseen debt, I reached into the void's shallowest region and pulled out an item of far greater worth, a 1,000-year-old ginseng. "Take this," I said, offering it as compensation. Yanga was stunned by the immense value of the root, but he accepted with profuse thanks. The transaction was complete, the balance restored. As they prepared to leave, Yanga extended an invitation. "There is a really nice rupture region right up ahead. The view is amazing," he offered. Gol was instantly captivated by the idea of a good view, while Yoriam's eyes lit up at the chance to spar with someone so strong. Their simple desires made them easy to read and easy to lead. Yanga chuckled. "I don't really like to fight," he said, a blatant lie. As he spoke, thick wooden roots erupted from the earth, ensnaring Yoriam and Gol, who yelped in surprise. With a booming laugh, the druid sent them flying through the forest on his makeshift amusement ride, his own family carried along with them. Yanga's wife gave me an apologetic smile. "My husband is still like a kid sometimes." She soon followed, leaving me alone with BOM. "It feels like a big family trip," BOM observed, before adding. "But that family's kind of different from ours." Her insight was sharp. "Well, we're not a real family, after all," she concluded wistfully. She quickly clarified her thoughts. "If you're the dad, I would be the eldest daughter. The others are all my younger siblings," she explained, mapping out our makeshift family. Then she paused, her expression turning thoughtful. "But then, there's no mom." The simple, unspoken truth hung between us, a sudden void in the reality I had so carefully constructed. As I stood silently, Bilhem turned and stepped closer, the sunset catching in her mint-green hair. She looked up at me, a hint of challenge and something deeper in her eyes. "I think," she began, her voice soft but firm, "I will have to be the mom." Her declaration was audacious, unexpected, and yet, in this impossible life, it felt like the only path forward. Against the warm glow of the sunset, she rose onto her toes to reach my ear, a child playing at being an adult. Her whispered words, "I will have to be the mom," were an audacious, impossible claim. They were meant as a jest, but for a single, frozen moment, The sheer gravity of what she was unknowingly proposing struck me silent. I had faced down gods and monsters, yet this girl's simple declaration was the only thing that had managed to truly catch me off guard. The tension shattered as quickly as it formed, broken by her bright, carefree laughter. "I'm just kidding," she chirped, her tone light and teasing. It was a game to her, a way to poke at my stoic exterior. She pointed accusingly. "Your ears aren't red again, are they?" The moment was so disarmingly normal, so far removed from the wars I was waging in the shadows, that it felt like a scene from another life. Her playful attempts to check my ears were a nuisance I couldn't afford. I gently pushed her away, my composure a carefully constructed wall. "Stop the joking," I said, my voice intentionally flat. "Let's catch up to the others." It was a necessary dismissal, a return to the roles I had assigned them. Her games were a luxury, my mission was not. Just as the moment of levity passed, a familiar voice echoed directly in my mind. "My lord, I found information on Prototype X." The transition was instantaneous. My focus snapped from the forest path to the global stage. Yoo looked at me, confused by my sudden silence. But my response was not for her. "Go ahead," I commanded my distant agent, my gaze fixed on a future she couldn't see. Without another word to her, I turned away. "I need to do something first," I stated, unleashing a fraction of my power. A vortex of dark energy swirled around me, a stark and sudden violation of the peaceful evening. As I vanished, I heard her call out, her voice laced with confusion and concern. My knight, left in my stead, offered a laughably mundane explanation about needing the bathroom, a clumsy attempt to paper over the gaping chasm between their world and mine. The knight's absurd joke about checking on me only earned an unamused glare from Yoo. While they were distracted by this foolishness, I was already a world away. My journey was not one of distance, but of intent. In an instant, I stood on a balcony overlooking the neon-lit skyline of Moscow. Before me stood one of my most trusted operatives, her olive green hair a stark contrast to the sterile architecture. She was expecting me. I materialized from the shadows, the dark energy dissipating into the cold night air. "You're here, my lord," she acknowledged, her voice as crisp as the wind. There was no time for pleasantries. "It's just a quick visit. I have to leave again soon," I told her, cutting straight to the matter at hand. "So, what did you learn?" She didn't hesitate, producing a clipped stack of papers from her lab coat. She handed me the report. "This is a project for the demonic humans to insert X, the Superhuman Alliance's raid project." I scanned the cover, the words "Classified Secret" stamped in red. International Superhuman Alliance 70-man raid unit. They were using the very organization meant to protect humanity as a delivery system for its doom. It was exactly as I remembered. Her report confirmed my suspicions. My recent purges of the demonic humans had made them desperate. "They're now aware that there is someone interfering with them," she explained. "So they're going to get to work before they lose more of their forces." Their plan was insidious. Have their agent, the entity known only as X, infiltrate the raid unit and slaughter them from within. When I pressed for information on X, she could only apologize. The entity was still a ghost. The paper was a means to an end, and its purpose was served. A flicker of purple flame erupted in my hand, consuming the report until only ash remained. "I'll go there myself," I declared. There was no other way. "Stay here and keep an eye on the situation." She bowed her head in acceptance, her parting words a quiet plea to be careful, a plea I had heard many times before and would hear again. I returned to them by the lakeside, the chill of Moscow replaced by the quiet night. The guide, was laughing heartily. "The baby's name is Joel, and your names are Bomb, Yoryum, and Gul, the entire 4 seasons." He was a simple man, finding joy in simple things. This fabricated peace, this temporary family, was a fragile illusion I fought to maintain. Yoryum grumbled about the lack of creativity in their names, while Bomb defended them as cute. Their bickering was a familiar melody. As they spoke, BOM noticed my return. "Mister, you're here. Why are you so late?" she asked, Jewel waddling towards me with tiny, outstretched arms. "Had to see someone," I replied, the lie tasting like ash in my mouth. Yoryum's mind, as always, went to the most dramatic conclusion. "Who? This late at night? It must be a mistress," she teased. Before the conversation could devolve, thankfully intervened, gesturing grandly. Please take a look at the sky," he boomed, his timing perfect. It was time for the show I had arranged. On cue, a bolt of lightning silently tore across the firmament. It was not a storm, but an opening. The fabric of the night sky ripped apart, revealing not darkness, but a breathtaking cosmic nebula of red and blue. The others gasped, their eyes wide with a wonder they could not comprehend. It was a beautiful lie, a glimpse of the universe's grandeur without any of its terrifying truths. They were caught in the illusion, feeling as though they were floating among the stars. My unknowing accomplice, beamed with pride. "Ahaha, how's that? Amazing, right?" The girls were captivated, trying to capture the impossible sight with their devices. They saw a miracle. I saw a well-executed spell. Holding Joel, I watched them, a silent observer of their joy. "Mister, have you ever seen something so beautiful?" Biom asked, her eyes reflecting the swirling galaxies. My mind flashed to a different starlit sky, a different face. "I don't know," I answered honestly. Beauty was a concept I had long since divorced from spectacle. Biom noticed the flicker of memory in my eyes, the shadow that crossed my face. "Mister, have you?" she began, her perceptiveness a constant danger. But before she could finish the thought, the sky erupted again. "Whoa, fallen stars!" Bom shouted, her attention instantly stolen by the new celestial display. Another distraction, another layer of misdirection to keep my past buried. Streaks of light rained down, a silent, beautiful meteor shower. Everyone was frozen in awe, a collection of tiny figures against the vast, cosmic backdrop. Even little Joel, nestled in my arms, looked up at the spectacle and whispered a single, perfect word: "Pretty." It was a fleeting, perfect moment of peace. A memory I was building for them, brick by painful brick. The next day, we stood on a sun-drenched beach, the magic of the previous night a fading dream. We said our goodbyes to and his family. "Thanks for the scenery," I told him, a nod to the illusion he helped create. He grinned, revealing he had proposed to his wife on this very spot. A pang of something cold and ancient echoed in my chest. "That's romantic," I said, the word feeling foreign on my tongue. My response surprised him. "I didn't expect you to say that," he admitted. "You seem like a cold man." Her image appeared, unbidden. Her smile, the white dress, the sun on the water. A perfect memory, sharp as glass. I glanced over at the children playing by the shore, my current reason for being. The memory faded, and the lock clicked shut. "Not anymore," I said, and the coldness in my voice was not an act. As if summoned by the grim turn, reality crashed down. Mm's wife doubled over, a violent cough racking her body, her hand coming away stained with blood. The pleasantries vanished, replaced by panicked urgency. He helped her through a hastily opened portal, their son waving a sad goodbye. I watched them go, my face a mask of stone. I knew her sickness was no natural ailment. The idyllic day was over. "You Bom, you Joel, let's get going too," I said, my voice leaving no room for argument. Bom was staring into the distance, lost in thought, and I had to place a hand on her shoulder to bring her back. She started, flustered. "Sorry, I was just distracted." Recovering, she pointed towards the water. "It seems like Joel is sad to go home. She has been just staring at the lake." I looked down at the tiny dragon, her gaze fixed on her own reflection. Without a word, I knelt, scooping the clear water into an empty bottle. A small, simple gesture to placate a child's sadness. I handed the bottle to Joel. "Let's come back next time," I promised, a lie I hoped I could one day make true. She took the bottle, her tiny hands wrapping around it. A small, trusting smile graced her lips. Okay, it was a fragile truce with her sorrow, but for now, it was enough. As we walked back to the vehicle, the other girls were already squabbling inside. The comfortable chaos of their dynamic was a welcome noise after the day's emotional turmoil. "Let's go already," I called out, taking Joel's hand in mine. One journey had ended. Countless others lay ahead. Far away, in a cold and sterile hospital room, sat vigil. The vibrant man from the lakeside was gone, replaced by a hollow shell watching his wife fade away behind an oxygen mask. It was into this crucible of despair that a new player stepped. A suave man in glasses introduced himself with chilling confidence. BM, Superhuman Global Rank 2. First returner. The pieces were moving on the board, and a pawn's desperation had just brought him face-to-face with a king. The sterile white of the hospital was a familiar, hated sight. There, I saw two figures from my past, two pillars of the old world. One, the jovial druid, greeted his friend, a man known to the world as BM, the first returner and global rank 2. Huh, it's been so long, BM. He laughed, oblivious to the weight of my presence. BM, the reclusive genius, dismissed the pleasantries, stating he was only there for a quick collection before returning to his lab. The world saw two titans reconnecting. I saw the prelude to a tragedy. BM's sharp, analytical eyes cut through the forced cheer. Did it flare up again? He asked, his voice low. The druid's smile vanished, replaced by a shadow of immense pain. He confirmed it had, during a family trip meant for joy. It's already been 10 years, he whispered, the words carrying the weight of a decade of helplessness. A decade since the world was saved and his personal hell began. His gaze drifted to a hospital room, to the woman lying still amidst a web of tubes and machines. What's the point of all this power, he raged internally, if we can't even figure out what's wrong with her? The memory of the war scarred his mind. Holding her, his beloved Han, as a grotesque beast loomed, all because of an ancient virus he failed to protect her from. He had faced down gods and monsters, only to be defeated by something he couldn't even see. BM offered a useless platitude. You did your best. But it was the wrong thing to say. A surge of fury and grief contorted the druid's face as he crushed the can in his fist. There's always something I can do, he roared, the sound raw with anguish. Highest ranker, best druid in the world. I don't need these titles. His voice broke, tears finally falling as he choked out the truth that defined his existence. I just want Han to be healthy. Instead of offering comfort, BM did something entirely unexpected. He bent down, peering at his friend's face with clinical curiosity. I just wanted to see you crying since it's so rare, he stated plainly, recalling the druid's usual booming laugh. The only other time was at his child's birth, a memory of pure joy now tainted by sorrow. Frustrated, the broken man pleaded, Can't you just pretend to comfort me, man? But BM's brand of friendship was never conventional. Rising, BM tossed a small, golden object to the druid. Take this instead. Try it on Han, he said, his tone deceptively casual. Don't expect much, though. He called it something really good and difficult to get, his own way of expressing care. As BM turned to leave, the druid clutched the item, a fragile seed of hope, his thanks dying on his lips. A sudden memory sparked in the druid's mind. He called out, halting BM in his retreat. In his hand was a gnarled root, shaped like a small humanoid, a mandrake of immense power. BM, take a look at this. I think even you wouldn't have seen this before. For the first time, BM's aloof facade cracked. He turned, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Something I haven't seen before. The allure of the unknown was a bait he could never resist. The world dissolved from sterile white to brilliant, sun-drenched blue. On a remote island, a paradise of my own design, a farcical chase was underway. A frenzied monkey pursued a terrified bird-like spirit, screaming about its lunch. Watching the scene with quiet detachment, the little blue-haired dragon, Jewel, sat clutching her bear. From behind a nearby palm, the green dragon, BOM, observed with a mischievous grin. This was the piece they knew, a fragile, curated innocence. Joel, I called out from the shimmering water. She turned, my silhouette reflected in her dark glasses. Come over here, let's play in the water. The invitation was simple, but for her, it was profound. Her glasses slipped, revealing eyes wide with a mixture of shock and delight. In this manufactured paradise, every moment of joy was a deliberate act. Without hesitation, Joel sprang into action. Using her steadfast teddy bear as a makeshift surfboard, she launched herself across the shallows. A powerful kick sent her flying into the air towards me, a tiny, determined missile of blue hair. I caught her effortlessly, the splash echoing our shared laughter. Huh, got you, I said, her small weight a precious anchor in my arms. Our Joel, you're so good at jumping. You're so cool, I praised her, and the words struck her with the force of a revelation. "I'm cool," she asked, the concept new and wonderful. "Of course you're the best," I affirmed, lifting her high into the sun. Later, she'd cling to her bear, the day's praise becoming a soft, sleepy mantra. Joel is the coolest. A simple word, a foundation for a new self. When night fell, the house settled into a deep, trusting slumber. Yoriam, Bom, even the steadfast night, all were at peace. After checking on Joel, who dreamt of being the coolest, I quietly closed her door. My footsteps were silent in the dark hall as the mask of the doting father fell away, revealing the weary guardian beneath. The night was my watch and my burden. But I was not alone. Bom stood at the foot of the stairs, her mint green hair catching the moonlight. "Why aren't you sleeping?" she asked, her voice a quiet challenge. "I want to come with you." I tried to dismiss her, but she pressed on, her eyes sharp with an intelligence that belied her form. "This has something to do with why you left yesterday, right? You must have seen something with Providence." "It's none of your business," I said, the words cold and automatic. But she reached out, her small hand gripping the back of my coat, stopping me in my tracks. "You think that I'm someone you have to protect because I'm a kid, right?" she asked, her voice losing its childish lilt. "Do you think we'll be happy if you only show us good things?" Her question was an indictment of my methods, a challenge to the very foundation of their gilded cage. "I wouldn't care if I could only see the good things, like the others," she conceded. "But I'm from the Green Dragon clan." With that, she laid her truth bare. She was a being of ancient wisdom, not a child to be coddled. Her logic was flawless, her argument unassailable. After a long silence, her hand fell away. "I'll be back," I promised, the words feeling heavier than before, and stepped out into the night. Her voice followed me into the dark. "If there is something you have to do, but you don't want to because it hurts, what will you do?" The question was a scalpel, probing the nature of my soul. "I'll do it," I answered without hesitation. "Even if others hate it, even if it pains others," she pressed. A ghost of a memory, of worlds burning and faces filled with betrayal, flashed through my mind. Yes. Upon my return, a formidable greatsword rested against my door, a stark omen under the dim light. Bom stood waiting. "I borrowed it from the janitor earlier," she explained calmly. "You'll need it soon." A cold dread washed over me. This sword belonged to the Sword Emperor, a grim tool from my past. "I didn't want you to see that sword," I admitted. But she only offered a gentle, knowing smile and a simple blessing that held the weight of the world. "Be safe." Far away, at the Tokyo branch of the Global Superhuman Association, the world's elite were gathering. The Global Hunter Alliance's 70-man raid unit, a collection of the most famous and powerful beings on the planet, stood ready. They were the world's best and brightest, staring down a swirling purple gate that promised death and glory. They believed they were ready. I knew they were not. A man in glasses and suspenders, clearly in charge, sat with his arms crossed. He looked up at me, mistaking my presence for a challenge to his authority. "Are you the leader?" he asked. With the cold steel of the Sword Emperor's blade resting on my shoulder, I interrupted their neat little formation. "Make space for one more." The man's confident demeanor shattered into pure, sputtering disbelief. He had no idea who had just crashed his party. At the Tokyo branch of the Global Superhuman Association, the world's elite were gathered. This was the Global Superhuman Alliance's 70-man raid unit, a collection of the most famous and powerful beings on the planet, all staring down the swirling purple maw of an S-rank gate. Their target was a creature of myth, a being that haunted the nightmares of sailors, the Kraken. They believed they were ready. I knew better. A man in a casual jacket and cap briefed the gathered hunters, a tiny dragon on his shoulder betraying his own extraordinary power. He spoke of their strength, the top 0.5% of the Alliance, a force comparable to a developed nation's entire military. I looked at them, the knights, the assassins, the mages, all so confident in their abilities. They were lambs, beautifully adorned for a slaughter they couldn't even comprehend. The leader who had orchestrated this fool's errand was Shuraishi Rainosuk, the divine archer, ranked 93rd in the world. He was an executive, a man of status and presumed power, sitting behind his desk like a king on a throne. He looked at me, mistaking my presence for a challenge to his authority. "Are you Japanese?" he asked. I gave him a simple, dismissive answer that told him nothing. I live nearby. He leaned back, a smug look on his face. So, you want a spot in the 70-man raid unit? And you want to check all of their profiles too? He asked, the question dripping with condescension. The sheer audacity of my request was, to him, a joke. You got it, I confirmed, my voice flat, devoid of any of the respect he expected. His disbelief broke into a full-throated laugh. He had no idea who had just walked into his office. His laughter subsided, replaced by a calculating smirk as he adjusted his glasses. You already know our classified plans, he mused, and you made it past surveillance and security. That must mean you're no ordinary superhuman. He thought he was playing a game of chess, welcoming a strong piece to his board. I welcome strong people like you, he began, then his tone turned to ice. Is that what you thought I'd say? A crackle of green energy began to coalesce at his fingertip. The playful facade dropped entirely. The raid begins in hours. You've never worked with us, and you aren't even part of the alliance. Why would I let you join? He spat, the energy on his finger intensifying. His face contorted with arrogance and fury. Do you take us for fools? It was the predictable reaction of a small man confronted by the unknown. He leveled his glowing finger at me, the air thick with killing intent. I thought you'd be sensible, I said, my voice barely a whisper, yet it cut through his posturing. But his pride was already wounded. I'm going to need you to go to a cell right now, he commanded. If you resist, we will consider you an enemy of the Alliance, and I will kill you right away. A pathetic threat. He had no idea what an enemy truly was. His eyes widened as he unleashed his power. A brilliant beam of destructive green energy shot forth, aimed to obliterate me where I stood. I let him think he had me. The power was considerable. It tore through the air and would have vaporized a lesser hunter. But for me, it was just a light show. With a simple, almost lazy, sidestep, I let the beam pass harmlessly by. It slammed into the far wall, blasting a gaping hole through his office and into the city beyond. He had displayed his power, and all it had accomplished was proving how utterly he had missed his target. A tantrum that would cost the association a fortune in repairs. A kick I didn't even bother to conceal shattered his expensive desk, the splinters flying past his shocked face. The divine archer's smug confidence was gone, replaced by the dawning horror that he was out of his depth. TCH, I guess ordinary attacks won't do, he muttered, his own words an admission of his inferiority. I simply watched him, a cool light gathering in my own hand. This was a necessary, but tedious, lesson he had to learn. I didn't want to use this, he growled, pushing off his chair to vault into the air. Green energy swirled around him, a tempest of power that was supposed to intimidate his foes. He spun, gathering momentum and energy for a signature attack. He was still trying to prove himself, still clinging to the belief that his power mattered here. He hung inverted in the air, a condescending smirk on his face. I don't want to punch a hole all the way to the underground of this building, he declared, as if offering me mercy. Then he unleashed his ultimate skill, Judgment of the Heavenly Arrow. A massive bolt of pure, divine energy shot down towards me, a technique that had earned him his rank and reputation. It was a beautiful, lethal attack, and it was completely useless. I didn't move. I didn't brace. I simply raised my hand and caught the arrow of light. The blinding energy fizzled and died in my grasp. From the floor, Shiraishi's world tilted on its axis. His jaw hung slack, his eyes wide with a terror that eclipsed all reason. He caught it, so easily too. The very foundation of his power, his rank, his identity, had just been caught and dismissed like a child's toy. With the same casualness, I redirected his own power, slamming him back into the wall with concussive force. The concrete spiderwebbed and crumbled around his broken form. I walked through the dust and debris, the Sword Emperor's blade resting on my shoulder. I looked down at the bleeding, defeated man. Have you changed your mind yet? Through gritted teeth and pain, he tried one last act of defiance. I don't know. What if I say no again, he wheezed. My patience was at an end. I'll wear your skin, I stated plainly. It was not a threat, it was a promise. He tried to laugh it off, a pained, desperate sound. Kukik, an old man's skin is pretty thick, you know. It would take quite a bit of work to put it on. To illustrate my point, I reached out. In a dark, Corrosive energy began to eat away at his shoulder, turning his suit and skin to black dust. The abstract threat became horrifyingly real. True panic finally seized him. His mind went from defiance to frantic survival. "Calm down. It's impossible to run," he told himself, before his eyes darted to the side. "The emergency work machine. I need to report this." With a burst of adrenaline, he smashed through the wall, sprinting for the adjacent room and his only hope of escape. He saw it, the glowing blue cylinder of the warp machine, but as he reached for it, a blur of motion preceded him. Before his very eyes, the machine shattered into 1,000 pieces. When he looked up, the cold, glowing steel of my blade was at his neck. I had cut off his escape before he even knew he needed one. My reflection stared back at him from the polished blade. "Have you changed your mind?" I asked again, my voice unchanged. Defeated, terrified, and utterly broken, he could only choke out a curse. "Welcome to the raid unit." The confrontation ended not with a bang, but with his quiet submission. I took his seat amidst the wreckage and began to review the files he had so arrogantly guarded. Kneeling on the floor, Shiraishi's mind reeled. That monster, just who is he? He wondered, the pain of his injuries nothing compared to the blow to his ego. He ran through the possibilities, a demonic human, a returner like BM, but nothing fit. Why is he trying to join the raid anyway? I don't get what he's trying to do. He couldn't understand because his world was too small. I finished my review of the documents. "Is this all there is?" I asked. Shiraishi flinched. "Why, yes." I held up the stack. "There is one missing out of the 70. What happened?" He explained nervously that their first choice was unavailable, so they had to rush to find a substitute, someone they didn't have papers on. My eyes narrowed. "Can I see this operator?" "Wait," I said, a sudden cold dread washing over me. "Tell the standby operator to come to my office." Shiraishi frantically ordered into his comms, misinterpreting my urgency. "Don't ask why, just hurry." At that exact moment, a familiar voice echoed only in my mind. "My lord, can you talk? We've gotten information on Prototype X." I stood and turned away, pinching the bridge of my nose. "Why didn't you just send over the memory?" I asked telepathically, the implication clear. The information was too dangerous or too sensitive for even that secure method. "I apologize. The voice hesitated. My blood ran cold. "Is it someone I know?" The answer was a single, devastating word. "Yes." A sharp clicking of heels announced her arrival. A woman in magnificent white and gold armor stepped into the ruined office. Why is the office such a mess?" she exclaimed, taking in the scene. She saw Shiraishi kneeling, bruised and battered. "Why are you kneeling? You're hurt." He stammered an excuse, but she cut him off. "That's not what's important. He wants to see you." She pointed at me. "Me?" I asked, though I already knew. As she spoke, I had already come to a grim conclusion. It doesn't matter even if X is someone I know, I thought, my resolve hardening. It doesn't change that I need to kill them. The operator, the substitute, the woman standing before me. She removed her helmet. The face that was revealed was one I knew better than my own. A face from a life of love and ruin. Haseipa, the Regressor's former lover. The memory began. It was a time he had already lived, his second regression. 3 years had passed since the war with the demonic humans began. On the shores of Severobakolsk, a makeshift mercenary camp had been established, a small pocket of defiant life against a tide of despair. They were setting up tents and cooking meager rations, unaware of the tragedy that would soon befall them. He was Yoo Jitae, 32 years old in this timeline, a man wearing the weight of worlds on his shoulders. A gentle hand touched his shoulder, followed by a playful poke to his cheek. You fell for it again, boss." Seipao's voice was a light in the grim reality of their war, a fleeting warmth he knew was destined to be stolen from him. "What's with that outfit?" he asked, his voice betraying a hint of surprise he didn't truly feel. She twirled in her white dress, a stark contrast to their bleak surroundings. "It's a rare break day. I wanted to give off a vacation vibe." "Well, does it suit me?" she asked. He turned away as she laughed at his feigned blush, but he couldn't hide the small smile. "It's not like that." Her tone shifted, becoming more earnest. "Boss, later tonight, will you come to that hill in the back?" she asked. He knew this conversation, every word. "The hill." She nodded eagerly. "Yes, there's something I want to show you." With a mischievous grin, She ran towards the water's edge. You want to know? Then catch me if you can. Watching from the campfire, his men gossiped amongst themselves. Hey, our boss and Satebile, are they, like that? One asked. Yeah, they've been dating for a while, I think, another confirmed. They say love blooms even on the battlefield. The question of how she joined their bleak mercenary corps hung in the air, a testament to her incongruous brightness. He caught her with an ease that surprised her, scooping her up from the shallow water. Who catches someone that fast? She laughed. Meanwhile, the conversation back at camp turned somber. It's not that she fell for him at first sight, one of the men explained. She used to take care of kids at an orphanage. Then, the war started. The orphanage was destroyed, and all the kids died. The memory was stark, Satebile kneeling in the rain-soaked ruins, her world obliterated. In that moment of absolute grief and despair, her latent abilities surged forth, and she awakened as an operator-type superhuman. With nothing left to lose, she had drifted into the mercenary life, finding a new purpose in the heart of the war. She's always smiling so brightly. I never thought she had a past like that, one man mused. The other gave a grim sigh. Who here doesn't have a past? The sentiment was universal, a shared weariness. Man, I just want this cursed war to end already. Later that night, under a star-dusted sky, he met her on the hill as promised. Here, over here, she called, waving her arms with infectious excitement. You actually came. I thought you might have forgotten. He walked towards her, the memory of this moment a bittersweet ache. What's supposed to be here? He asked, playing his part. She pouted playfully. You really have no sense of romance. There's a pretty night sky, and there's a pretty girl right here. She cleared her throat. Ahem. Actually, there is something here. You know my blessing is called the eye that detects danger, right? His demeanor instantly shifted, the instincts of a soldier taking over. So there's something dangerous here? No, your seriousness disease is acting up again, she cried in mock despair. Just close your eyes and listen first. He complied, his expression questioning. It's true that my blessing detects threats, she began. But once you get used to a blessing, sometimes you can feel something else, something beyond danger. And if my senses were right, she continued, her voice soft, what I felt this time was a pounding heart. He looked at her, his mind already knowing her words. What are you trying to say? As he looked up, the sky filled with a breathtaking meteor shower she had orchestrated, a spectacle of light and wonder. This is, he whispered, feigning awe. She stepped forward and pressed her ear against his chest. Her smile was brilliant, blinding. See, it is a pounding heart, she declared, her own joy reflecting in her eyes. It was a perfect, fragile moment, one he had lived and lost countless times before. In the ethereal glow of the falling stars, he looked down at her. The universe seemed to hold its breath. He gently cradled her face in his hands and leaned in, capturing a memory he would have to fight to keep. It was a kiss that tasted of hope and impending tragedy. Breaking the kiss, she teased him. Boss, your lips are so chapped. Go apply some lip balm. After a moment, he spoke, his voice steady. When this local battle ends, shall we get married? They fell back onto the grass, her hand in his, shocked into silence. Are you proposing to me right now? All of a sudden, he simply asked, don't you like it? No, I mean, if it's your order, I have to follow it, she replied, her attempt at a joke barely hiding her happiness. They lay together, watching the stars, speaking of a future beyond war. Then can't you give birth instead? She joked. He allowed a small smile. I'll think about it. Really? It's a promise. I'm so excited. Married life with you. Her voice echoed in his memory, a happy dream just before the nightmare. The scene shattered. She was bloodied, an eye missing, her body marred by dark corruption. His comrades lay dead or dying. He held a bloody dagger, his hand forced to move against his will. Stop, please, he begged. But his body would not obey. He was a puppet on strings, forced to raise the blade against the woman he loved. Please stop, he screamed, not with his voice, but with every fiber of his being. The blade plunged down, again and again, his own hands becoming the instrument of his greatest despair. From a throne of rubble, a figure watched, his fingers dancing as if plucking a harp. Kukuku, Such a beautiful sound, he cackled. This was the disaster-class demonic human, Hasegawa. There's no melody more stimulating than someone killing the one they love with their own hands. Hasegawa sneered down at him. Serves you right. Do you have any idea how much damage we've taken because of you? He released his control. Well, the woman asked me to spare you, so I'll keep my promise. So, live on and remember this for a long, long time. This is what happens when you oppose the demonic humans. As Hasegawa walked away, Jitae looked down. Satebile held the blade, ending her own suffering. His world bled into shades of red and black. He reached for her, his hand trembling, but it was too late. A cold, mechanical voice echoed through the silence. You have failed to save Earth. A system message flared in his vision. The Authority, Grand Clock, rewound the time of the world. He was ripped from the memory, back to the present. Hello. A robotic finger poked his nose. It was Satebile, in her gold and white armor, looking at him with concern. Are you okay? You've just been staring into space without saying anything. As Shiraishi whispered warnings to Satebile, the Grand Clock activated within him. It read the malice sent from beyond the horizon of Providence, searching for a deviation in the timeline. The target was identified, superhuman Satebile, a being from beyond the horizon, one who resented his regression, had interfered. The clock revealed the altered past of this new timeline. In this version, the orphanage was destroyed by friendly fire from superhumans of the Association. Cursing them, Satebile had made a contract with a being of the void, Rashida, the seventh monarch, and was reborn as a demonic human. The woman he loved had become the enemy he must kill. The Grand Clock warned him of fragments of outside memories influencing her, memories concerning him, the Regressor. He pushed the thought away, his eyes hardening. It didn't matter. No matter who X was, his path was already decided. He turned to Shiraishi. Change my position to operator, he commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. I'm moving with this woman. His focus was absolute, his purpose chillingly simple. His mission was to stop X. That was all. The scene shifted to a tempestuous dungeon, Heathium's ocean. Lightning tore across the sky above churning, violent waves. The Superhuman Alliance's 70-man raid unit stood assembled, an elite force ready to face the storm. Everyone, keep your formations, their commander shouted, trying to impose order on chaos. He walked past their ranks, the greatsword resting on his shoulder, a silent challenge to their structured authority. He stepped through a shimmering portal, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He was no longer just part of a raid unit. He was on his own mission, operating within theirs. The Kraken subjugation had begun, but for him, a far more personal battle was about to unfold. The world dissolved into a maelstrom of lightning and tempestuous waves. This was the sea of the dungeon Hitia, a place of legend and death. My device chimed, updating my status on the raid roster. Operator, Yoo Jitae. And next to my name, a ghost from my past stared back. Satebile. My purpose for being here was now officially set in stone, a silent contract bound by digital light. Murmurs rippled through the ranks of the assembled hunters. They saw an unknown face, a sudden addition to their elite unit, and suspicion was their natural response. One of them tried to rationalize my presence, mentioning that Captain Ryanosuk himself had vouched for me. They saw it as an order from their superior. I knew it was the desperate move of a man far out of his depth. Ryanosuk pulled us aside, his voice a low, nervous rasp. He explained he'd told the team I was an acquaintance, a flimsy cover story that wouldn't hold under scrutiny. He demanded assurance that I wouldn't cause problems, his gaze attempting to be firm but betraying the unease he felt. Yes, I answered, the single word carrying a weight he couldn't possibly comprehend. He made me uncomfortable, not because he was a threat, but because his ignorance was a liability. Then, the woman wearing Satebile's face turned to me, her performance beginning. She astutely noted Ryanosuk's anxiety, deducing I must be someone important. But then she pivoted, her voice becoming small and girlish. She confessed a fear of water, and this being her first sea dungeon, a blatant falsehood. Her plea for me to save her if she fell was a carefully crafted imitation, a hollow echo of a vulnerability that was once real. She feigned embarrassment, claiming she was unusually nervous before scurrying away to find a bathroom. I watched her go, my expression unchanging. Every word, every gesture was a calculated mimicry. This was not the woman I loved. This was a monster wearing her skin, and it was playing its part in a meticulously designed tragedy. A memory, sharp and painful, surfaced against my will. The real Hasepile. She had been truly terrified. I remembered her trembling at the sight of a simple paper cut, her fear of deep water so profound she couldn't even stand at the shore. I had held her then, assuring her she would be fine. That memory was a lifetime ago, a world away from the charade playing out before me. I activated my eyes of equilibrium, a power that cuts through all deception. The world shifted, and the truth became starkly clear. This creature was not afraid of the churning depths below. It had stolen fragments of memory from a timeline beyond its own, using them to craft a disguise. It was pretending, but it couldn't replicate the core, the soul. It didn't recognize me because the part of her that truly knew me was gone. The truth of the situation solidified into a cold, hard certainty. The real Setbile's soul was ensnared, likely by the seventh Lord Lakshata. This entire scenario, her presence here, the raid, the monster, was designed by a being outside the timeline. Its goal was simple, to witness my despair by forcing me to kill her with my own hands. This was an act of pure, distilled malice aimed directly at me. But the entity behind this cruel theater had made a fatal miscalculation. It assumed I could be broken. It did not know the man I had become through countless regressions and endless loss. My resolve hardened into something colder and sharper than any blade. A tremor shook the cliffs as the sea began to boil. From the depths, a colossal purple tentacle erupted, followed by another and another. The elite hunters, paragons of strength and courage, could only stare in terror as the giant species Kraken revealed its horrifying form. Panic set in as they finally understood the scale of the abyss they had challenged. As the Kraken's full, monstrous body surfaced, dwarfing their estimations, the raid team froze. The beast was far larger than any report had indicated. A hunter screamed at his captain for orders, his voice cracking with fear. Ryanosuk, shaken but trying to project confidence, finally found his voice, rallying his troops with a hollow promise of victory. Snapping to action, Ryanosuk gathered a swirling vortex of green energy. Front guard, charge, he bellowed. The vanguard of hunters leaped forward, their blades clashing against the Kraken's armored flesh. Ryanosuk unleashed his prepared attack, a beam of energy that struck the monster's head with a deafening boom, yet seemed to do little more than anger it. The initial barrage proved futile. The hunter's powerful strikes glanced off the Kraken's hide like pebbles. They were insects assaulting a mountain. In the chaos, their coordinated assault began to crumble as they realized the sheer difference in power, their attacks barely scratching the surface of the abyssal leviathan. With a unified war cry, another wave of hunters threw themselves at the beast. One, a hooded assassin, found a momentary opening, plunging their blade deep into one of the Kraken's massive red eyes. A piercing shriek of pain echoed across the water, the first sign that the creature was not entirely invulnerable. Enraged, the Kraken thrashed wildly. A massive tentacle slammed down, narrowly missing a hunter but shattering the rock beneath him. The force sent him flying, his scream lost in the roar of the storm. The battlefield descended into pure chaos as the beast's indiscriminate rampage began. Ryanosuk screamed orders, trying to impose structure on the chaos. Sorcery types, seal the tentacles. Support, amplify mana. Sharpshooters, cover fire. Golden chains of magic erupted, binding the flailing limbs. Support mages poured their energy into the spell, while riflemen laid down suppressive fire. Their strategy was simple. Hold on until the operators found a definitive weakness. The magical chains strained, glowing brightly before snapping under the Kraken's immense strength. The sorcerers cried out, their power failing. Panicked, Ryanosuk turned his head and bellowed into the storm, "Operator, have you identified its weakness?" From the edge of the cliff, I watched the pointless struggle and delivered the answer they needed. Its left eye, aim there. I clarified my reasoning. The beast reacted in pain when we hit its eye before. It was the core. Just as Ryanosuke processed this, a more pressing issue arose. He frantically searched for his other operator. Ha-Setbile. Where is Ha-Setbile? He shrieked, his composure shattering. His fury was palpable, utterly bewildered that a team member would vanish at such a critical juncture. Despite his panic, Ryanosuke had to trust my information. Wiping sweat from his brow, he turned back to the battle. "The left eye, you're sure?" he asked one last time. He then roared to his flagging team. "Just hold those octopus legs tight. I'm about to fire a big one." He crouched low, gathering a blinding concentration of green energy around him. The remaining support members channeled their power into him, amplifying his attack. Ryanosuke drew his arms back as if pulling an ethereal bowstring, manifesting an A-rank skill, the giant god bow. "Monster of the deep-sea trench," he roared. "May you fall into eternal rest." He released the attack, and a colossal arrow of pure energy screamed across the water towards the Kraken. The energy arrow struck its target with surgical precision. A blinding flash of light consumed the battlefield, followed by an earth-shattering explosion that vaporized the surrounding water. The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves through the air, momentarily silencing the storm itself. The hunters watched, breathless, as the Kraken's massive form began to sink beneath the waves. A cheer started to rise, but it died in their throats as they saw Ryanosuke stagger, clutching a wounded shoulder. He cursed, admitting he couldn't put his full power into the shot due to an old injury. I knew what he knew. The beast was wounded, not dead. We had to finish it before it recovered. Just then, the imposter returned, her helmet hiding her expression. She vaulted over the rocks toward the injured Ryanosuke. But as she drew near, her eyes flared with a malevolent red light. Raising a hand with claw-like intent, her voice echoed with an otherworldly malice. "Die, human!" Before her attack could land, I moved. In a motion too fast for Ryanosuke to process, I shoved him aside and intercepted the blow. The force of my arrival sent the armored figure careening over the cliff and into the churning sea. Ryanosuke stared, dumbfounded. What? He had only seen a blur, a ghost passing by. Beneath the waves, the imposter tumbled into the abyss, parts of her armor shattering away. She struggled for a moment before turning, her red eyes locking onto my descending form. I held the Sword Emperor's blade, its cold presence a comfort in the silence of the deep. "You," she hissed through the water. "Since when did you know about my plan?" I looked down at the creature wearing the face of my past. "You don't know me very well," I stated, a simple fact. In that moment, all regrets and emotions were gone, burned away by ages of loss. Memories of the real her, of love, of happiness, and of my failure to save her, were just echoes. The me who loved her died with her. I had already killed them both. All that remained was the task at hand. My gaze was devoid of feeling as I looked at the thing before me. You. Her broken helmet revealed a twisted, knowing smirk, her single visible eye glowing with infernal light. The game was up, and she reveled in it. "You know me, don't you?" she taunted, her voice a promise of the pain she was designed to inflict. As I looked at the thing before me, a single word escaped my lips, cold and heavy in the crushing depths. You. Her broken helmet revealed a twisted, knowing smirk, her single visible eye glowing with infernal light. The game was up, and she reveled in it. "You know me, don't you?" she taunted, her voice a promise of the pain she was designed to inflict. Right," she mused, her voice a venomous whisper as she drifted through the water behind me. "I was wondering where I saw you, but I think I'm starting to remember. It was on the battlefield back then, right?" Her skeletal, armored hands rested on my shoulders, a grotesque parody of an embrace. She spun a poisoned fairy tale of a past that was once real. We were lovers who were absolutely crazy about each other. We held hands, and even kissed while we gazed at the stars. She leaned closer, her metallic fingers caressing my face while her words turned to threats. "Your lips were very rough, but they were also sweet. If I had known you were going to get in my way like this, I should have bitten off the root of your tongue back then." With a snarl, she lunged, but I was ready. The Sword Emperor's blade met her assault, the impact sending me recoiling through the dark water, my coat flaring like broken wings. I stabilized myself, my gaze unwavering. "You said it earlier, didn't you? That you kill me back then." As I spoke, Her armor cracked and splintered, shedding its skin to reveal a more monstrous form beneath. A crimson, arachnid exoskeleton. This was Prototype X, complete. "I guess it's my turn to kill you now then." The monster wearing her face hissed, its new eyes burning with malice. "Right." The battle began in earnest. She shot through the water, a flurry of blade-like limbs aimed at my heart. I met her advance, my sword a blur of silver, deflecting each furious strike. The underwater space became a deadly ballet, a clash of steel against the demonic carapace. I gave no ground, my defense a perfect, impenetrable wall against her chaotic frenzy. She halted her assault, her voice a mixture of shock and rage. "Heh, are you really the Yoo Jitae that I knew? Your strength is on an entirely different level compared to back then." Her words became an accusation, a scream of past betrayal. "If you were this strong back then, you could have protected all our comrades and me." She grabbed my sword arm, her grip fueled by the anguish of a ghost. She pulled herself close, her face inches from mine, searching my expression. "But I've been wondering, why are you only blocking and not attacking?" Her voice dripped with scornful pity. "Don't tell me it's guilt. You just can't bring yourself to kill the woman you loved again." The phantom memory she wielded was a weapon, sharp and cruel. "Back then you tore me to shreds, stabbed me, and even gouged my eyeballs out as if it were nothing. You have no idea how much that hurt, do you?" The memory flooded my mind, unwanted but ever-present. Her, broken and bleeding, impaled with blades, yet smiling through the pain. That morning, I was really so cold. I turned away from the ghost of the past, a solitary figure in a snowstorm of sorrow. That was a burden I had chosen to carry, a sin I would not repeat. Suddenly, a system window flared to life, its golden light cutting through the gloom. The authority of the eternal clock had detected a temporal anomaly, Arma's longsword. An explosive wave of golden energy erupted from my blade, enveloping her. The entity shrieked as ethereal chains of light bound its monstrous form, neutralizing its power. I understood. The eternal clock was protecting me from her malice. Its power had been infused into the sword, a residual effect from when it was used to cleanse the Guardian. And I knew who to thank. A memory of BOM surfaced, her expression serene as she offered me the blade. I borrowed it. There will definitely be a time you'll need it soon. The pieces clicked into place. That girl, BOM, she had foreseen this exact situation. She had given me the one tool that could change the outcome. With this, I could purge the demon's authority without killing Hasekbile. The parasite screamed in her voice, its rage echoing in the depths. "You son of a, what did you do to my body?" I raised the glowing sword high, my voice a command. "Stop messing around with that poor girl's body and come out already." Another wave of light struck her, and the entity recoiled in agony. "Damn it, every time I touch that sword, my shedding gets reversed. If this keeps up, my demonification will be blown away." Its eyes darted below, spotting the true target of the raid, the Kraken. A desperate plan formed. "Right, as long as my body doesn't touch it, it's fine, isn't it?" It dove, landing atop the massive beast and plunging its limbs deep into the creature's skull. With a grunt of effort, it hijacked the monster's consciousness, turning the dungeon boss into its personal puppet. The Kraken's colossal eye glowed with the same red malice. The scale of the fight had just increased 100-fold, but I remained unmoved. "So, she's evolved," I thought with cold detachment. "I guess in this iteration, you can link not only demons, but also the minds of monsters." A triumphant, inhuman roar tore from Satebile's throat as the Kraken's immense tentacles rose to crush me. But this was an enemy I knew how to fight. Dark energy, a power born from countless deaths and regressions, swirled around my blade. Formless sword, second form. Binding chain form. Incorporeal chains of pure, black energy erupted from my sword, moving with a will of their own. They lashed out, ensnaring the Kraken's limbs, slicing through its flesh and binding it completely. The hunter had become the prey. Bound and helpless atop the subdued beast, the entity stared in disbelief. This black energy, it wasn't in this woman's memories. It could feel the nature of my power through the Kraken's skin, not mana, not a blessing, but pure bloodlust forged from hatred and curses. Floating above, I was no longer the man from her memories. "Just what exactly did you do to obtain that level of authority?" she whispered. A cold, humorless smile touched my lips. Huh. The entity's eyes widened in realization. Crazy monster. It had underestimated the monster it was trying to fight. I brought the golden sword down, not with hatred, but with finality, unleashing a pillar of purifying light that consumed everything. The resulting explosion of power tore the ocean apart, creating a massive whirlpool. The other hunters, who had been fighting a mere sea monster, were sent scattering in terror. "Yuwa? What is this?" "Escape." Only Shiraishi, watching from a distance, understood. This ominous energy. It's definitely that man's power. The storm subsided. Under a clear sky, I stepped onto a rocky shore, the world silent once more. The dungeon was cleared, the mission was over. In my arms, I carried Hasepile, unconscious but finally free from her prison. My quick errand was done. The eternal clock sent a final notification, confirming it would continue to gather the traces of malice from her system. Periodic observation would be required. I looked down at her peaceful face, a sight I thought I'd never see again. For now, is it over? Just then, my communicator buzzed. It was the young Oracle, BOM, her voice frantic. "Mister, where are you? Come back quickly. Urium Yuni is stealing your alcohol." "Gaia." I stood on the edge of the cliff, the weight of my past in my arms, and listened to the absurd chaos of my new present. For a moment, I could only remain silent. The official report would read, S-rank dungeon, Sea of Hitia Kraken subjugation complete. But as I walked back into the base, carrying Sapile, the real mission's end was met not with cheers, but with the shocked, wide-eyed stares of my entire household. Urium froze with a bottle in hand, while Chai Yunju clutched a stunned child, their collective silence speaking volumes. His return from the Kraken subjugation was anything but triumphant. He walked through the door carrying the unconscious form of Hasepile, and was met not with relief, but with the shocked, wide-eyed stares of his entire household. Urium, the fiery red dragon, crossed her arms, her voice cutting through the silence like glass. "Hey, Yoo Jitae, explain yourself." The question hung in the air, aimed at the woman he carried, his former lover, now a broken tool. To them, she was a stranger. To him, she was a ghost from a life he was trying to prevent. He gently placed her on the couch, her small form draped in his oversized coat, and prepared for the inevitable interrogation. Urium's sharp gaze softened into a mischievous grin. "Well, are you embarrassed to say she's your girlfriend?" she teased. She reveled in his discomfort, declaring to the others that he had finally brought a woman home, and mocking how desperate he must have been. The ever-innocent Curl, holding the blue-haired child, chimed in, "Mister, is she really your girlfriend?" "She's just a woman I know," he replied, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. But Urium seized on the ambiguity, launching into a theatrical performance of how acquaintanceship progresses. He had neither the time nor the patience for this charade. With a precise knife-hand strike, he sent her crumpling to the floor. "Don't misunderstand," he stated to the stunned room. "We're not even close. She doesn't know me." BOM, ever the calm center of their chaos, stepped forward. "You went out last night because of this woman, right?" He simply nodded. "There's someone I need to find, and this woman knows where he is. So I need to keep her around for a while and question her." Upon hearing the mission-oriented reason, Baum's concerns eased. If that's the case, I don't really mind." "Objection." Cole's shout startled the now-conscious Urium. Pointing an accusatory finger, she passionately argued that their home was a sanctuary, a nest for them to feel safe. She refused to let it become uncomfortable because of his personal problems, a sentiment echoed by the small child holding a protest sign. "It might seem cold, but it can't be helped," she declared. Urium, rubbing her head, called Cole conservative, but Jitae had a counterpoint. He gestured to the armored golem in the corner. "Then what about him?" Kroll sputtered that the cleaning uncle wasn't human. The argument swayed Urium, who deferred to Baum. With a hesitant look, Baum sided with Curl, her gaze lingering on the strange woman, especially a woman. Kroll triumphantly declared the vote decided. For against, 1-4. "That lady cannot stay with us," she cheered. As BOM led the others to bed, promising to discuss it tomorrow, He saw the flicker of despair on Satebile's face, even as she feigned sleep. She had heard it all, and knew she would soon be cast out once more. The next morning dawned bright, but the peace was shattered by a piercing scream. Rushing to the living room, they found chaos. Satebile was awake, wild-eyed and armed with the jagged neck of a broken bottle. "Where on earth is this place?" she shrieked, her mind a maelstrom of confusion and terror. "What did you do to me?" He watched her impassively. She woke up. Yoriam, however, was far from calm. "You're way too calm. Do something about her, quickly." Satebile's panic escalated as she noticed her state of undress, her accusations growing wilder. She brandished the broken bottle, claiming to be a superhuman and warning them to stay back as she devolved into a sobbing mess. As Yoriam debated how to handle the hysterical woman, a familiar system window materialized before his eyes. The fragments of the trace of malice had reached 10%, revealing a new fact. The target, Satebile, was suffering from mental contamination, a direct result of her possession, warping her personality, behavior, and speech. So, it was an after effect. This complicated things, but explained her erratic state. As Satebile finally snapped and lunged, screaming for them to move, he gave a simple command to Yoriam. "What should we do? Beat her up first?" she asked, a predatory gleam in her eyes. "Yeah," he replied. "Just don't kill her." Enraged at their apparent distraction, Satebile attacked. "Open your eyes before saying that." Yoriam taunted, effortlessly catching the incoming blow. With fluid grace, she twisted Satebile's arm, using her opponent's own momentum to slam her to the floor. The red dragon pinned the contaminated woman in an unbreakable hold, ending the fight as quickly as it began. Yoriam stood up, her own clothes torn in the scuffle. "How about it? Is this enough restraint?" she asked smugly, before noticing her state of undress again. "Oh my, I ended up naked again." Unfazed, she tossed a shirt over the now unconscious Satebile, muttering that it wasn't her fault the woman had rushed in so recklessly. Her attention then turned to the armored golem. "Hey, Tin Can, why are you just watching? Go clean up these glass shards." The golem remained silent and still. From behind it, GD supplied its answer, his voice void of emotion. "I refuse." The single word hung in the air, stunning Yoriam into silence. A dark, menacing aura began to leak from the golem's armor plating. "My mission is not cleaning, but protecting the Green Lady." Its voice, full of synthesized rage, echoed. "Yoo Jitae, you took my sword. Give me back my sword." The sudden, violent shift in the cleaning uncle sent Yoriam stumbling back in fear. He recognized the symptoms immediately. It was the same condition afflicting Satebile. The Tinkin had also been exposed to malice during a previous incident. He had underestimated its potency. The mental contamination had spread further and more insidiously than he'd anticipated. The golem crouched, its glowing eyes fixed on him. "Last time I lost because I let my guard down, but it won't work twice." Before it could finish its threat, he moved. After gently setting the child he was holding on the ground, he appeared before the golem and raised his hand. Another knife hand strike, another problem neutralized. A sickening crunch of metal echoed as the strike connected, and the golem collapsed in a heap. Yoriam summarized the situation. "So basically, this woman and the Tinkin both got a similar illness because of that bad guy?" She held the golem's helmet, pondering their next move. "We can't take them to a hospital like this." He had a solution, one forged in a different lifetime. "You said you drank my alcohol. Did you drink it all?" he asked Yoriam. After confirming she had a hidden stash, he gave his orders. "Bring one bottle and follow me." He tore a rift in space itself, a swirling purple portal crackling to life in the living room. They stepped from their modern apartment into a place outside of time, the underground labyrinth. Yoriam was momentarily dazzled by the impossible architecture before suspicion dawned. "Is this really a place for treatment?" she asked, peering through iron bars. "It looks more like a prison." "If we don't listen, will you lock us in here too?" she asked, a playful challenge in her tone. For an instant, he saw another timeline, a red, bloody cell, and her broken form behind its bars. The memory was a physical blow. He turned, his face a cold mask. Not anymore. The promise was absolute, forged in the fires of a future he had already destroyed. He walked them to a heavy, Reinforced door marked with the letters BM. What? Someone lives here too. Urium asked. I need to ask the guy living here to lend us a room, he explained. He felt Urium's draconic senses flare as she detected the power on the other side. He is strong, Jitae confirmed. He's ranked second in the world. Her jaw dropped. As he prepared to enter, Urium rushed forward, pleading to come with him. He paid her no mind, stepping through the door into darkness. A fist, wreathed in the power of a demigod, hurtled toward his face. He caught it with one hand, the impact barely shifting his stance. That's quite a rough greeting for a guest, he said, his voice echoing in the gloom. The darkness gave way to a macabre laboratory. A man in a lab coat sat casually, a bottle of liquor in hand. A sly, predatory grin spread across his face. Guest? I never invited a guest like you. He recognized the man from countless futures. BM, the first returee, and the second most powerful superhuman on Earth. His no-drinking campaign, it seemed, was still a miserable failure. His mind drifted back, accessing memories that were not his own, but were now part of his vast collection of timelines. He saw a classroom from decades past, filled with the droning lecture of a teacher. At a desk sat a young boy, not with the face of a hardened warrior, but one of a bored child, his notebook filled not with notes, but with doodles of monstrous creatures, the nascent dreams of a future mad scientist. This boy was a part of a global tragedy Jitae knew all too well, an event from 40 years ago known as the Great Babylon Disappearance. It was an incident that tore through the fabric of the world, a mystery he was one of the few to understand. At that time, thousands of children with latent superhuman talent vanished from their homes and schools without a trace. Global militaries searched, but the children were gone, leaving behind only empty desks and grieving families. For 15 long years, there was only silence, a void in the world where a generation of power should have been. And then, one returned. From the abyss of the other world, Arendot, a single man reappeared on Earth, his body a testament to endless battle, crackling with an energy that defied this reality. His alias was BM, the first returnee, and currently, the second most powerful superhuman on the planet, the very man Jitae now faced. BM lounged in his macabre laboratory, a bottle of cheap liquor in hand. A predatory grin stretched across his face, a mix of amusement and annoyance. It was a chimera I rather liked, he mused, looking at the decapitated creature. And you cleanly cut its head off like that. Jitae stood unfazed, his weapon humming with dissipated energy. You cut it cleanly. It can be reattached, he stated. The words less an apology and more a statement of fact. BM scoffed. Huh? You're saying that was consideration? He gestured around his lab. So what's your business? Jitae's request was simple and direct, delivered with the cold authority of a man who would not be denied. I want to use a private room in the underground labyrinth. BM's eyes narrowed, intrigued by this stranger who knew his secrets. What exactly are you? A superhuman? Or something from the demon's side? Jitae's response was a chilling dismissal. Think whatever you want. More importantly, there are people who need treatment. The period is about half a year. BM leaned back, enjoying the perceived power dynamic. 30 days, he declared, a mocking offer. I'll allow exactly 30 days. Anything longer is too long. Jitae's gaze remained unyielding. He knew this game, this dance of egos. 30 days isn't enough. BM continued his petty negotiation, counting down as if Jitae were a child. 25 days. Jitae tried to interject. Let's talk. I didn't come empty-handed. But BM cut him off, holding up 2 fingers with a sneer. 20 days. Do you think there's anything I need in this world? What I need are things that don't exist in this world. Adjusting his glasses, BM delivered his final, arrogant pronouncement. Even 30 days is consideration for how you treated my chimera. As a trespasser, you should be grateful. He gestured to the door. If you're not going to use it, quietly leave. Jitae listened to the tirade, his patience at its limit. You're acting like it's your house. Negotiations were over. With a surge of brilliant blue energy, Jitae's weapon carved through the very air, etching complex magical equations into reality itself. The display of power was not wild or chaotic, but precise, terrifyingly controlled. He was rewriting the rules of the room. BM stared, his jaw slack with disbelief. Huh, what are you doing right now? Jitae's voice was ice. What are you doing? Instead of continuing to babble, you should keep whining. 15 days, 10 days. The mockery was returned tenfold. Enraged, BM's face contorted, his voice dropping to a venomous whisper. You will regret this. A horrifying, parasitic limb of flesh and eyes, the curse of Ahilia's right arm, erupted from BM's body, radiating pure malice. I've even lost the thought of using you as an experiment now, he seethed. Jitae recognized the demonic power instantly. He had faced its kind across countless timelines. Ahilia's right arm. Are you planning to erase everything here? BM's eyes blazed with fury behind his spectacles. Don't worry, he snarled, lunging forward with impossible speed. I'll cleanly erase only you. The demonic appendage swelled, a maw of shadow and teeth poised to annihilate Jitae completely. Jitae did not move. He did not flinch. He simply stood, a pillar of absolute calm in the face of demonic fury. With a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a silent command from a will far older and more powerful, the demonic arm froze solid, stopping just inches from him. A cold sweat beaded on BM's brow as he found himself paralyzed. What? My body won't move, he stammered, his scientific mind scrambling for an explanation. Hallucination-type magic? But he knew better. No, this wasn't magic. It was overwhelming, primal fear. The demonic blood flowing in Ahilia's arm, a power that knew only rage and hunger, was now screaming in terror of the entity before it. BM's mind reeled. Just what exactly is that guy? Even when I fought Oscar Bulzink, it wasn't like this. As BM trembled, helpless, Jitae walked past him as if he were a piece of furniture. He casually picked up a glowing canister from a lab bench. This organic combination is a bit unfamiliar. What are you making? BM's eyes widened in panic. Hey, wait. You really shouldn't touch that, he shrieked. Wah! The threat worked perfectly. All right, I get it. I'll talk. BM confessed instantly. That's a sample to make a humanoid chimera. Jitae examined the canister. A humanoid chimera? BM quickly added. It's not some grand plan. I just thought I'd make a clone of myself as preparation for old age. As BM nervously tried to de-escalate, Jitae activated his eyes of equilibrium. The scales of truth and falsehood appeared in his vision, tipping decisively. That's a lie, he said flatly, his thumb pressing against the glass, causing it to crack. BM broke completely. Yeah, I was wrong. I'll tell the truth, please. Having gotten what he needed, leverage, Jitae set the canister down. Enough. Whatever you do is none of my business. Just give me the inner room. Utterly broken, BM agreed immediately. Jitae laid out his terms. I plan to borrow the room for somewhere between 3 months and a year, and I'll come here from time to time. How many people? BM asked, his voice shaky. Jitae was concise. 1 magic armor and 1 female superhuman. Both are mentally contaminated. As a parting gesture, he placed a large, ornate bottle of golden liquid on the counter. This is instead of rent. It'll be better than the cheap alcohol you were drinking. BM scoffed. Cheap alcohol? That stuff is pretty expensive too. He uncorked the bottle Jitae had left, and the moment he did, a divine aroma filled the room. An aura of immense power radiated from the liquid, stunning him into silence. His eyes went wide with shock. Hey! But Jitae was already gone. BM stared at the bottle, his mind racing, a single question echoing in the now empty lab. Where did you get this? The rent was an item that defied this world's logic, a perfect hook for a man who craved the impossible. Outside the heavy door, a different kind of standoff was underway. Yoo stood with her arms crossed, glaring at the diminutive Joel. Come out. The child, small but resolute, stared back up at her. No, Yoo patience snapped. I said come out. Joel's reply was a defiant shout. And hello. Yoo stomped in frustration. Why? It's not like someone is going inside. I'll just open the door a little and take a peek. But Joel, channeling a strength far beyond her size, held her ground. Mister said not to open the door. Yoo feigned collapse. Arg, I can't do anything about this tiny brat. Trying a different tactic, Yoo pointed to a subdued Ukroll nearby. Hey Blue, didn't you see Ukroll get beaten by me? Do you want the same thing to happen to you? Joel faltered, but still refused. Yoriam threw her hands up in exasperation. This isn't the time to waste. Right now, something crazy is happening in there. In Yoriam's hyperactive imagination, she pictured a cataclysmic battle. The strongest in our house, Mr. Yoo, and the rank number 2 are having a life-or-death match. Thunder is crashing, explosions everywhere, blood flying, total chaos. Joel merely gave her a deadpan stare. Not interested. Yoriam was floored by the child's indifference. Seriously, look at that face. She collapsed onto the stone floor, utterly defeated. I won, Joel stated simply. As Yoriam lamented the weirdness of her family, a metaphorical light bulb flickered on above her head. A new strategy formed. Her tone shifted from aggressive to sickeningly sweet. Our lovely Joel, she cooed, kneeling down. You were sad because Uncle Jitae hasn't been playing with you lately, right? If you move aside, this Uni will personally persuade him. This time you and Uncle will go out together, just the two of you. The bait was set. Yoriam painted a vivid picture for the child's mind. Since you like snow, we'll go to a snow-covered mountain, ride sleds like Santa, and slurp some ramen, right? Sounds fun. It was a masterclass in manipulation, targeting the child's deepest desire. Joel's eyes sparkled with stars of pure joy. Yeah, with the deal struck, Yoriam gently moved the now-compliant child aside. Stay there sucking your fingers and wait. You brat, she cackled victoriously. Mwaha, I won. No matter how much you try, you're no match for this Lady Yoriam. Her gloating was cut short as she ran face-first into the opening door. Jitae stepped out, looking down at the dazed Yoriam on the floor with an impassive expression. What are you doing lying there, he asked. Is the fight already over? Yoriam groaned. Her victory short-lived. We didn't fight. We solved it by talking. Well, that's good news. He saw the battle lust still lingering in her eyes. If you're that disappointed, why don't you fight him? He offered. Just then, BM appeared in the doorway behind him, a sly, dangerous smile playing on his lips. Little lady, he said, his gaze locking onto Yoriam. I won't go easy on you, is that okay? Yoriam's dazed expression vanished, replaced by wide-eyed, primal excitement. A fierce, toothy grin spread across her face as her draconic blood thrilled at the challenge. Yes, she breathed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Oh, I like that. Inside the gloom of the laboratory, BM, the world's second-ranked superhuman, tilted his head back, pouring a viscous golden liquid straight from the bottle into his mouth. He drank with a desperate thirst, as if it were life itself and not mere liquor. This was the man Jitae had to negotiate with, a genius enslaved by his own vices, a predictable and therefore controllable variable. Jitae watched, his face an impassive mask. He knew that scent, that taste that could not be replicated on Earth. This alcohol, it is definitely a fermented liquor from Arendot, BM slurred, his eyes lighting up with a flicker of lucidity. The bait was taken. The memories Jitae had gifted him were more potent than any liquor. The name conjured visions of a celestial kingdom under alien moons, Arendot. It was the other world where BM had been forcibly taken during the Great Babylon disappearance 4 decades ago. For him, it was a place of trauma and power, a home he could never reclaim. Jitae knew that offering a taste of that lost world was the only currency that would move this man. Leaning back in his chair, BM took another long drink. Where on earth did you get this? He demanded, his voice thick with emotion. Do you like it? Jitae asked, the answer already known. Of course, BM exclaimed, clutching the bottle like a holy relic. You want the inner room for a year? Take it for 10. Jitae waved off the offer, turning to usher Yoriam out, but the dragoness refused to move, still captivated by the powerhouse before her. With the main transaction complete, Jitae turned back to BM. Then can you do me one favor? The man's focus was still on his precious bottle. A favor, he asked distractedly. Jitae gestured toward the battle-hungry dragoness. Play with this young lady for a bit. Yoriam's eyes, previously dazed, now sparked with primal excitement, a wide, toothy grin spreading across her face. BM finally stood, towering over them, his gaze drifting from Yoriam to the child in Jitae's arms. But who are these kids? He wondered aloud. They're with me, Jitae replied curtly, leaving no room for further questions. Even the jaded superhuman couldn't help but murmur, "Cute," as he looked at the quiet, blue-haired child hiding behind her teddy bear. Urium, now face-to-face with the legend, was practically vibrating. "You're really rank number 2? I saw a video about you," she gushed. BM preened slightly, asking if he was more handsome in person. "No, you look like a total game addict bum," she replied with the brutal honesty only a dragon could possess, leaving the demigod momentarily stunned. Regaining her composure, Urium pressed on. "So, are you stronger than Javier?" BM smiled, a nostalgic look in his eyes. "Javier, I heard a rumor he was blinded by a demon." Urium flinched. The demon in that rumor was her, and she suddenly found the floor very interesting. BM waved a dismissive hand. "You'd only know if we fought, but there are 5 humans in this world stronger than him," he explained, his confidence absolute. He then pointed a finger at himself, a sly grin spreading across his face. "And I'm stronger than those 5. The declaration hung in the air, and Urium could only stare back, utterly impressed. "Wow, that's so cool." BM pressed a button, and a heavy door slid open, revealing a vast, empty chamber. "This is a training room for measuring chimera movements. I'd rather not have my research materials broken," he stated, leading them inside. He turned, a playful glint in his eye. "Then, when you're ready." He didn't have to wait long. Urium launched herself at him, a streak of red energy. The attack came in a flash, a punch carrying the full force of her draconic might. "Hey, why are you in such a hurry?" BM mused, catching her fist with effortless ease. He hadn't even looked. Below, Urium gathered her energy, a magic circle flaring to life as she prepared her next assault, crying out, "I've been itching for a real fight. Let's go, Mr. Rank number 2. BM's eyes glowed with golden light, his amusement finally giving way to a flicker of interest. "You're a fiery young lady." The compliment was followed by overwhelming force. With a single, fluid motion, he threw her, sending her crashing against the far wall. The gap in their power was not a gap, it was an abyss. As the sounds of the one-sided beatdown echoed behind him, GD walked through a sterile white corridor, holding Sapile. He had secured what he came for. Entering the designated underground labyrinth inner room, he prepared for the second phase of his plan. From a swirl of dark, cosmic energy, 2 figures emerged and collapsed onto the floor, the knight Javier and the woman from the dungeon. They were weak, disoriented, but alive. "You 2 stay here for the time being," GD commanded, his voice devoid of emotion. "I'll come get you when your condition improves." The knight simply nodded, too exhausted to question his strange salvation. GD turned his gaze to the massive, glowing crystal that dominated the room. "Crystal of Paradise," he murmured. He knew this artifact well. An object of advanced magitech, it emanated a light that forced a state of overwhelming, artificial happiness upon any being exposed to it. It was a beautiful, terrible prison for the mind. The memory was a scar. He saw his past self, the ferocious red dragon, writhing on this very floor, trapped in the crystal's maddening glow. He remembered her screams, not of pain, but of a joy so intense it became agony. He remembered her begging him to kill her. That attempt to break a dragon's will had ended in failure, a lesson learned in blood and despair. Sapile's tug on his shirt pulled him from the grim reverie. "Get a hold of yourself," he told the child, though the words were for himself. They had to leave. Back in the chaotic peace of their home, Chai Yunju read to Joel, commenting on the state of the house. No wonder. That's why the house was so messy. Urium, covered in bandages, descended the stairs. "Then we won't be able to see the cleaning uncle again?" Boem asked sadly from the couch. "Not that, but it'll be hard to see him for a while," GD clarified. The news sent Urium into a rage, and she snarled at a peeking Boem. "Want me to send you next to the tin can?" causing the younger girl to flinch in fright. Cha Yunju observed the bruised and battered dragon with concern. "What happened to Urium? She has injuries all over her body," she said, looking to GD for an explanation. "Looks like she was completely beaten by BM," he stated plainly, offering no further detail. The simplicity of the truth was its own form of concealment. Lying upside down on her bed, Urium sighed. "I knew I'd lose, but I didn't expect to be this helpless. The world is really big, and I'm still a nobody. Her brooding was cut short as Jules silently appeared in her room, startling her so badly she tumbled to the floor with a yelp. "Hey, you Joel, didn't you see the sign on the door?" "Knock," Uriam grumbled, rubbing her head. But Joel was on a mission, recalling their conversation in the labyrinth. "Sled, Ramen, you said you'd tell me if I opened the door," the little dragon stated, confusing Uriam. "It meant if you moved aside, I'd persuade him." Uriam flopped back down, defeated. "Are you joking? Of course not. Leave all, I'm still being nice. I'm in a bad mood." She tried to dismiss the child, but as she turned, she saw Jules' lower lip tremble, her large eyes welling with tears. A heavy sigh escaped Uriam's lips. This was a battle she couldn't win. A short while later, they stood before Jitae. Uriam, resigned, stood behind Jul like a reluctant bodyguard. "You said you have something to say? What is it?" Jitae asked, though he already knew. Jul swallowed hard, looked up at him, and asked with all the sincerity a small dragon could muster, Do you have time tomorrow?" In the aftermath of their tense negotiation, BM's subterranean laboratory settled back into its eerie quiet. One of his chimeras, a hulking serpentine creature, methodically mopped the floor, its presence a bizarre form of domesticity. BM leaned back in his chair, taking a slow sip from a large bottle of liquor. "Damn, only about half is left already," he lamented, savoring the rare Arendot brew. "I should drink it carefully." His thoughts, however, were not on the liquor. They were consumed by the man who had just left. Just what is that guy's identity? He wondered, his sharp eyes narrowing. The man possessed not only overwhelming power, but also an impossible knowledge of Arendot's fermented liquor and a deep understanding of chimeras. The pieces clicked into place, forming a startling but logical conclusion. He is definitely someone who returned from Arendot, like me. An image flashed through BM's mind, an intuition of the man, Yoo Jitae, sitting impassively atop a mountain of slain beasts in another world. He recognized the profound exhaustion etched into his features, the dark circles under his eyes that spoke of endless battles and a heavy soul. It was a weariness BM knew intimately. "Somehow, I did feel a sense of similarity from those dark circles," he murmured, deciding then and there. "I should ask his name next time I see him." His chimera approached, holding out a single, long strand of black hair it had found. BM's analytical gaze shifted, a slow, predatory grin spreading across his face as he took the sample. "This black hair, could it be Yoo Jitae's? My research materials are all destroyed anyway, so I have nothing to do right now." He mused, a dangerous glint in his eye. "You left a pretty nice gift behind, mister." Back in the relative peace of his home, Jitae was confronted by Jul, who had gathered all her courage. He knew from her prior conversation what this was about. It was a scene he had anticipated. Do you have time tomorrow?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly as her resolve began to falter under his calm gaze. Her courage shattered in an instant. She spun around, pointing a finger at a lounging Uriam. "Uriam Uni said she has something to say." Uriam groaned, her scheme exposed. Jitae directed his gaze towards her. "If you have something to say it yourself. Why are you making Jul do it?" Defeated, Uriam reluctantly sat up. Well, sorry about that." Jitae gently patted Jul's head, a silent acknowledgement of her effort. Seeing an opportunity, Uriam reclaimed the spotlight, leaning towards him with a playful smirk. "Well, it's nothing big. If you're free, how about going on a date with me, just the two of us?" The bold proposition hung in the air, causing Jul to gasp in utter shock from below. "Sure," Jitae replied simply. His immediate agreement stunned Uriam into silence, while Jul stared in pure horror. He turned to the red dragon, whose face was now as bright as her hair. "What do you want to do tomorrow? Do you want to fight BM again?" Utterly flustered, Uriam waved her hands dismissively. "Forget it. Go on a date with that blue one. Actually, she's the one who wanted to hang out with you." Jul's expression lit up with unrestrained joy. As Uriam retreated, her playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a sudden seriousness. She paused at the door, her voice low, and, "After you come back, come see me for a bit. I have something serious to say." The door clicked shut, leaving her words hanging heavily in the room. The chaos of the moment subsided, leaving Jitae alone with the small blue dragon. He turned his full attention to her. "You, Joel, what do you want to do tomorrow?" he asked, his voice soft. Her cheeks flushed as she looked up, her wish finally spoken with shy hope. Sledding. He did not take her to a crowded resort, but to the pristine, untamed peaks of the Himalayas. With Joel nestled safely in his lap, they pushed off from a towering summit. The sled shot down the mountain with breathtaking velocity, the wind roaring past as they became a blur against the vast, white canvas of the world's roof. They launched from a snow-covered cliff, soaring through the frigid air in a moment of weightless freedom. Joel's squeals of pure delight echoed across the desolate mountainscape, a sound of pure, untainted happiness. Jitae held her securely as they landed without a jolt, continuing their exhilarating race against gravity down the endless icy slopes. When they finally came to a stop, Joel wiggled off the sled, grinning from ear to ear. "Hee, this is fun," she giggled, though her legs trembled beneath her. "But my legs won't listen to me." Seeing her struggle to stand, Jitae simply bent down and lifted her onto his shoulders, giving her an even better view for the journey back up. Perched atop his shoulders, Joel's playful nature took over as she covered his eyes. "W.O., I can't see ahead," he deadpanned. Her childish logic continued. "Then what if you block your nose? You won't be able to breathe," he replied calmly. Giggling, she moved her tiny hands to cover his mouth, her bright laughter a stark contrast to the silent, frozen world around them. As night descended, they took refuge in a cozy cabin. The remnants of their meal, an empty pot, and Joel passed out on the floor, spoke volumes. Jitae tidied up, a faint smile on his lips. As expected, even as a baby, a dragon is still a dragon. She had devoured 20 packs of ramen all by herself. He knelt to gather the trash and felt a curious tug at his ankle. Joel, having roused from her food coma, was trying to pull off his sock with surprising determination. "Why are you trying to take off my socks?" he asked, gently stopping her small hands. "Socks are dirty, so you shouldn't play with them." "Then what about hair?" she asked, her gaze unwavering. He paused. "Hair? I gave you one before. Did you lose it?" Joel looked down, embarrassed. "Yeah, I'm sorry." With a quiet sigh that held no real frustration, he plucked a single strand from his own head and placed it into her tiny, waiting hands. "Here, this is the last time." He knelt to meet her gaze, his expression softening. "From now on, if you want to go out and play, don't ask the other unis. Tell me directly." He rested a hand on her head, making a silent promise. "Even if I'm busy, I have time to play with you." Her face bloomed into a radiant smile. "Okay." Later, as Joel slept peacefully, Jitae watched over her. He knew this date, this precise moment in the timeline. It was the 80th day, the day the blue dragon receives its revelation. As if summoned by his thoughts, her small form began to levitate, bathed in the ethereal blue light of a complex magic circle materializing around her. He was merely an observer to this sacred draconic ritual. All dragons reach a time when they must find their life's purpose. The Green Clan found it in art, the Gold Clan in guardianship, and the Red Clan, like Yoriam, found it in the glorious crucible of combat. The Blue Dragon Clan, however, had their path chosen for them. Around the 80th day, the will of their ancestral lord bestows upon them a single, life-defining task. Joel's consciousness drifted into a vast, astral void where she stood before the immense, spectral form of the first blue dragon ancestor. The ancient being's voice echoed through the timeless space, speaking to the child with a tone of profound connection. "My daughter." From the physical world, he watched Joel's small form float, bathed in the ethereal blue of her awakening. But in his mind, he was with her in the astral void, an observer to a ritual he knew by heart. A voice she had never heard, but which was as familiar to him as his own, echoed in the timeless dark. "My little daughter." It was the beginning of her revelation, a process he had set in motion and could only watch, never interfere. The void gave way to a presence of unimaginable scale. The spectral form of the first blue dragon, the progenitor of her clan, materialized before her. Joel, small and uncomprehending, looked upon this cosmic being and saw family. "Grandfather," she whispered. Jitae knew it was this very innocence, this ability to see a god and call it family, that made her the perfect instrument for his plans. The ancient dragon's voice resonated with a carefully crafted warmth, acknowledging the happiness she had found. It then posed the critical question, twisting her love for Jitae into the anchor for her new purpose. He wishes for your happiness. Do you also wish for his? Her answer was guileless, immediate, and absolute. Yes, I do. A contract was sealed in that moment, its terms written in a child's devotion. Then came the prophecy, words Jitae had heard in his nightmares across 1,000 failed loops. The ancestor spoke of a long, dark night, of a fall from which one might never rise. He watched as the burden was laid upon the child. When that time comes, you must protect what is precious with your own hands. Her precious thing was him. Her mission was to prevent his fated demise. But I don't have any power, she confessed, a child's honest fear. The ancestor dismissed her doubt, insisting her heart was the only weapon she needed. To make the abstract concept of protection more palatable, the cosmic entity shifted, taking on a handsome, human-like form. It was a calculated manipulation, presenting this life-or-death duty as a noble quest given by a benevolent guardian. The revelation was finally given its name, a single, all-consuming directive. The revelation given to you is to protect what is precious to you. The ancestor's voice faded, leaving behind an echo of encouragement as Jul's consciousness drifted back. The purpose was set, the path was chosen. She was no longer just a child. She was a shield, forged for a war she could not understand. The blue light in the room receded. Jul's eyes snapped open, a new, unyielding fire burning within them. She clenched a tiny fist, the weight of her divine mandate settling onto her small shoulders. Yes, I'll protect it, she vowed, not just to the memory of her ancestor, but to the very fabric of her new reality. The change in her was palpable. The second phase of his plan had begun. The next day, the world outside continued its relentless, ignorant march forward. Flying vehicles zipped between sterile skyscrapers. Jitae found himself in a mundane coffee shop, the scent of roasted beans a stark contrast to the ozone of draconic magic. It was here, in this pocket of normalcy, that he conducted the other side of his war, the one of intelligence and manipulation. The green dragon, Yoo, sat across from him, offering a belated apology for her inaction regarding the Prototype X affair. He waved it away. Her role was never confrontation. He cut straight to the point, asking for intel on the Shadow Organization, invisibility, and a new variable he'd heard whispers of, Malaysia's ball. The name sent a chill of unwelcome familiarity through him. I remember. BOM described Malaysia's ball as the files did, a rare, S+ rank segmented dungeon fraught with lethal, unknown dangers. To Jitae, it was a tomb he had visited many times before. As she spoke, images of its varied and treacherous landscapes, lava pits, ice caverns, opulent halls, flashed through his mind, each one a memorial to a past failure. And at its end, a dark, armored figure he knew all too well. Her intelligence confirmed his fears, but with a new, unsettling twist. Invisibility was hijacking the Lair's official year-end event, using the dungeon as their stage. Their goal, to create 100 new demons and forcibly install one of their own, Wyan, into a position of power. This was a far more aggressive and public move than they had ever attempted in previous timelines. A cold anger settled in his gut. They were using his past failures as their playground. BOM slid a piece of paper across the table. It was a wanted poster. For X, the killer of their prototype. The bounty was a staggering 15 top-grade mana stones, a fortune that could build a small army. He was being hunted by the very people he was trying to dismantle, and they had no idea he was sitting right in front of them. The bounty was an amusing distraction, nothing more. They don't know my identity anyway, so it's not a problem, he stated flatly, handing the poster back. The strategic priority had shifted. Wrap up the Russia side and move to Wyan's side. Find out the details of the year-end event there. BOM nodded, her loyalty absolute. Understood, my lord. As Baum prepared to leave, her gaze caught on something over his shoulder. He turned to see Jul, now clad in a tiny black suit and sunglasses, glaring daggers at the green dragon while sipping a juice box. He knew instantly. Who knows? What kind of revelation did she receive to act like that? He feigned ignorance. Her revelation was protection, and in her eyes, BOM was now a suspicious woman. Just then, his watch chimed with an official notification from the lair, a mandatory guardian counseling session. He looked at the 3 dragons gathered in his living room, now joined by Jewel in her bizarre outfit. Kale, Yoriam, and BOM all looked up, their expressions ranging from curious to bored. Another bureaucratic task, but perhaps an opportunity. He announced he would counsel them one by one, which immediately sparked a small war. Joel demanded to be included in her role as protector, while Yoriam, ever the opportunist, mocked the child before grabbing his arm possessively. "Will you counsel me first, Appa?" she purred. The air crackled with the silent, jealous indignation of the other 2 dragons. Inside his office, the counseling began. Yoriam sat on his bed, the bravado stripped away. "Come to think of it, you said you had something to tell me," he prompted, knowing she was wrestling with something. "Do you have some kind of concern?" Her voice was uncharacteristically small when she finally answered. "I do. I feel like I'm really weak." He offered the obvious answer. "Is it because you lost to BM?" Her reaction was explosive. "It's not just because of that old guy," she snapped. She confessed that she had sparred with senior students and won, but there was a deep dissatisfaction in her victory. The loss to BM was a trigger, but the root of her insecurity ran much deeper. "I didn't win with human strength," she admitted, her voice laced with shame. A flashback confirmed what he suspected. In a moment of anger, she had unleashed her draconic power, the raw mana of her dragon heart, to overwhelm an opponent. To a warrior like Yoriam, winning with overwhelming power instead of skill felt pathetic. It was a failure to control the beast within. He let the silence sit for a moment before speaking. "You're strong," he stated, not as an opinion, but as a fact. "And you'll keep getting stronger, because the blood flowing in your body isn't normal." He explained her inherent right as a dragon. The power she saw as a crutch was, in fact, her birthright to rule. It was a truth she needed to accept before she could master it. He then delivered the warning, a lesson learned through countless lifetimes of his own. To rush growth, to grasp for the power of centuries in a single moment, always carried a terrible price. "Even so," he asked, locking eyes with her, "do you still want to become stronger?" Her answer was immediate, fierce, and without hesitation. "Yes, right now is what matters to me." That was the answer he needed. "All right, I understand," he said, making a few notes on his clipboard. He stood, turning to leave. "When vacation comes soon, let's try it together." He paused at the door, glancing back at her stunned face. "Becoming stronger. I'll teach you." Her shock quickly turned to flustered denial, then to teasing. "What is it? Did you actually want me as your student?" He ignored the bait, his objective complete. "Tell the next person to come in already." As he closed the door, he added a final note to his clipboard. Yoriam, still ill-mannered as usual. Yukale was next. The gold dragon was a bundle of nerves, stammering that she didn't need anything and was doing fine. Just as he was about to dismiss her, she blurted out her true request. There is something I want to ask. Can I go on something like a dispatch?" The question was so out of character for the sheltered dragon it immediately piqued his interest. When asked why, she rambled about volunteering and meeting new people, but a flash of a daydream revealed her true motive, a fantasy of performing on stage for cheering soldiers. The gold dragon's innate desire for adoration was a powerful force. Blushing furiously, she quickly downplayed it, assuming it was a ridiculous request. He considered her request. A desire for the spotlight was a predictable, yet potentially useful, trait. "I'll think about it," he said, jotting down his assessment. Yukale, doing well, but needs to be watched. Her ambitions were harmless for now, but any powerful desire needed careful monitoring. With a silent nod, he prepared for his final session. Finally, UBOM entered. He asked the standard questions about her well-being, and she answered with practiced ease about her mundane life. He probed gently, asking about the artistic pursuits typical of the Green Dragon clan. She smiled and politely corrected him, stating that not all stereotypes were true. She was a fortress of placid smiles and polite deflections. Then, she did what the others had not. She turned the session back on him. "What about you, mister? How have you been lately?" The simple question, coming from her, was disarming. He gave the only honest answer he had left. Just living. It was not a life, but an endurance. She moved from her seat, kneeling beside his chair, her proximity a disruption to his guarded space. "Isn't there anything you lack?" she pressed, her voice a soft murmur. Before he could process the question, she offered a suggestion with a knowing, hopeful smile. "For example, love, maybe." The word struck him like a physical blow. The clipboard slipped from his hand, clattering to the floor in the sudden, deafening silence. The afternoon sun spilled into the room, a placid scene that belied the tension coiled within him. He remained seated, a statue of indifference as Yoo Jitae settled onto his lap, calling this a counseling session. He knew this game she played. It was her way of closing a distance he had artificially created. He let her for now. This was a fortress of polite deflections, but she had grown bolder, her casual proximity a direct challenge to his resolve. He told her to get off, feigning an ache in his knees, but she merely hummed and scribbled notes on her clipboard. Her diagnosis was a playful jab, heavy knees, and a frozen shoulder. He saw the absurdity, but corrected her with a flat tone. When he used her full name, Yoo Jitae, it was a clear warning to stop, a boundary she gleefully ignored. "TCH, I like this," she murmured. "It's close and nice." He knew she did. That was the problem. He insisted it was too close, but she argued it was better than being far away. Her hand settled over his, a simple touch that sent a phantom ache through him, a memory of a time he could no longer have. She leaned closer still, her voice a soft lament. "Look, when I get closer, you move away again." In her attempt to prove her point, she overbalanced, sending the chair tipping backward with a sudden crash. The world shifted, and he found himself on the floor, her body now pressed against his. The clipboard had clattered away, forgotten. Her scent, a mix of spring and something uniquely her, filled his senses. Then came the questions, each one a precisely aimed dart. "Do I make you uncomfortable? Or do you see me as a woman?" His breath hitched. She had no idea how dangerous that question was. Her eyes widened slightly as she saw the flicker of something in his own. "Wait, do you know?" Her words, "You are," trailed off as his mind was violently wrenched back to another time. A vision seared behind his eyes, the monstrous, grinning face of the demon Hasegawa, his red eyes glowing with malevolent glee. This was the entity he fought against, the very reason he kept BOM at arm's length. The memory was a physical blow, and the terror it evoked in him was something she could feel, her own expression shifting to one of genuine shock and concern. The spell was broken by the creak of the door. Yoo Jitae stood in the entrance, her small face a canvas of confusion. A loud noise. "What are you two doing?" Before he could form a reply, Bomb scrambled to her feet, laughing it off as a prank. She quickly clamped a hand over his mouth, silencing any protest he might have made, and spun a tale of playful antics for the little dragon. With a cheerful apology, BOM offered to read Joel a storybook, but the little girl's attention was fixed. "Me too," Joel whispered, her eyes wide with a new, sparkling desire. "I want to do it too. Counseling." BOM could only laugh, explaining to Jitae that Joel was simply jealous. He watched the exchange, the weight of the previous moment still heavy on his shoulders. Announcing she was done with counseling, BOM breezed out of the room to prepare dinner, leaving him on the floor with Joel. As she left, she shot one last, unreadable glance back. Jitae turned his attention to the small dragon before him, picking up the clipboard. If this was what he had to do to maintain this fragile peace, he would do it. "What do you want counseling for?" he asked, his voice betraying none of the turmoil within. Joel's excited shout of, "I don't know," was the only answer he received. While his small world was consumed with counseling sessions, the larger world was turning. News reports flashed across unseen screens, announcing Lair's year-end event. The conquest of the S+ rank dungeon, the bathroom of Asia, was being promoted as a triumph for the students. He knew better. He knew it was a stage being set for a massacre, the public's attention carefully manipulated and focused. At a press conference, Professor Wine, a woman whose smile was as sharp as glass, addressed the media. She dismissed concerns about the danger, boasting of the students' increased strength. She spoke of support from top guilds and prestigious families, weaving a narrative of safety and cooperation. Jitae had seen this speech before. Every word was a calculated lie, designed to lure the world into a false sense of security. Her words were a poison promise. "I'd prefer you look forward to it rather than worry," she finished, her eyes glinting with a predatory light. Elsewhere, her chief assistant, Guak Panwi, watched the broadcast with mounting panic. His arm was in a cast, a fresh injury. "Damn it," he seethed, chewing his nails. "I didn't stay under that guy to be treated like this." His own assistant, a woman named Hashimoto, chided him for his outburst. "Professor Wyan, you're too much." She sympathized, though her eyes were cold. Panwi's anger shifted targets. "The one who's too much is that guy," he snarled, slamming his fist down. The shadow of Jitae loomed in his mind. "That bastard ruined our plan." Panwi was convinced that once the event was over, everything would return to normal and his position would be secure. Hashimoto skillfully steered the conversation, her voice soft and concerned. "Malaysia's ball is being prepared well, right?" Panwi started to rant about the elders involved, then caught himself. "Ahem, never mind. It's still confidential." But Hashimoto leaned in, her smile disarmingly sweet as she coaxed him. "Come on, you know I can keep secrets. I won't tell anyone, okay?" Panwi, flustered and eager to impress, swallowed the bait. With a heavy sigh, he relented. "Don't tell anyone," he warned, before revealing the core of their plan. 2 collapse-class demons and 1 calamity-class demon will attend the ball. The words hung in the air, thick with menace, as shadowy figures of immense power flashed through his mind. Hashimoto's eyes sparkled with faint excitement. "Wow, those great figures are coming in person." As Panwi began to name names, the collapse-class demon is Hasegawa, and his phone rang. He scrambled to answer it, hurrying out of the room, leaving her alone on the sofa. The moment the door clicked shut, the transformation was instantaneous. The bright, bubbly facade crumbled, replaced by a chillingly vacant expression. The light in her eyes died, replaced by a cold, blue glow. She raised a hand to her temple, a silent report being sent to an unknown master. "My lord, I have obtained information." Back at the house, Kroll and Jewel were marveling over a picture of a chicken. As Jitae entered the room, he announced, "I'll go out for a bit." Kroll requested chicken for his return, but her words died in her throat. Both she and Jewel stared, mouths agape. He was dressed in a pristine, all-black suit, a coat draped over his shoulders. It was a version of him they had never seen before. Their innocent minds struggled to process the sight. "Wow, what is this? Are you going to a wedding?" Cole exclaimed. He looked down at them, his expression unreadable, his eyes holding the weight of 1,000 lifetimes. "I'm going to a funeral." The word was alien to them, a chilling premonition that left them confused and silent. As he walked, memories assaulted him. Not his memories, but memories of the future he had already lived. The face of a broken BOM, his own agonized scream, and the triumphant, demonic leer of the man responsible. Hasegawa. The name was a curse he carried, a debt that could only be paid in blood. This was not a mission, it was an execution. He arrived on the academy grounds, the low murmur of students filling the air. They were discussing the upcoming event, oblivious to the predator walking among them. And then he saw her, UBOM, dressed in a black dress and white jacket, a perfect mirror to his own funereal attire. "Mister," she called out, running toward him. "Why are you so late?" It was so embarrassing waiting alone. She spun, showing off her outfit. "I matched the dress code with you. Does it suit me?" He started to speak, the familiar words of dismissal on his lips, but she cut him off. "That's what you'll say, right? While you're still being nice, go back, quickly." She knew him too well. She had studied his every pattern, his every defense. She played out the entire script she had envisioned. "Then I'll say no. This time, you'll need me for sure," she declared. "And then you'll say my name with a serious face. And in the end, cowardly UBOM would be left alone, crying while waiting for you again." Her performance was flawless, a heartbreaking summary of their relationship. She had disarmed him completely, leaving him speechless. He finally looked at her, truly looked at her, and gave her the one thing he had been withholding, the truth. "From now on, someone will die by my hands." The words were cold, devoid of emotion. "I told you, I'm not that good of a person. The process will be cruel, and the result will be ugly. I don't want you to see that. He was trying to protect her from the darkness he was about to unleash. He told her to go home, but she stood her ground. Do you know what it means to live as a green dragon? She asked, her voice trembling but firm. It means seeing the natural order and being unable to do anything. She recounted a horrific vision she'd had, a cruel and tragic event she was forced to witness and unable to prevent. That was her daily existence. Her hand reached out, resting on his arm. But you're within my reach, she said, her voice filled with a desperate conviction. I really want to help you. Like when we saved that woman back then. Her plea was a reminder of a moment of shared purpose, a time when they had fought together against the cruelties of fate. He let out a long, weary sigh, the sound of a man at the end of his rope. He relented. The battle was over. If you get in the way even a little, I'll send you back home immediately. It was the harshest of terms, but to her, it sounded like a victory symphony. Her face lit up with a brilliant, relieved smile. Yes, she agreed, her spirit soaring. She was in. She would not be left behind. Meanwhile, in the glittering, nocturnal cityscape of Kyoto, Japan, the target was preparing. Inside a skyscraper overlooking the city, an attendant presented a fedora on a silver platter. Hasegawa, the collapse-class demon, accepted it with a predatory grin. His eyes glowed a malevolent red as he placed the hat on his head. All right, today as well. He purred, his voice dripping with anticipation. Let's have some fun. Kyoto, Japan, a city of ancient temples and neon-drenched skyscrapers, now the stage for another haunt. Inside a monument to modern excess, a party was in full swing, a symphony of clinking glasses and hollow laughter. The elevator doors opened, and we stepped into the lion's den. To U-Bomb's eyes, it was a dazzling social affair. To me, it was just a prettier cage filled with more dangerous animals. We walked into the grand hall, a river of silk and ambition. Men discussed deals that would shape economies, and women danced, their laughter echoing under the golden arches. They were all blissfully unaware, entranced by their own fleeting importance. I let my gaze drift over them, seeing not people, but obstacles, pawns on a board I had played on 1,000 times before. So this is the place where you'll be fighting, Yoo murmured, her voice a mix of awe and confusion. She had seen glimpses through her providence, but the reality was jarringly elegant. I gave her a simple reminder, a line to anchor her in this deceptive place. Don't let your guard down. We are inside enemy territory. A woman in a red dress drifted towards us, her eyes fixed on me. Her question about my family was a standard social probe, an attempt to place me within her world's hierarchy. It was a test, the first of many. This was the part of the hunt I despised, the tedious, smiling deception that preceded the violence. I am from the Konosuk family, I stated, the lie falling easily from my lips. The name was chosen for its obscurity and its rumored ties to the shadows, a perfect cover for an assassin. The woman's eyes lit up with intrigued surprise. She saw a handsome heir from a mysterious clan. She was oblivious to the killer standing before her. As another guest tried to engage Yoo, the woman in red pressed her advantage, asking for a dance. Her offer was insistent, a social trap I had no interest in navigating. I'm sorry, I replied, my voice flat and final. I don't really know how to dance. It was a simple, effective wall. Just as the woman prepared to insist, Yoo-Bomb's hand gently stopped her. I'm sorry, but this gentleman has already agreed to dance with me. Her smile was bright and possessive, a flawless performance that established her claim. She stepped into the role of my partner with a natural grace that both surprised me and reinforced the necessity of her presence. The other woman was left speechless, her plan thwarted. She could only stare for a moment before turning away in a huff of indignation. Yoo had won the small social battle with effortless skill, securing our cover and creating a bubble of isolation around us on the crowded floor. She was proving her worth in ways beyond combat. She pulled me closer, whispering, "You remember, right? When we danced together during that class." She leaned in, her voice low and strategic. "Just as you said, we are in enemy territory. We need to blend in to avoid raising suspicion." Her logic was inescapable, using my own words against me. With a determined smile, she curtsied slightly. "Let's give it a try. For the mission, It wasn't a request, but a gentle command wrapped in mission parameters. I looked at her, then relented with a sigh. It couldn't be helped. I took her hand, the contact a strange anchor in the swirling chaos. As we moved across the floor, we became the focus of murmurs and admiring glances. The other guests saw a stunning new couple, oblivious to the fact that we were hunters scanning the flock. UBOM, feeling my stiffness, teased me about my dancing. Your skills have improved since last time. Did you practice alone in your room, or something? I ignored her jab, my tone shifting back to the mission. Did you figure anything out? I asked, my voice barely audible over the music. She confirmed that the guests were neither demons nor brainwashed, just ordinary, oblivious humans. I then gave her the target's profile. He plays music, and he pretends to be an artist. As if summoned, a man approached us, his smile a mask of practiced benevolence. It was him, Hasegawa. You are the second son of the Konosuke family, aren't you? He asked, his voice smooth as aged poison. He was playing the part of the gracious host, unaware that his performance was for an audience of one who already knew the ending. His gaze shifted to UBOM, and the beautiful lady next to you is? UBOM gave a perfect, graceful curtsy. I apologize for the late introduction. I am his secretary, Haru, she said, her voice dripping with practiced reverence. I've heard that you captivate everyone's hearts with your beautiful performances. Her flattery was a weapon, disarming and precise. She leaned into her role, a hand on my arm. Doesn't attraction begin with a fragrance? We too would like to become a pair of butterflies at this gathering today. Hasegawa chuckled, completely taken in by the charade. He saw a blossoming romance, a prize for his social collection, oblivious to the trap being laid. As the demon walked away, I questioned her over-the-top performance. She chided me for my awkward expression, reminding me that I had no problem linking arms with Yoriam. Soon after, an attendant approached our target. The time had come. When will the performance begin? I asked, feigning eager anticipation. Hasegawa beamed. Actually, the setup has just been finished, so I'm about to start. UBOM clapped her hands together with practiced delight. The demon smiled, holding a flute. I hope my humble melody will be engraved in your noble hearts. I knew it would be engraved, but not as music. UBOM's playful demeanor vanished, her voice dropping to a serious whisper. That old man is your target, mister. You're planning to kill him, right? Killing him would be nice, but reality was more complicated. That would be ideal, I replied grimly. But that creature isn't going down that easily, because he is an immortal. The word hung in the air between us. An immortal. However, I continued, clarifying the nuance. It takes a significant amount of time for him to resurrect. UBOM's eyes widened slightly. How long? She asked. My gaze was fixed on the grand staircase as I gave the answer. 10 years. If you hadn't come, I would have blown this whole place away along with him, I admitted quietly. A decade was more than enough time for my purpose. I didn't need a permanent solution, not yet. She looked at me, her expression unreadable. I understand what you mean, she finally said. An announcer's voice cut through the air, introducing Hasegawa's first piece, Liszt's La Campanella. The guests applauded politely. As the demon took his place at the piano, UBOM's expression hardened with resolve. I knew her mind. The social gathering lasts until tomorrow, I reminded her. We don't have much time. I'll find a way to kill him for sure today. Hasegawa settled at the grand piano, a grotesque smile fixed on his face as he looked out at his adoring audience. These fools thought they were here for a cultural experience. His fingers hovered over the keys, and the air itself seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a low murmur only I could hear, he spoke to himself. Now then, shall we begin? Sometime later, the echoes of the performance still lingered. I found UBOM in a washroom, leaning over the sink, her body trembling. The music had been a psychic poison, and she was experiencing the full, repulsive effects of its venom. Ugh, are you okay? I asked, though I already knew the answer. I spoke the words I always did, the futile attempt to shield her from this world. UBOM, it's not too late, so go back. She shook her head, wiping her mouth. I'm fine. It's just, that was my first time hearing such a repulsive performance. Her gaze met mine in the mirror. No matter how much I think about it, this place doesn't suit you. If you read Providence, you should know. I said, my voice cold. This place is dirty and ugly. Why would you go out of your way to come to such a filthy place? Her reflection stared back, her expression one of profound sadness and resolve. Her answer struck me with more force than any physical blow. If I didn't come, you would be alone forever, mister. A silence stretched between us. She turned from the mirror, her earlier weakness gone, replaced by a chilling certainty. I wasn't just shivering in fear the whole time either. I was thinking. A sly, dangerous smile touched her lips, one that reminded me so much of Yoriam. Tomorrow will be his final performance. The next day, the final performance began. Hasegawa once again took the stage, met with thunderous applause from his captive audience. He announced an original composition, the third movement of Eve. His fingers descended upon the keys, and a melody began to fill the hall, a tune that was deceptively beautiful, yet woven with threads of pure malice. The audience was immediately entranced. Tears of manufactured ecstasy streamed down their faces as they were caught in the music's spell. "Shall we begin soon?" Ubiom asked, her voice steady. I raised my wine glass, my eyes fixed on the stage. "Brace yourself. The sight you're about to see will be more gruesome than you can imagine." I let the glass slip from my fingers. The sharp shatter echoed through the hall, a dissonant note that broke the spell. In an instant, the beautiful illusion was ripped away. The elegant guests flickered and distorted, their faces becoming hollow masks with vacant, glowing eyes. The opulent ballroom became a chamber of horrors, revealing the true audience of the damned. The music stopped abruptly. From the stage, Hasegawa's face contorted in pure, unrestrained fury. The mask of the benevolent artist was gone, replaced by the snarl of a demon whose sacred ritual had been violated. His voice, now a guttural roar, shook the room. "Who is it? Who dares interrupt my performance?" The music had stopped, but a new, grotesque symphony began. The audience, their faces twisted in silent screams, convulsed unnaturally. Bomb's eyes widened in horror. For her, it was a sudden plunge into a nightmare. For me, it was simply confirmation of a disgusting truth I already knew. As expected, I stated, my voice flat, "The people here aren't alive." I remembered briefing her before we entered. She had asked, with a naivete I almost found tragic, if they were corpses. I confirmed they were Hasegawa's toys, puppets made from dead bodies. When I asked how she knew, her answer was simple, a fundamental truth of her existence. "I'm a dragon." She didn't need to see the decay. She could feel the absence of life. She explained the unique perception of her clan. "Even with light contact, I can tell if they are alive or dead." Yet, something had bothered her, a flicker of a pulse that defied the cold reality of death. But when the performance began, the horrifying truth became clear. The only thing alive in their bodies was the ears. A gruesome puzzle she was never meant to solve. Her words clicked into place, painting a macabre masterpiece of depravity. "That guy has a sick hobby of collecting human ears," I pieced together aloud. "He attaches them to his victims, creating a captive audience that has no choice but to listen. In all my previous lives, I had ended him before his art reached this stage. This was new information, a chilling reminder that things could always get worse." BOM, ever focused on the mission, brought us back to the central problem. How is that related to his immortality? She recounted what she had learned in the dragon's lair about demonic contracts. A demon's power is tied to the purpose for which they sold their soul. If that purpose is unfulfilled, they undergo shedding, a transformation that reveals a hidden aspect. That was it. That was the key I had been missing. Her eyes lit up with an idea. "Then we need to draw out what he's hiding first. So how about this?" She leaned in, whispering her plan. It was audacious and dangerous, relying on her to provoke a collapse-class demon. After a long moment of calculation, weighing the risk against the reward, I gave my consent. "All right, I'll do as you said." Back in the present, Hasegawa's hand slammed down on the piano keys. His face, once a mask of artistic passion, was now a canvas of pure demonic rage. "How dare you interrupt my sacred performance?" he roared. At his command, his grotesque audience stirred, rising from their seats with jerky, unnatural movements. "Cut off the ears of those who interrupted me right now." As the dead shambled toward us, I gave her one last chance to turn back. "Is this the world you live in? Do you understand now that you were being reckless? But she stood her ground, her gaze firm. I know, she admitted, her voice trembling but resolute. But I want to know more about you. In the world you see, I will fight too. Her resolve was absolute. A brilliant teal aura erupted from her. This was the true power of a green dragon, a force that bent reality to her will. Ancient runes filled the air as she invoked her authority. An S+ ranked ability, Dragon Speech, was unleashed, a colossal magic circle spreading across the floor, pulsing with primordial power. The words of a green dragon carry immense power. It is not mere magic. It is the law of mortality. It forces the living to obey and the dead to return to their ordained stillness. The advancing puppets froze, bound by glowing glyphs, their unnatural animation stripped away. It was a beautiful, terrifying display of absolute order. Her eyes, now glowing with draconic power, met mine. I'll handle the puppets. You take Hasegawa, she commanded. She had seized her role in this battle, and I accepted it without a word. As she held the horde at bay, I moved, a black shadow slicing through the static scene, closing the distance to the demon. But Hasegawa was a collapse-class demon for a reason. He snarled, unleashing a wave of raw, red demonic energy that clashed with Bomb's authority. This level of power isn't enough, he bellowed. The law of mortality fractured under the strain, and BOM cried out, a thin line of blood trickling from her temple. I watched unsurprised. A green dragon is still a child. Her power had limits. The puppets, released from their bonds, shrieked and lunged at me. Their movements were a blur of mindless aggression, but my reaction was faster. The air filled with the hum of my blade as it danced, carving arcs of blue light through the encroaching darkness. Each strike was precise, efficient, and final. Hasegawa watched, not with fear, but with the indignation of a scorned artist. I don't understand. Why interrupt my performance? Red threads of energy extended from his fingertips, linking him to his puppets. If you fail to understand my melody, then I'll cut off your ears and attach them to my puppets. That way, my performance will forever be heard perfectly in silence. As his demonic energy surged, connecting him to his grotesque audience, I understood. This was it. This was Hasegawa's shedding. Bomb's plan had worked. She collapsed to her knees, her power exhausted. I'm sorry. I can't maintain dragon speech. She whispered. I looked at her, my expression calm. That's enough. Drawing out his power is sufficient. My own power coalesced around my hand, forming the familiar shape of my blade. Now, leave it to me, I said, stepping forward. Hasegawa, blinded by fury, screamed, How dare you whisper in front of me? His rage was a storm, but to me, it was merely static. You bunch of noise, I muttered, and the world exploded in a clash of power. Mister, BOM screamed, her voice filled with panic. Hasegawa cackled, believing he had won. Ha ha ha, acting all cool, and now look at you. He raved about the sanctity of performance, about ancient punishments for those who would defy art. Ears that hear but don't listen are useless, he preached, his madness echoing in the hall. I walked out of the dust, dragging one of his puppets by the hair. Seems you were inspired by that, I said coolly. I tossed the head aside and met his glowing red eyes. Then I delivered the final, fatal blow, not with my sword, but with words. You also know your performance is terrible, don't you? His rage transcended language, erupting in a primal, incoherent roar of pure fury. There was a flash, a whisper of displaced air. For a moment, Hasegawa's enraged face froze, his roar cut short. Then, his head slid cleanly from his neck. The power released in that single, perfect strike blew out the windows of the skyscraper, a silent shockwave announcing the demon's demise to the unsuspecting city below. BOM stared, her shock overriding her exhaustion. Hasegawa's head tumbled through the gilded hall, a look of confused indignation still plastered on its dead features. I stood over the headless corpse, my blade dissipating into motes of light. Hasegawa, I said to the silence, your little game ends here. A flick of my wrist was all it took. In the gilded hall, surrounded by the ruin of his audience, Hasegawa's head sailed through the air. I stood over the collapsing body, the aura around my hand dissipating into silent motes of light. Hasegawa. I spoke to the dead air, my voice devoid of triumph. Your little game ends here. The headless corpse slumped to its knees before crashing to the floor, a puppet with its strings cut. The head tumbled across the ornate carpet, its expression a mask of indignation frozen in time. It came to a rest, a discarded prop from a finished play. I stepped forward, planting my foot firmly on the demon's head, pinning it to the ground. It was an act of finality, a statement. But I knew this enemy. The eyes, once closed in death, snapped open, blazing with a malevolent red glow. He was far from finished. From across the room, BOM gasped, her mind struggling to process the scene. I could feel her awe and confusion. She thought this was the end. "Mister," she called out, a tremor in her voice. I didn't turn to face her. "Don't worry," I stated calmly, my gaze fixed on the creature beneath my heel. "This guy won't die from just having his head cut off." A sickening chuckle gurgled from the severed head. "Kei, you speak as if you know me well." The cogs were turning in that demonic mind. Yes, now I understand. Strength beyond most rancors and knowledge of my true identity. There's only one answer. A mad grin spread across its face, a horrifying spark of recognition in its glowing eyes. "You are Exta." He tried to probe me, asking about my goals, extermination, world peace. Pathetic, predictable questions. A dying man sure talks a lot, I replied, dismissing his inquiry. He needed to understand his position. All the audience for your disgusting performance are gone. For you, who made a contract with the Lord of the Abyss as a performer, that must be fatal. I pressed my foot down, enjoying the flicker of panic in his eyes. Your immortality also comes from your lord, Amarvarka, doesn't it? The name struck him like a physical blow. Huh, you even know the name of the lord I contracted with? Just what are you, he stammered. I allowed a small, cold smile. But there's one thing you got wrong. He regained a sliver of his arrogance. Just because the audience leaves doesn't mean I can't perform, he spat. If they left because my performance wasn't good enough, then I just need to improve my skill. His laughter became manic, a horrifying crescendo of madness. And I can just make a new audience. From the stump of his neck and the base of his severed head, crimson threads of pure, demonic energy erupted. They lashed through the air like vipers, seeking a new puppet. Before BOM could react, the threads found her, wrapping around her limbs and lifting her into the air with a surprised cry. The trap was sprung. His head floated, held aloft by its own grotesque web. Fine, I admit it. You're the strongest superhuman I've seen, he conceded, his voice dripping with venom. But that girl is weak. The threads constricted, forcing BOM into the posture of a marionette, her body no longer her own. No matter how strong you are, your human nature remains. He held his severed head in his hands, a gesture of mock contemplation. And that is love. If you touch me, that girl will die too. But if you stay still, that girl will kill you. It was the classic, cruel dilemma he always enjoyed. So choose. The threads pulled taut, forcing a shard of broken glass into BOM's hand and raising it toward me. Her eyes widened in horror as her own body betrayed her. Will you kill your beloved with your own hands? Hasegawa howled with glee. Or be killed by your beloved? The shard drew closer to my throat. I looked past the weapon, past the terrified girl holding it, and met the demon's eyes. My expression was one of weary disappointment, not fear. Your bad taste is the same as ever, I said, the words heavy with the memory of a dozen other timelines. Good to see it hasn't changed. His triumphant grin faltered. What do you mean? Before he could process my words, a new power intervened. Viridian threads of light manifested, overlaying his crimson web. The world dissolved around him, the grand hall melting away into a vast, star-strewn cosmos. He floated, disoriented. Is this an illusion? Then he saw her, BOM, floating serenely in the void, no longer a puppet. It's not an illusion, she said, her voice echoing in the astral space. You've entered my inner world. Through your threads. His own power had become his prison. He shrieked, realizing the truth. Why you? You're not human. Her green threads of will tightened, binding him completely. If the source of your power is the Lord of the Abyss, she declared, her resolve solidifying, then the source of my power is the green dragon. My power may be weak, but my origin will never lose to yours. Behind her, the spectral form of the ancient dragon materialized, a being of pure life and magic that dwarfed the demon's pathetic master. With a final, decisive tug of her power, BOM corrected his last miscalculation. "All right, and there's one thing you misunderstood," she said, her voice clear and strong. "You called me and him lovers, right? Sorry, but we're not in a relationship." As the demon's mind crumbled, she added with a faint, determined smile, "For now." The astral world shattered. Hasegawa gasped, finding himself kneeling on a cold stone floor. He was in a different place, a vast, empty church, bathed in an eerie red light. BOM and I stood before him on a dais, beside a grand piano. "You're awake," I announced. "The hotel collapsed, so I moved you to a place suitable for performing. Do you like it?" I gestured to the pews, and the illusion flickered, revealing the ghosts of his past victims. I had recreated the scene of one of his worst massacres, forcing him to confront the agony he had caused. "Hasegawa, you killed many humans here," I said, my voice like ice. "So you will perform your final stage here." He erupted in laughter, a broken, desperate sound. "Final stage? Have you already forgotten who I am?" He explained his pact. As long as his audience lived, so did he. That means, because you who heard my performance are alive, I will never die. His belief in this loophole was his last shield. I held his severed head, feigning contemplation. "As you said, in this state I can't kill you, but I won't risk my life just for you." He sneered, thinking I was admitting defeat. "So, I'll try another method." My hand flared once more with dark, crackling energy. In a flash, I struck, severing both arms from his kneeling body. He let out a piercing scream. I leaned in close. "If a performer who made a contract with a demon can no longer perform," I explained, articulating the fine print of his own damnation, "that would break the contract." I held his screaming head inches from his own mutilated body. "Perform. Right now," I commanded. Panic filled his eyes. "I am a collapse-class demon. An arm like this will regenerate quickly." But nothing happened. He looked towards Balm, finally understanding. "Damn it, that girl's mana is interfering with my regeneration." He realized the lingering effect of her inner world was still upon him, a poison nullifying his demonic gifts. Still, he refused to accept it. "Gore, I can still perform," he roared, thrashing his limbless torso. "What does an arm matter? I can keep performing." In a final, pathetic act, he slammed his head against the piano keys, creating a discordant clang. "Now, Amarvarka, listen, listen," he begged his unseen master. "This was the first piece I made when I offered my soul to you. Listen to it one last time, please." His plea dissolved into nothing as his body began to disintegrate, his contract broken, his existence forfeit. He crumbled into motes of light and dust, leaving only silence. The grand, illusory church faded away, returning us to the wreckage of the hotel ballroom. BOM looked around, disoriented by the shift. "What happened here?" she asked, her voice small. I reached out and flicked her cheek, harder than necessary. "Yoo, it hurts," she cried, rubbing the spot. "Don't do something that dangerous again," I said, my voice flat, betraying none of the cold fear I'd felt when she was captured. She pouted, retorting, "But if we didn't do it this way, we would never have been able to kill Hasegawa." She wasn't wrong. This timeline's BOM had a strength and resolve that continued to surprise me. I looked at her, truly looked at her, and the words came out before I could stop them. "Good work." Her eyes widened in surprise. Gently, I placed my hand on her head, a gesture that felt both foreign and deeply familiar. "Let's go home." A brilliant, relieved smile bloomed on her face. "Yeah," she whispered, her voice full of emotion. "Let's go back to our home." Together, we turned and walked toward the light. From the outside, it was a fortress of modern architecture, a sterile shell that betrayed nothing of the life within. Inside, the quiet was only broken by the soft scratching of a pencil on paper. UBOM was engrossed in her work, a small smile playing on her lips as she hummed a tune only she could hear. I had seen her like this before, lost in a world of her own making, but I didn't yet know I was the subject of her study. Her diary was a strange and naive catalog of what she thought I was. Mr. Observation Diary, she called it. In its pages, I was a king standing atop the world, an entity of absolute strength. She saw the loneliness that clung to me like a shroud, mistaking the symptom for the cause. She noted my easygoing demeanor and the serious depths beneath, and even sketched the suit I wore, a piece of armor she found handsome. It was a child's understanding of a monster. Her imagination took flight, painting a romantic scene of us dancing in some grand hall, a memory that had never happened. She envisioned a closeness that was impossible, a warmth I could never provide. The fantasy was so potent that it brought a deep blush to her face, a physical reaction to a world of make-believe, and she giggled to herself in happy embarrassment. Her daydreaming was so overt it drew my attention. "What are you grinning like that for?" I asked. The question shattered her reverie, and she yelped in surprise, slamming the book shut. My eyes fell upon the title she had so carefully written. When I asked about the star next to my name, she gave a simple, earnest reply. She'd fill it in as we got closer. It was a promise of a future she believed in, one I knew was already a ruin. I gave her a non-committal response, telling her to finish her writing before walking away. In the past, I wouldn't have cared, wouldn't have even noticed. But she was right to be confused by my sudden interest. A part of her recognized the shift. He asked me what I was doing, she thought. That simple act of acknowledgement was a crack in the indifferent facade I had so carefully maintained for years. Her thoughts raced as she amended her diary. The old entry, suggesting I didn't pay attention to my surroundings, was decisively crossed out. She was beginning to believe she was having an effect on me, that she was the one slowly changing Mr. into something new. She thought she was the sculptor, not realizing she was merely brushing the dust off a tomb. Suddenly, a small voice piped up. "Mr. Observation Diary." It was Joel, having snuck up and taken the book. After calmly informing BOM that her drawings were worse than her own, she produced my civil servant ID with a proud smile, admitting she had stolen it. BOM gently scolded the child and retrieved the card, a moment of strange domesticity in a house of displaced souls. BOM held the small card in her hand, her eyes fixed on the photo and the name beneath it, Yoo Jitae. It was the first time she had seen it, the first time she could put a formal identity to the man she only called Mr. Then, her gaze fell on the date printed below, and a thought began to form. Could it be? Miles away, at the International Superhuman Association headquarters, the consequences of my actions were playing out on a holographic screen. A news report detailed the unexplained explosion at a hotel in Kyoto. They spoke of a massive shockwave in a collapsed building, clueless as to the perpetrator or the true nature of the victims. The world scrambled for answers, postulating superhuman involvement, completely unaware that the answer had already left the country. A hand clicked the remote, silencing the report. Jefferson Antonio, a senior aide, let out an exasperated sigh, his face a mask of frustration. "Could you explain how this happened, Ms. Minamoto?" he demanded, his voice tight with anger. He slammed his hands on his desk, his fury directed at the woman standing before him. What on earth happened in Kyoto? Minamoto AI, the royal sword and prosecutor of Japan's Special Task Department, stood perfectly still. Her expression was a void, betraying nothing. Jefferson's tirade continued, questioning the competence of the Japanese royal family, but his words seemed to wash over her. She thought to herself how grating his voice was, a thought so palpable that he somehow seemed to sense it, yelling, "Hey, Ms. Minamoto, I can hear you." Ignoring his outburst, she began to turn away. "I will find out as soon as possible. If you're done, I'll be going." But Jefferson stopped her, his tone shifting from fury to grave importance. He revealed that his office had received an anonymous tip concerning the upcoming year-end event at the dungeon, Malaysia's ball. The tip warned that something very dangerous was about to happen there. "Are demons going to appear or something?" Minamoto asked, her tone laced with weary cynicism. "That's right," Jefferson confirmed, his voice low. The tip claimed a calamity class and a disaster class demon, hidden within the association, were planning to reveal themselves. The sheer gravity of the accusation finally broke through Minamoto's composure. Her eyes widened, and she slammed her hand on his desk, her own power flaring. "What you just said, can you take responsibility for it?" Jefferson met her gaze, unflinching. "This tip came directly onto my desk," he explained, signifying the informant's terrifying skill, meaning the informant is skilled enough to infiltrate even the aide's office here. He admitted that while he initially dismissed it, corroborating intelligence matched the tip with frightening accuracy, forcing him to take it seriously. He laid out the grim strategy. Since the dungeon was in Japanese territory, Minamoto's Royal Covert Mobile Unit was tasked with intercepting a demon unit heading toward it. Meanwhile, the association's own airborne special forces would be used to root out the rats hiding inside. It was a secret war on two fronts, born from a single, untraceable message. Jefferson concluded with a final, conspiratorial instruction to resolve the matter quietly. As she was driven away, Minamoto's frustration boiled over. "That long-nosed snake, relying on Chairman Beck of the Alliance, is looking down on us," she muttered, disgusted. It was clear the association was simply pawning off its internal corruption and messes onto the Japanese royal family. Her mind raced, connecting the scattered pieces. The anonymous tip about demons, the threat within the association, it was all too convenient. It had to be related to the disappearance of the Calamity-class demon, Hasegawa. If a single person had taken him down while avoiding all pursuit, they were, as Jefferson noted, incredibly skilled. But was it one person or an organization? And what was their ultimate goal? Her driver asked if they should assemble the covert unit. "Stay on standby for the moment," she commanded, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. She had her own lead to follow, a loose thread in this tangled web. "I'll visit Chungcheon Banquet first." I returned to the house late that night, the darkness and silence of familiar comfort. But as I opened the door, the lights suddenly flashed on. Confetti exploded, and a chorus of voices yelled, "Happy birthday, Mr. BOM, Sean-hui, Yoram, and Jules stood there, a strange assembly of would-be family, with a strawberry cake held out as an offering. It was an ambush of affection I was completely unprepared for. Birthday. The word felt foreign. BOM explained excitedly that she'd seen the date on my ID, December 12th. The memory of her finding the card surfaced. It took me a moment to process it. Come to think of it, today is my birthday. It was a piece of my own history I had long since discarded, now presented back to me with a lit candle. Sean-hui, brimming with an almost manic energy, beamed. "This is my first time celebrating someone's birthday." She was wearing one of Bomb's dresses, twirling with delight and asking how she looked. Her innocent complaint that it was a bit tight in the chest earned a sharp glance from BOM, a silent, comedic drama playing out before me. Holding a spare cake, Yoram watched the scene with a look of pure disdain. She mumbled to herself that the whole thing was too embarrassing to watch. Then, with a sudden, decisive movement, she simply let the cake go, dropping it to the floor with a soft thud. The happy celebration came to an abrupt, awkward halt. But the silence was just a prelude. Before anyone could react, Yoram's face split into a feral grin. She tossed the empty cake plate aside, launched herself into the air with a gleeful shout, and flew toward me. "Let's do birthday punches." Her bizarre, violent form of celebration was about to commence, turning a moment of manufactured peace back into the chaos I understood. In the quiet of the high-rise apartment, Yoram strained against gravity, her body trembling with effort. Each handstand push-up was a war against her own limits, sweat beading on her skin as she fought to master the human-style training he had prescribed. With a final, gasping breath, she collapsed. She thought about quitting, the sheer humiliation of a warrior from the Great Red Clan struggling with such basic exercises gnawing at her pride. Flopping onto the floor, she scoffed at the absurdity of her situation. Learning how to fight from a human? It was a laughable notion. Yet, she knew he was no mere human. She had felt his power, an abyss so deep that even the combined might of her clan's elders would be swallowed whole. Against a being like that, she knew a fight to the death was a fool's errand. Still, a predatory glint entered her eyes, a familiar desire sparking within her. She couldn't win a real fight, she knew that. But landing just one solid hit, just once, that felt like a victory she could strive for. Her hand clenched into a tight fist, the decision made. A familiar, chaotic energy began to build around her as she formulated a plan. The manufactured piece of his birthday party shattered. Yoram, her face alight with a feral grin, launched herself into the air like a cannonball, a cake held aloft like a weapon. Below, BOM could only gasp in shock as the celebration took a turn for the bizarre. He stood there, a ridiculous party hat on his head, the only one unsurprised by this violent offering of birthday wishes. In her mind, her strategy was flawless. He was holding the child, Yoo Jitae, his hands occupied. At this distance, with the other children present, he couldn't use his powers, nor could he easily dodge. It was the perfect opportunity. With a gleeful war cry, she descended upon him. "Happy birthday, mister," she roared, swinging the cake down. But Yoram had failed to account for one variable. Tucked safely in his arms, Yoo Jitae's eyes widened. She felt a threat to the one she cherished, and a primeval instinct, ancient and powerful, surged within her. A voice, like that of her revered grandfather, echoed in her soul, "Protect what is precious." The memory of the Water Dragon King's words became her reality. "You must protect it at all costs, my little child." Resolve hardened her small features. As she stared up at the descending threat, a dormant power awakened. "I have to protect," she thought, and the air around her crackled with azure energy. A torrent of water erupted from the child, coalescing into a shimmering, magical shield. Yoram's attack was stopped dead, the shield deflecting her with impossible force. The cake flew from her grasp, arcing through the air as she and Sean-hui stared in stunned disbelief. The confection sailed on a new, disastrous trajectory, directly toward the unsuspecting BOM. Splat! The cake found its new target, covering Bomb's face and dress in a mess of cream and frosting. For a moment, there was only stunned silence. Yoram, her prank utterly derailed, looked from the dripping BOM to the impassive man holding the child goddess. She offered a hesitant, sheepish glance, wondering if, for once, she had taken the joke too far. The chaos subsided as quickly as it had begun. BOM, having wiped herself clean and grabbed a compensatory slice of cake, took command of the party once more. She announced the beginning of the gift presentation, playfully reminding him that at 27, he was still just a child in dragon years. He endured the charade, a silent observer in his own life's fleeting comedy. Sean-hui was first, presenting a small box. He opened it to find a vintage pocket watch. As his fingers brushed against the cool metal, a system message flared in his vision. His authority, the eternal clock, was reacting to the object. He felt a strange resonance, a hum of power that was both foreign and familiar, and wondered at its meaning. At her urging, he pressed the button on top. The watch opened, not to reveal gears, but a small, magically preserved photograph. It was a picture of them all from their day at the lake, a captured moment of peace. Sean-hui explained it was a vessel for their happy memories. He looked at the faces of the people he was doomed to fail, a genuine, quiet thanks escaping his lips. Next, BOM triumphantly presented her gift, a wish coupon. She explained that since they didn't know what he needed, she had created a gift that could be anything. He looked at her, his expression unreadable, and posed a simple question, "Money too?" The practical query sent her into a flustered panic, the limits of her grand gesture immediately apparent. Yoram cackled, calling the coupon an insincere, lazy gift. When challenged to present her own, she smirked and pulled a single, well-worn sock from behind her back. She presented it with an air of profound magnanimity, declaring it a humble offering that she had personally washed. He stared at the sock, this absurd token, another piece in the mosaic of this strange, borrowed life. While the others reacted with a mix of shock and theatrical awe, a memory surfaced in his mind. He recalled Jules' peculiar fascination with his socks in the past. This gift, as bizarre as it was, wasn't random. He looked at the dragons in the room. "Does a sock have some kind of meaning to you dragons?" he asked, his voice laced with cold curiosity. As BOM began to answer, Yoram quickly slapped a hand over her mouth, silencing her. "It's nothing much," she insisted, quickly deflecting. She turned her attention to the smallest dragon. "Hey, you Joel, you prepared something too. Hurry and show him." Joel nodded shyly and turned to him. "Please, close your eyes," she whispered. He complied, closing his eyes and letting the darkness settle. He heard her soft rustling, then a command not to look yet. After a moment of silence, she told him he could open them. When he did, He found her standing before him, a simple necklace now resting against his chest. He looked down at the gift, then at her hopeful, blushing face, a rare stillness falling over him. Hui, holding Jewel, explained the gift. It was one of the child's own iridescent scales, strung on a thread of her blue hair. Jewel then proudly showed him a small vial she wore, containing a single strand of his own dark hair. They had remade the token he had once lost, creating a new, stronger bond so it would never be lost again. He asked if exchanging hair also held some special meaning. Hui simply smiled. No, Jewel is just doing it because she likes you, mister. You can't lose it. He looked from the earnest child to the necklace in his hand. A tiny, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. I won't lose it, he promised, the words holding a weight only he could comprehend. The smile, fleeting as it was, sent shockwaves through the room. Billam gasped, exclaiming it was the first time she had ever seen him smile. Yoram grumbled about his favoritism. The moment of vulnerability passed, and his mask of indifference slipped back into place. It's late, he said, dismissing their reactions. Let's go to sleep. Far from the fragile warmth of that apartment, in the desolate cold of Antarctica, another group was at work. In Marie Bird Land, the only unclaimed territory on the continent, a secret hideout had been established. This was the base of Chungcheon Banquet, a clandestine organization dedicated solely to the extermination of demons. Its core members were a formidable trio: Minamoto AI, a prosecutor and 13th in the world rankings; BM, the first returner from Arendot and ranked 2nd; and Myon Yanga, a druid of regeneration from a prestigious magic family, ranked 9th. At that moment, the 9th-ranked superhuman was on the floor, weeping uncontrollably and clinging to AI's leg. Yuwa? Minamoto. Yanga's tears were of joy. He sobbed that a doctor had just confirmed his wife, Han, was showing signs of recovery. For 10 long years, she had been afflicted with an incurable ancient species virus. Now, miraculously, the concentration of the virus was dropping. BM and AI looked on, stunned by the news. Through his sobs, Yanga grabbed BM's hands, thanking him profusely. It was the medicine you made, he cried. BM, however, demurred. The true cure, he explained, was the strange medicinal herb Yanga had brought him, which acted as a perfect antibiotic. Curious, BM asked. Where on earth did you get it? I never saw anything like that in Arendot. Yanga simply replied that he received it from a traveler. Yanga elaborated, describing the traveler as no ordinary man, but someone incredibly strong. At those words, BM's nonchalant demeanor vanished, replaced by a sharp, focused intensity. Before he could question Yanga further, AI stepped in, grabbing his arm and pulling him away for a private discussion, much to Yanga's confusion. As they walked away, Yanga blissfully wished them well, hoping they too would find happiness. BM, misinterpreting AI's urgency, smugly asked if she had feelings for him. Don't worry, you aren't my type, she stated flatly, her expression severe. This isn't a confession. It's about Hasegawa and a story about a disaster-class demon. The playfulness vanished from BM's eyes, replaced by the grim understanding of a veteran. This was going to be a problem. In the sterile light of the hallway, Minamoto laid out the connections as if discovering them for the first time. She spoke of Hasegawa's disappearance and the anonymous tip, linking them as the work of a single entity. It was an admirable piece of deduction, confirming a coming threat of 1 calamity class and 2 disaster classes. She concluded that Hasegawa himself was one of the disasters, a truth he already knew, a fact he had orchestrated. BM confirmed her circumstantial reasoning, outlining the association's laughably naive plan. They would proceed with the year-end event while she handled the minor demons, a fool's errand to keep her busy. Meanwhile, the association's best would hunt for infiltrators they would never find. He let out a dry laugh. The sheer incompetence of it all was almost amusing, and it left Minamoto with the exact burden he intended for her. BM feigned curiosity, probing with a question about including the grass guy. Minamoto's reaction was immediate and fierce, a lioness defending a cub she didn't realize was a dragon. She spoke of the decade of hell the man had just escaped, of the cruelty in asking him to face that darkness again. Her conviction was absolute and utterly misguided. BM's light teasing about her sweetness was met with a sharp, flustered threat, a brief crack in her professional armor. She quickly regained her composure, her voice hardening as she gave him his directive. Find Hasegawa's whereabouts and the source of the tip. She believed it would be an easy task for him, placing her faith in a man who was already several steps ahead of her investigation. BM paused, a thoughtful expression masking the cold certainty in his mind. As he considered her request, a phantom image of the protagonist, the true center of this storm, lingered in his thoughts. Minamoto asked if he had someone in mind. With a confident smirk, he descended the stairs, leaving her with a sliver of hope. It's nothing much, but there is one suspect. The clamor of the birthday party had faded, leaving behind the ghost of a celebration. Empty plates littered the table, evidence of a forced attempt at normalcy. While BOM and Yoram retreated with complaints of a food coma, he glanced at the time. It was already late. Each passing moment in this peaceful charade felt both borrowed and precarious. He found Jewel dozing on the couch, a tiny, fragile-looking thing clutching a teddy bear. He felt a strange impulse, a clumsy mimicry of affection, and gently poked her cheek. She mumbled, on the very edge of sleep. This small, domestic act was a part of the role he had to play, yet it felt more alien than any battle. Meanwhile, Xian Hui was in her room, documenting the day in her diary. She found his awkwardness during the celebration endearing, a cute deviation from his usual demeanor. Her thoughts were interrupted when he appeared at her open door, holding the sleeping Jewel in his arms. The quiet intruder had arrived to disrupt her privacy once more. Xian Hui's startled cry of "pervert" was a predictable, if tiresome, reaction. He calmly explained his purpose was simply to put Jewel to bed, as was their routine. He gently placed the child on the bed and turned to make his exit, but a small hand clutched his coat. From the bed, Jewel's sleepy voice made an unexpected request. "Let's sleep together." He attempted to refuse, stating his intent to sleep in his own room, but Jewel's pouting face was a silent, powerful argument. Xian Hui, ever the opportunist, seized the moment. She urged him to stay, at least until Jewel fell asleep, even leveraging the child's birthday gift as emotional blackmail. He paused, caught in a web of domestic obligation he had no experience navigating. With a sigh of resignation, he conceded, perching awkwardly on the edge of the bed. It was far too small, a detail Xian Hui cheekily blamed on his size. Instead of sleeping, however, Jewel was now wide awake, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the thought of him being there. The simple task of putting a child to bed had become unexpectedly complicated. Xian Hui suggested he pat Jewel to sleep, a gesture he had only observed. His first attempt was a clinical, forceful pat, more of a light strike than a caress, which startled the child and made her even more awake. Xian Hui couldn't contain her amusement, laughing at his utter incompetence in matters of tenderness. He adjusted his method, recalling Xian Hui's instruction to be softer. This time, his hand rested on Jewel's head, stroking her hair with a slow, deliberate rhythm. He watched, detached, as the child's breathing evened out and her eyes fluttered closed. Under his calculated touch, she finally drifted into a peaceful sleep. Xian Hui seemed surprised by how quickly he had succeeded, commenting on the softness of his hands. As he prepared to leave, she stopped him. Her expression turned hopeful, a blush rising on her cheeks. More importantly, she began, her voice quiet but deliberate. "Aren't you going to put me to sleep?" She explained that she'd been having nightmares, her plea laced with a vulnerability he found irritating. He dismissed it as a simple bad dream, but she pressed, reminding him that he was her guardian too, and that she was also just a child. Defeated by her flawed but persistent logic, he sighed. "Fine, what do I need to do?" Her reply was immediate. "The same thing you did with Jewel." Before he could process the request, she took his hand, guiding it to her own cheek. The unexpected warmth of her skin, the sheer intimacy of the gesture, sent a jolt through his system. It was a threat of a different nature, one he was completely unprepared for. He snatched his hand back as if burned, recoiling from the contact. He stood abruptly, masking his retreat with a curt excuse. "I am tired, so I should go to sleep." He fled the room, leaving a stunned Xian Hui watching his back. In the hallway, he clutched his face, the ghost of her touch still lingering. The thought was chilling. Perhaps he had been consumed too deeply by this ordinary life. Just as the disgust at his own weakness began to fester, a familiar sound cut through the silence. A golden notification materialized before him. His authority, the eternal clock, had identified a target. It was a 30-man airborne special forces unit, tainted by a fragment of malice. A grim smile touched his lips. This was a problem he knew how to solve. This was comfortable. Across the city, chaos erupted at a construction site. The identified Special Forces unit, their eyes glowing with a malevolent red energy, terrorized the workers. They were no longer soldiers, but puppets, their actions driven by an unseen force. One of them, a woman with a long braid, snarled at a terrified foreman, her words a chilling admission of their loss of control. "I don't know why we're like this either, okay?" He arrived at the construction site under the cold night sky. This was a familiar kind of chaos. A golden notification materialized before him, the mechanical voice of his authority, the eternal clock, confirming his purpose. It had identified targets, a 30-man airborne special forces unit, their souls tainted by a fragment of malice. A grim smile touched his lips. This was a problem he knew how to solve. This was comfortable. The 30-man airborne special forces. He knew them well. Elite superhumans, each member a veritable barbarian who stood at the vanguard of every raid. And in a past iteration, a life he had already lived and died, Yoo Jitae had been one of them. He remembered standing in their ranks, the camaraderie, the shared danger. Now he was here to hunt them. The memory faded like embers in the wind, replaced by the grim reality of the present. He stepped forward, his gaze falling upon two terrified facility managers cornered by the corrupted soldiers. One of the men, mustering his courage, tried to warn him away. "It's dangerous here. Run away quickly." The old man's plea was earnest, but Jinty's focus was already beyond him, fixed on the true threat. A thunderous footstep shook the ground as the unit's captain, Belvarian, stepped forward. Her eyes glowed with a malevolent red, her face twisted into a snarl. She threatened the old man, her voice a low growl. This wasn't the captain he remembered. This was a puppet, its strings pulled by the very malice he was here to purge. The old man braced for the end, but it never came. A golden hourglass appeared beside Jitae, its sands reversing their fall. Time rewound just enough. In his mind, the eternal clock laid out the sequence of events. The special forces had been dispatched to search for hidden demons based on his own report. In their pursuit, they had been infected by Wyan's malice, a mental corruption that amplified aggression and erased reason. The connection was tragically ironic. His own actions in this timeline had led his former comrades to this fate. Pushing the thought aside, he addressed the bewildered old man. "Can you still move?" He instructed them to flee and forget what they saw, turning to face the corrupted soldiers alone. This was his burden to bear. Belvarian, her rage now focused solely on him, let out a guttural roar. "And who are you, you little anchovy?" she bellowed, charging forward with the force of a freight train. "Did you come to interfere with me too?" The old man screamed a desperate warning as her fist, wreathed in violent energy, flew toward Jinty's face. The punch that could shatter concrete stopped dead, caught effortlessly in his open palm. The shockwave of the impact rippled outwards, but he stood utterly unmoved, a rock against a raging sea. Her eyes widened, the frenzied anger momentarily giving way to disbelief. The power difference was absolute. A memory surfaced, unbidden. It was Belle, in another time, another life, a warm smile on her face as she chided him for being too skinny. "An anchovy-like body doesn't suit our airborne special forces," she had teased. He looked at the monster before him, the ghost of his former comrade, and the warmth of the memory turned to ice in his veins. His voice was cold, a calculated strike meant to provoke. "Your body has gotten bigger since then, but your punches have gotten weaker. Are those muscles just for show?" The words hit their mark. With a scream of pure fury, she broke free, but he was already in motion, using her own rage to send her crashing to the ground. He looked down at her crumpled form, adjusting his coat. It was a pity, but words would not reach them now. They were too far gone, completely encroached by malice. "Shall I use some strength for the first time in a while?" he mused to himself. Power, raw and visible, coursed through his arm, veins standing out in stark relief. The other soldiers watched their captains fall not with fear, but with a surge of battle lust. The captain got knocked out. "That anchovy is strong," one of them growled, a manic grin spreading across his face. "I want to try fighting him." The sentiment spread like wildfire, and with a unified roar, the entire unit charged him. They activated their strength enhancement skills, their bodies glowing with a crimson aura. "I'll crush you. Just crush him flat." Their cries were predictable, the tactics of a frenzied mob. Jitae simply stood his ground, exhaling a slow, steady breath. This was hardly a challenge. It was pest control. He moved. The first soldier, swinging a massive battle axe, found only empty air as Jitae sidestepped with contemptuous ease. He became a blur, a phantom weaving through their clumsy, powerful attacks. His movements were precise, efficient, a deadly ballet that left a trail of disabled soldiers in his wake. The ground cracked under the force of his counter-sweeps. One after another, they fell. He was faster, stronger, and his experience spanned lifetimes they could not comprehend. Their desperate belief that they could overwhelm him with numbers was a fatal miscalculation. They were simply throwing themselves against an immovable object. Deciding to end the farce, he unleashed a technique he hadn't used in ages. Kalgalaka's standing combat arts, swiftness. Tendrils of violet energy erupted from his body, lashing out with impossible speed. He was a whirlwind of dark power, each strike precise and overwhelming. He mused that controlling his strength was still tricky. He was a bit out of practice. As he considered the technique, he wondered if the current Yoo could ever master such control. His thoughts were interrupted as Belvarian, back on her feet, heaved a massive chunk of industrial machinery at him. Her roar was one of pure, animalistic defiance. The projectile, a level 3 artifact, flew towards him. He simply raised a hand to meet it. As his fingers made contact, cracks spiderwebbed across the artifact's surface. With a casual clench of his fist, he shattered it into dust. The clearing fell silent, Bel's face a mask of horrified disbelief. Unbelievable. He strode towards her, the dust settling around him. "Have you calmed down a bit now?" Her question of his identity was irrelevant. "You don't need to know that. Just quietly follow me. I'll treat you and all your subordinates." Her pride, twisted by the malice, interpreted his mercy as an insult, and a wicked grin spread across her face. She lunged, grabbing him in a crushing bear hug. "You arrogant villain. We are warriors who fight on the front lines. Do you think we would fear death?" Her cry rallied the others. Battered but not broken, they rose once more, their eyes burning with a suicidal fire. "Warriors rise. Fight to the end for our pride." He let her hold him, a flicker of something almost like sadness in his eyes. "Whether it's then or now, you guys being so stubborn hasn't changed," he said softly. "Well, I did hang out with you guys because I like that aspect about you, though." And with that, he dropped the facade. Darkness exploded from him, coalescing into the winged, demonic forms of his retainers. Belvarian's face drained of all color. The raw, terrifying power radiating from the figures behind him was beyond anything she had ever known. A single, black feather drifted down before her eyes, a symbol of his true dominion. Surrounded by his spectral host, Jitae looked down at her, his voice resonating with ancient authority. "Do you feel like cooperating a bit now?" Belvarian's face contorted in abject terror. The casual display of power was one thing, but this was an entirely different dimension of existence. An oppressive, ancient darkness exploded from Jitae, coalescing into figures with black wings and terrifying visages. They were his retainers, his legion, and their presence alone was enough to shatter the will of a seasoned warrior. A single black feather drifted down, a dark omen settling before her eyes. Jitae looked down at the woman he held, his voice devoid of warmth, resonating with the authority of a king whose patience had worn thin. "Do you feel like cooperating a bit now?" he asked. It was not a request, it was a pronouncement of her new reality. This was the Legion of Fallen Angels, one of the 3 great authorities he had seized from the Grand Duke of the Demon Realm in his past life. Alongside the precognitive Azure Heaven's Eye and the elusive shadow of the Grand Duke, it formed the trifecta of his stolen power. He had torn these abilities from a being of immense might, and now wielded them as if they were his birthright. The final, and perhaps most dreadful, of these powers was embodied by the blindfolded, weeping retainer. It was the punishment of the Grand Duke, an authority not of simple destruction, but of absolute subjugation in the reaping of what was owed. Its presence was a promise of retribution from which there was no escape. In moments, the confrontation was over. The once defiant Special Forces soldiers knelt, bound by chains of pure shadow, their will completely broken. Jitae approached Belverian, the leader who had so foolishly challenged him, and placed a hand on her head. A dark, ethereal energy, the taint of malice, began to flow from her, drawn out by his touch. A system window materialized, visible only to him. His authority, the eternal clock, confirmed it had located the otherworldly traces that had corrupted them. It began the process of gathering the fragments of malice. This was a familiar, almost comforting procedure for him, cleansing the world one tainted soul at a time. The weeping retainer stood silently beside him as the purification continued. Jitae let out a weary sigh, a flicker of his mortal facade returning. "This is why I didn't want to use it," he murmured, more to himself than to the spectral figure. "It's too much." The sheer scale of the power was ostentatious, drawing attention he did not need. He glanced at the 30 subdued soldiers, another problem presenting itself: logistics. Anyway, with 30 mentally corrupted ones, will they all fit in there, he wondered aloud. A trip to BM's facility was in order. Looking toward the distant city lights, he made a practical decision. I should pack some good alcohol. In a high-tech laboratory, the beastman known as BM held a glowing blue crystal with a sigh of relief. Phew, I finally got to use it. He carefully placed the crystal into a complex apparatus. This was Hera's kaleidoscope, a coveted level 4 artifact, and the key to his obsessive research. I've been trying to research the hair that guy dropped all this time, but it was impossible with ordinary equipment, he mused, a predatory grin spreading across his face. But with Hera's kaleidoscope, it's an entirely different story. Placing the sample under a specialized microscope, his excitement was palpable. This time for sure, I'll find out where his strength comes from. As BM leaned into the microscope, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. He brushed it off dismissively. "Sorry, but I'm a bit busy right now, okay?" "Ah, come on. I said I'm busy." The grip tightened, lifting him from his seat with unnerving strength. He choked out a surprised gack as he was spun around to face the very subject of his clandestine research. Jinty's eyes were cold as he held a bottle of wine in his other hand. "So this is where my hair that Jewel lost went." BM stammered frantically, insisting he'd found it while cleaning. Unmoved, Jitae used a wisp of shadow magic to pluck the hair sample from the lab equipment. "Regardless, this is confiscated," he stated flatly, ignoring the scientist's agonized cry. Having recovered his composure, BM gestured around the lab. "So what's the occasion this time? Here to check on the woman and the tin can." Jitae handed him the bottle of alcohol. "That, and more mentally corrupted ones appeared, so I brought them." BM's eyes widened. "Again? How many are there?" Jinty's reply was chillingly nonchalant. "Quite a few." The doors opened to reveal the few Jitae mentioned, a full unit of 30 massive, muscular soldiers, sitting bound and silent. BM stared aghast. "This is a few? On top of that, they're massive." Jitae simply added to his burden. "It's a total of 30 people. You'll need to expand this place too." BM's face twitched with indignation. "So basically, you're telling me to do all the hard work." As he seethed, he noticed a familiar emblem on a soldier's uniform, his eyes widening in recognition. "These people, aren't they the Association's Airborne Special Forces?" Xian Hui, having appeared at his side, confirmed his suspicion. "The Association says they'll use the Airborne Special Forces to root out the demons hiding inside." Jitae just listened, his expression unreadable. For him, this was all just part of a script he had already lived through. The commander, Belverian, began to stir with a groan. Ugh, where is this? Where am I?" Jitae looked down at her, his expression placid and professional. "Are you awake? This is a mental hospital, and I am the doctor." The lie was delivered with such conviction that she could only stare in utter confusion. He then gestured towards a scowling BM. "And this here is the nurse." Belvarian recognized the infamous information broker. The absurdity of the situation was a stark contrast to the terror she had felt. Yoo Jitae continued, "Anyway, from now on, you all have to stay here for roughly 3 months to a year." "You probably felt it too," Yoo Jitae explained patiently. "The fact that your thoughts and emotions are currently out of control. If you leave like this, you'll run wild again." After a moment of heavy silence as her squad mates groaned in psychic pain, Belvarian relented. "Understood, we'll do as you say. However, I have a request," she continued, kneeling. "We are soldiers and cannot allow any loss in combat power. Do you have a space where we can train?" Before BM could protest that this wasn't a gym, Yoo Jitae cut him off. "Understood. The nurse here will prepare it for you." He agreed easily, much to the scientist's silent fury. Yoo Jitae turned away, his gaze shifting to the other 2 patients under BM's care, Armatha, his loyal knight, and the quiet woman from the orphanage. "How is the condition of those 2?" he asked. BM's expression grew serious, his earlier annoyance replaced by clinical concern. "Honestly speaking, it's not very good. That tin can is in a state of deep longing for the one he served," BM explained, gesturing to the blankly staring knight. "But the real problem is that woman." He indicated the survivor, her eyes empty. "She shows absolutely no will to life. If she doesn't receive the crystal of paradise now, her emotions will plummet again." Yoo Jitae looked at her, then at the glowing crystal above. "Will to live, huh?" He approached the woman as she watched the soldiers. "Does it bother you?" he asked. She startled, then immediately bowed her head, crouching on the floor. "Ah, hello. I'm really sorry for causing a ruckus back then. I guess I was possessed." He knew the truth was far more complicated, but simply waved it off. "It's fine, don't worry about it." She hesitated before speaking again. I heard earlier that those people are from the association." Her voice was small, heavy with a story he already knew by heart. He had heard this tragedy before, in another lifetime, from these same lips. He simply steeled himself to hear it again. "Yeah, that's right. I worked at a small orphanage in the countryside," she began, her voice distant. A rift had appeared, and while the other adults fled, she and the children were trapped. She stood guard outside as the monsters flew overhead, her heart pounding with terror, only to be flooded with relief as they passed by, sparing them. Just as she collapsed, the sky lit up with explosions. But the International Superhuman Association made a mistake. Friendly fire or something? Artillery shells rained down on their location, obliterating the orphanage and everyone inside. "I was the only one who survived," she finished, her voice breaking, but her eyes held a chilling self-loathing. "No, it was me who killed them. I don't remember much after that. I think I might have turned into something pitch black," she confessed. He asked if seeing the association soldiers bothered her. "No, it's the opposite," she said with a confused smile. "I guess you could say I'm happy." The conflicting emotions overwhelmed her. "It's strange, right? I've been constantly happy since I came here." She collapsed, clutching herself as the psychic dissonance became too much. "It's strange. I shouldn't be happy. Should someone like me even continue to live?" Yoo Jitae looked down at the broken woman, his expression severe. "If you want to die, you can die." The brutal honesty shocked her. If there is nothing left to look forward to, it's better to just die. But if you don't want to die, then think of something to look forward to. Because having expectations is what keeps a person alive. She looked at his retreating back. "Then, do you also live with expectations, Doctor?" He paused, his hand instinctively going to the pendant at his neck, a reminder of his own cursed expectations. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, the weight of his own future pressing down. "I'm trying to," he replied, leaving her kneeling in the shadows. As Yoo Jitae left, Belvarian approached the woman with a disarmingly friendly smile. "Excuse me, miss? Is the consultation over? I've been watching you, and I heard you have no will to live. It just so happens I know some highly effective medicine. Could we have a small chat?" The medicine was a brutal workout regimen. Belle and her soldiers surrounded the bewildered woman, their shouts echoing in the training room. "You have no will to live because your body is weak. We'll make all those idle thoughts disappear completely." The woman, forced into their zealous exercises, could only cry out in exhausted protest. "Wah, I'm sorry." Watching the chaotic scene, Yoo Jitae turned to his loyal knight. Armatha, take good care of her from the side. The armored figure nodded. As they observed, BM approached Jitae. Doc, can I ask something? Do you mean the information provided to the association? Jinty's immediate, affirmative answer took the scientist by surprise. BM sighed, the pieces clicking into place. So it must be true that a disaster-class demon will appear at the year-end event. As Jitae walked toward the exit, he confirmed it. Yes, a big fight will happen soon. He then stopped and looked back at the scientist, his expression grim, which is why I was saying, I'm going to need your help. Elsewhere, the hero known as Yoram looked down with a flustered, blushing expression. Before her stood a large, angry-looking bird mascot, staring her down with comical intensity. The dramatic confrontation she had been bracing for was not quite what she had imagined. The day at the academy ended with the same manufactured normalcy as every other. Students streamed out onto the grounds, their chatter filling the air. Gul walked with her friends, their conversation a meaningless hum of teenage concerns. They wondered why class had ended so early, their simple minds settling on rumors of trouble at the spiritual creature sanctuary. They had no concept of what that truly meant, no inkling of the forces that governed their protected world. Spiritual creatures, beings that housed mana, granted blessings, and were tamed by superhumans as familiars. To the masses, they were concepts from a fantasy novel, powerful, distant, and utterly irrelevant to daily life. They saw them as tools, partners, or pets for the gifted. They never saw them as I did, pieces on a board, variables in a catastrophic equation that had already been solved once before. Gul's friends, predictably, dismissed the rumors with youthful arrogance. Since no citywide alert had been sounded, the escaped creature must be harmless. Their world was that simple. Their free afternoon was far more important, a precious commodity to be spent on cafes, photo booths, and trivial amusements. I listened to their plans, a phantom in their midst, the gap between their reality and mine a chasm wider than any ocean. When they invited Gul, she declined with a practiced apology. Her friends chirped about her strict guardian, a truth they couldn't possibly comprehend. They saw overprotection. I saw a cage I had built with my own hands. Gul waved them off with a blindingly bright smile, a perfect mask she had learned to wear. I watched them go, knowing the moment their backs were turned, that mask would fall. And it did. Her smile faded, replaced by a quiet, somber contemplation. She told herself my roles were for her own good, a shield against the anxiety of crowded places. A convenient lie we both pretended to believe. I'm fine now, though, she whispered to the empty air, a futile attempt to convince herself. She was anything but fine. She was a bird with clipped wings, forgetting she was ever meant to fly. Suddenly, the dam of her composure broke. It wasn't the missed trip downtown, but the guitar case on her back that fueled her outburst. A burning frustration erupted. Why does he hate me playing the guitar so much? She screamed at the sky. If she couldn't practice at home, she would do it outside. It was a flash of the old fire, the defiant soul of the Gold clan I once knew, refusing to be extinguished. She found a secluded clearing in the woods, a small haven of peace where she felt safe from prying eyes. Sitting on a moss-covered rock, she took out her guitar. The first notes she strummed were tentative, then grew confident, a melody weaving through the quiet forest. In these moments, playing her music, she was truly herself, free from the persona she maintained for everyone else. Her song was a siren's call to the woods. Small creatures, birds, a squirrel, a rabbit with unsettlingly red eyes, were drawn from their hiding places, captivated by the sound. It was a scene of impossible innocence, a fairy tale unfolding in the dappled sunlight. But from the darkness of the undergrowth, something else was watching, its presence a discordant note in the symphony. The music faltered as she felt it, a presence that was neither human nor animal. The air grew heavy, the forest's gentle hum silenced. A rustle in the bushes nearby sent a jolt of fear through her. Her heart hammered against her ribs as her mind, conditioned by my warnings, raced to the worst possible conclusion. Don't tell me. A memory surfaced, my own voice echoing in her mind. A warning given to a much younger Gul, about scary adults who try to hand out business cards. It was a simplified, childish lesson for a complex, dangerous world. In her panic, this was the only danger she could imagine, a shady, trench-coated figure emerging from the alleyways of her imagination. Bracing herself, she clutched her guitar like a broadsword. "Excuse me, I don't need a business card," she yelled at the rustling bush. But what emerged was not a nefarious stranger. From the leaves wobbled a small, round, impossibly fluffy yellow chick. It blinked at her, letting out a single, unassuming cheep. The terrifying presence was a creature no bigger than her fist. Goal's terror vanished, replaced by an explosion of pure, unadulterated adoration. It was the most adorable thing she had ever seen. She cooed at it, wondering if her music had summoned this tiny visitor. Her mind filled with thoughts of soft, fluffy feathers, and her hands twitched with an overwhelming desire to pet it, just once, or maybe twice. The chick, however, seemed to sense her predatory affection. It let out a panicked squeak and bolted. Goal, heartbroken, stumbled after it, apologizing profusely. "I won't touch you, I'll just look." "Please don't go," she pleaded, chasing the tiny creature as it fled through the undergrowth with surprising speed. But this was no ordinary chick. With a series of powerful, ricocheting leaps, it bounded up the trunk of a large tree, leaving small indentations in the bark. Goal could only watch in stunned silence as the creature settled on a high branch, looking down at her with an expression of profound, regal disdain before letting out a final, dismissive cheep. She stared up at the impossible creature, crestfallen. "Does it hate me?" Back at the house, the mood lingered. Dinner was a quiet affair. While the others ate, Goal merely pushed food around her plate, her mind clearly still in the forest with the judgmental little bird. The facade of domestic peace felt thinner than usual. With a soft clink, Goal put down her chopsticks. I don't really have an appetite," she murmured, escaping to her room. Yoram scoffed, but BOM, ever observant, noted Goal had barely eaten. I watched her go, a familiar pang of something I refused to name twisting in my gut. Her appetite was legendary. For her to lose it meant something was truly amiss. I found her in her room, a fortress of pillows and snack wrappers, cheeks puffed out like a squirrel. So much for no appetite. Caught, she sheepishly explained her hunger had mysteriously returned. She was surrounded by chick-themed merchandise, a testament to her newfound obsession. My eyes fell on her laptop. How to commune with a chick. She launched into a frantic explanation of her encounter, her voice laced with genuine worry for the creature's safety in the cold. Then she looked at me, her expression deadly serious, and asked for advice. What should you do to get someone to open up when you meet them for the first time? My mind flashed back to another time, another creature, another offering of food. The solution was simple, a fundamental truth of dealing with wild things. Try approaching it with food, I said, the words feeling alien in my mouth. To Goal, it was a stroke of genius. Her eyes lit up with renewed hope, and she promised to try it, offering me snacks as a reward for my wisdom. I turned away, looking out at the city lights, the banality of the moment a strange comfort. Meanwhile, under the cold moonlight, the chick sat alone. It stared into the distance, its mind filled with visions of a great, ancient tree by a placid lake, a home it could no longer reach. A single, lonely cheep escaped its beak, a sound of profound longing lost to the night. But it was not entirely alone. From the shadows below, 3 pairs of wide, yellow eyes stared up. A trio of black cats, deceptively cute, gathered at the base of the tree. Their playful meows quickly twisted into something sinister, their eyes igniting with a malevolent red glow as their true, predatory nature was revealed. With guttural snarls, the demonic cats launched themselves into the air, claws extended. They were not stray hunters, but creatures of malice. Yet the small chick showed no fear. It met their assault with a ferocious flurry of feathers and fury, a whirlwind of motion against the full moon. The cats had picked a fight with something far more dangerous than they had realized. Yoo Jitae walked through the sun-dappled woods, humming a cheerful tune. In her hand, she carried a bag of fried chicken, the scent filling her with simple joy. She was following the advice he had given her, a memory of his cool, detached voice suggesting she approach the stray chick with food, for it was surely hungry. Reaching the base of a large tree, her bright voice called out, "Cute little chick. You were really surprised yesterday, weren't you?" she chirped, her innocence blinding her to the irony of her offering. I bought some delicious chicken. I'll give you both the legs, so let's eat together. Silence was her only answer. Puzzled, she wondered if the chick had simply moved on, or perhaps disliked her choice of food. Her eyes scanned the undergrowth, her cheerful expression faltering as she noticed something on the ground. They were small, yellow feathers, stained dark with blood. A cold dread began to creep in. Her gaze snapped to the tree trunk, where she spotted faint claw marks and felt the lingering traces of mana. The words of a passerby echoed in her mind. A problem at the spiritual creature sanctuary. Holding the bloodied feather, the horrifying possibility bloomed in her mind. What if it had been attacked? Meanwhile, in a filthy alley within Hadling's entertainment district, the chick known as Regressor fled for its life. It scrambled past indifferent pedestrians, its tiny body battered and bleeding. Its pursuers were relentless, a trio of black cats, their forms deceptively cute until their eyes ignited with the malevolent red of true predators. Cornered against a pile of refuse, Regressor faced its hunters. "Why on earth are you doing this when we're from the same sanctuary?" it chirped, its voice a mixture of defiance and confusion. "We can just each go our own way and enjoy our freedom now." It was a desperate appeal to a reason that was no longer there. The lead cat let out a sinister chuckle, its face twisting with contempt. "Why? Simply because we hate you." It spat, the words dripping with long festering resentment. A flashback confirmed the source of its malice. Memories of Regressor being adored, showered with affection and treats, while the cats were left to watch from the shadows of their cage. "But now there's no fence or breeder to protect you." The cat sneered, its claws extending. "So just die, Regressor." As the demonic creature lunged, the chick squeezed its eyes shut, a feeling of utter despair washing over it as it braced for the final, lethal blow. But the blow never landed on the chick. A boot slammed down, and Yoo Jitae appeared, absorbing the vicious slash with her own body. She scooped the stunned creature into a protective embrace, her own arm now bleeding freely. "Thank goodness," she whispered, tears of profound relief streaming down her cheeks. "You're still safe." She turned on the cats, her voice trembling with rage. "Friends should get along. Why are you bullying the weak?" The cats hissed in annoyance. Human interference always complicated matters. With a final glare, they turned and melted back into the alley's darkness, telling Regressor to consider itself lucky. Cradling the trembling chick, Goal's expression softened. When it let out a weak cheep, she smiled brightly. "Ah, how did I find you? You have a really nice savory scent to you," she explained with childlike innocence. It was only then that she noticed the deep gashes on her own arm, but she quickly dismissed her pain, her concern focused entirely on the small, injured creature in her hands. The chick's strength finally failed it, and its eyes drifted shut. Goal's heart seized with panic. "Icha, open your eyes, little chick. Wake up," she cried, her voice echoing in the desolate alley. Back in the sterile quiet of the apartment, Yoo Jitae regarded Yoo Jitae with an unreadable expression. She recounted the story, her head bowed in shame. "So, the chick you mentioned was attacked, and you got hurt saving it? In the entertainment district, of all places?" His voice was low, but each word was a sharp reprimand. Yoo Jitae, her name, spoken so formally, was an indictment, and she could only whisper, "I'm sorry." Jinty's gaze shifted to the living room. "And that's not just a chick," he stated. There, Sean Hui and little Joel were watching over the bandaged creature as it rested. "I heard a few spiritual creatures escaped from the sanctuary recently," Sean Hui confirmed. "I think this is one of them." As if on cue, the chick's eyes fluttered open. Gold gasped with joy, but before she could move, Joel held up a hand. The small child's blue hair began to float, her eyes glowing with a soft, ethereal light. She reached out, directing a wisp of pure, healing mana into the chick. Regressor jolted, not from pain, but from a sudden, exhilarating surge of vitality that coursed through its battered body. The girls watched in awe as the chick sat up, completely reinvigorated. Yoo Jitae observed from the couch, his expression unchanged. He had expected as much. A clear, formal voice suddenly echoed in their minds. "This body's name is Regressor. I am from Cayman and a collateral branch of the avian tribe." The little creature puffed out its chest, thanking the beautiful maidens for their kindness. its telepathic words accompanied by frantic, unintelligible chirps. Go looked to Jitae for help. He sighed, his gaze never leaving the book in his hands. It says thank you. You Go, it's talking to you, Jitae added, and Go's face lit up. He continued to translate Razor's praise. Even though you possess a fragile body, you threw yourself in to save me. I do not yet know what kind of being you are, but you are my savior. Razor took a small step forward, its gaze locked on Go with utmost seriousness. My guardian deity, the voice declared in their minds. Tears welled in Go's eyes as she knelt before it. Yeah, I look forward to our time together too, she whispered, gently reaching out and sealing the profound, unexpected bond. Far away, in a chamber bathed in crimson light, a silver-haired man sat before a grand piano. He was the elder. So Hasegawa disappeared. He mused, a faint smile on his lips. Wordlessly, he pressed a single key, the discordant note hanging in the air. That old man died in quite a scenic place, just as he wished. The doors opened to admit a woman with fiery red hair, her presence commanding attention. She was Izel Khalifa, the Calamity-class magical engineer. After a brief greeting, she gave a perfunctory apology for not monitoring Hasegawa, to which the elder scoffed. It's fine. I was getting annoyed because he kept asking me to make puppets, that foolish old man. Izel's eyes narrowed. But elder, what is that behind you? She gestured to a golem holding a beaten figure. You mean this? The elder replied casually. There was a bug that caught the scent all the way here. It was hiding nearby asking for backup, so I caught it. The captive was revealed to be superhuman rank 14, the Hound, Edward Crane, who stared in disbelief that he'd been caught. As the elder moved to dispose of his prisoner, Crane erupted in a blaze of golden energy. Hey, Wyan, he growled, using the elder's true name. Do you think I'd get beaten by an upstart who just played teacher at Lair? He moved in a flash of light, his speed so immense that it drew a flicker of surprise from the elder's stoic face. Crane's fist connected with a thunderous impact, yet the elder barely moved. He had caught the blow, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Izel watched with detached amusement as Crane strained against the elder's grip, roaring in defiance. Even if I die here, at least you. His threat was cut short by a choked gasp of agony. With a sickening crack that echoed through the cathedral, the elder twisted Crane's head completely around, ending him instantly. He let the body fall to the floor with a soft thud. You shouldn't make a fuss in a sacred cathedral, he chided the corpse. At that moment, the grand door swung open, silhouetting a new arrival against a wave of brilliant light. The figure that emerged was a young boy with silver hair, a faint scar, and piercing purple eyes that held an ancient, chilling power. A title card materialized in the air, naming him Disaster Class Demon, Seat of Vow, Noah. He smiled faintly at the elder. It's been a while, little one. From within the demonic hierarchy, Wyan recalled the lore of one of their most enigmatic figures, Noah, the Seat of Vow. Chosen by the Abyss, he was a being so powerful that even demons revered him as a god. As an executive, Wyan knew shamefully little about him, but one fact was chillingly clear. Unlike other disaster-class entities, Noah had reached the apex of his power long before being granted his title. The memory faded as the silver-haired boy, Noah himself, offered a condescending smile. My child. Wyan knelt before him, every inch the subservient follower. I heard you are to become the fifth sword of invisibility, Noah stated, his voice laced with mocking disappointment. Yes, elder. Though lacking, I have been chosen by the Abyss. Noah's gaze drifted to the smirking, doll-like demon lounging nearby. You do appear quite lacking, seeing how such a weak human almost did you in. Wyan flinched, the memory of his near defeat a fresh, stinging wound on his pride. Wyan attempted to shift the focus. Anyway, how did they know we were gathering here? It seems they moved under orders from the association. The red-haired doll cut in, her voice dripping with venomous amusement. My, they know a lot about us, yet we know nothing about them. She turned her glowing red eyes on Wyan, the accusation sharp as glass. Wyan, what have you been doing at the association all this time? A jolt of fear shot through him, and he bowed his head low. I deeply apologize, elders. Noah stepped forward, his quiet authority silencing the room. The day of the great undertaking is right around the corner. I hope there will be no further noise. He turned and left, his two retainers following in his wake. One of them glanced back at Wyan, remarking, "Lord Noah truly has a soft heart. At times like this, you should cut off at least one arm to establish discipline." As they departed, Wyan's subservient mask crumbled, revealing a visage twisted by pure hatred. He clutched his own sleeve, his thoughts a venomous torrent. Curse him, that despicable monster. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit office, Wyan's head teaching assistant ended a call, his face pale. The caller ID on his wrist device was a testament to the caller's temperament, a highly derogatory name. His assistant approached with concern. Did the professor say something again? The man ran a hand through his hair, his voice strained with panic. Our information was leaked again. He says he'll kill us all if we don't find X by the end of today. The assistant's panic boiled over into rage. Heavens, how does that fiend X see right through all our information? And how did he know the elders were gathering there? He slammed his fist on the desk, the frustration overwhelming. That is something only the elders and us within invisibility know. His gaze fell upon his colleague, a creeping suspicion dawning on his face. Hashimoto, don't tell me. The woman, Hashimoto, looked up, her once placid expression replaced by a cold, knowing smirk as her true allegiance was revealed. From the perspective of a small, yellow creature, a camera's recording interface framed the world. It was Razor, and he was deeply uncomfortable. This one actually finds the physical touch of others a bit burdensome, he thought, remembering the decades spent in a sanctuary where his growth was stunted by force-fed supplements that disagreed with his body. As a small, blue-haired girl gently stroked his head, he pleaded internally, "Therefore, I would appreciate it if you stopped touching my feathers. And please remove this ribbon. This one is not a female." But across the room, the blonde hero Yoram watched the recording, completely misinterpreting his agony for enjoyment. He must like the ribbon. Suddenly, a red-haired woman snatched Yoram by the hair. "What is that?" she demanded, awakened from a nap by the noise. She plucked the struggling chick from the floor as the small blue-haired girl, Yoo Jitae, cried out, "Yunny, don't even think about bothering my friend." The redhead looked between Yoram and the chick. "You two certainly suit each other. You both look stupid. What's its name?" Yoram proudly announced. This one's name is Razor. He's little chick because he talks going cheap. Cheap, a name she insisted she'd agonized over for 2 hours. Razor writhed in the woman's grasp, repulsed by the foul stench of cigarette smoke clinging to her. "Let go of me," he shrieked internally. The red-haired woman looked at him with a curious frown. She pondered, before opening her mouth wide and giving the chick a long, inquisitive lick. A horrified scream tore from Razor's beak. Yoram and Yoo Jitae looked on in shock as the woman licked her lips thoughtfully. "Doesn't taste good for a chicken." Yoram's face puffed up with indignation. "Ooh, seriously." She launched herself at the redhead, shouting, "I told you not to bother our little chick." The two began to fight, trading blows and insults. "Old witch," "muscle pig," "flat dumpling." The last insult hit a nerve. The red-haired woman stopped, a dark aura descending. "Flat?" she repeated ominously. "All right, since you're going so far as to touch upon my complex, I won't touch your friend anymore. Then you, his friend, can suffer in his place instead." With a demonic grin, the red-haired woman unleashed her fury, brutally stretching Yoram's face with her foot. "I've been far too gentle lately, haven't I?" she shrieked. Yoram howled in pain, her eyes swirling. "Wiggy-af. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Yinny." Yoo Jitae watched the violent scene unfold, her hands clasped in horror. "You Yinny, please stop," she cried out, her pleas lost in the chaos. As the brutalization continued, Yoo Jitae's trembling finger accidentally tapped the share icon on the video feed. A notification confirmed her mistake. "The video has been shared." Her face went pale. "Oh." Just then, a serene voice cut through the mayhem. "Yoo Jitae." A woman with long, mint-green hair appeared, gently chiding the child. She then turned to the brawlers. "And you too, stop messing around as well." She scooped up Yoo Jitae, restoring a fragile piece to the room. As the mint-haired woman held Yoo Jitae, a faint, glowing wisp of energy caught her eye. Her expression shifted to one of alarm as she sensed a familiar, potent presence. She rushed to the door just as Yoo Jitae was putting on his coat to leave. "Mister, did you see Providence again?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. As he headed for the door, she rushed after him. "You're leaving right now, right? Then I'll also." He cut her off, not breaking stride. "You hurry up and get ready too. It seems I inevitably need your help this time." She froze, stunned into silence. "Pardon." He glanced back, explaining he would give her the details on the way. He offered her an out. "If you're truly scared, you don't have to go." But fear was the last thing on her mind. Her face broke into a radiant smile. No, it's not that. I'm happy," she beamed, winking. "It's the first time you've asked me to come with you first, mister." Her teasing returned immediately, but his flat reply, "Should I just go alone?" was enough to make her stand at attention. The scene shifted to the desolate, icy landscape of Antarctica, inside the Chungcheon banquet secret hideout. A cheerful man in a lab coat, BM, clapped his hands together. "Now, let me introduce them." He gestured to two newcomers. "This is Minamoto and Miss Riwa." Then he turned to Jitae and his companion. "And Minamoto, this is the informant you were looking for." Jitae spoke with his usual cold detachment. "Call me the Demon Hunter." His mint-haired companion smiled brightly, adding, "I'm his assistant." The disfigured elder, Miss Riwa, cackled. "Oh my, what a truly lovely young lady." The assistant returned the compliment, creating a brief, strange moment of camaraderie that clearly annoyed Minamoto. The young swordsman stood up abruptly. "Hey, BM, I know I'm asking for a favor, but this isn't right," he protested, his voice sharp with indignation. "You don't reveal your name or affiliation, and he brought an assistant? How can I calm down? A superhuman ranker just died. What are you planning, bringing in some no-name like him?" Jitae met the outburst with unnerving calm. "If you don't trust my skills, care to judge them yourself?" The challenge infuriated Minamoto. His hand went to his sword, his own power flaring. "Don't act rashly, kid," he warned. "There's a whole truckload of people like you who died acting up against me." But just as he was about to draw, a calm voice interjected. "Ah, stop right there." Miss Riwa set her mug down with a definitive click. "The moment you draw your sword right now, you die." She then smiled placidly at Jitae. "Our kid has been sensitive lately. I apologize." Having expertly defused the situation, Miss Riwa's demeanor shifted. The kindly, senile mask dropped, and her eyes, though clouded with age, became as sharp as chips of green ice. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze piercing through Jinty's carefully constructed facade. Instead, out of an old person's anxiety, "May I point out one thing?" she asked, her voice low and serious. "Young man, are you on humanity's side?" The question struck with the force of a physical blow, leaving Jitae to face the one query he could never easily answer. The question hung in the air, a blade poised over his neck. "Young man, are you on humanity's side?" The old woman, Miss Riwa, fixed him with a gaze that saw far more than her clouded eyes let on. He had heard this question in other timelines, from other mouths, always before the blood began to flow. The faces around the table, the volatile Minamoto, the calculating BM, and his own ever-loyal Biom, all waited for the lie he was about to tell. He let the silence stretch for a moment, a calculated pause he had perfected over lifetimes. "Yes, I am on humanity's side," he stated, the words tasting like ash. He watched the visible relief on their faces, the slight relaxing of shoulders. BM even chuckled nervously, masking his own unease. They accepted the lie because they needed to. They had no idea that to save humanity, he first had to become something else entirely. Minamoto, ever the impatient soldier, pushed for information. She spoke of the calamity and disaster-class demons they already knew were coming, assuming his knowledge stopped there. "Assuming you killed Hasegawa, who are the rest?" The naivete of her question was almost painful. She was looking at a single tree, unaware of the burning forest just over the hill. He decided to show them the forest. "Their goal is to use Malaysia as a living altar," he began, his voice devoid of emotion as he painted a picture he had witnessed firsthand. He described the grim ritual, the conversion of 700 cadets into a legion of over 100 new demons, their souls twisted and consumed in a sea of blood. He did not need to imagine the horror. He was merely reciting a memory. He delivered the final, damning piece of the puzzle. In the process, Wyan, who will become their master, will ascend to a seat. A vision of the smirking, monstrous professor flashed in his mind. The entire, elaborate gathering of heroes and cadets, the grand ball. All of it was nothing more than a sacrificial pyre built to elevate a single, treacherous demon. Minamoto's shock was immediate and predictable. Wait. Wyan is a professor at Lair. He was a demon. She turned to BM, who could only offer a weak admission of recent discovery and a petty remark about disliking Wyan from the start. Jitae watched the exchange with cold detachment. Their surprise was a luxury he could no longer afford. Jitae continued, laying out the battlefield. Since Malaysia's ball is a dungeon, it's a space completely cut off from the outside. The perfect place for the demons to carry out their plot. He let the hopelessness of the statement sink in before delivering the counterstroke. We're going to use that against them and wipe them out. It was not a boast. It was a promise forged in the fires of countless failed attempts. Minamoto's skepticism returned with a vengeance. You think it's that easy? How do you plan to handle Noah? She recounted the legend of the disaster-class demon, a being who wiped countries from the map and whose abilities remained a mystery. It was a valid fear. Jitae had died many times proving just how valid it was. He turned his back on her, the movement dismissive and final. I know them, he stated, his voice a cold whisper that cut through her protest. His abilities, and how to kill him. The sheer arrogance of the claim left her sputtering, searching for a rebuttal. But he offered no further explanation, letting the impossible weight of his words silence the room. Just as Minamoto's indignation threatened to boil over, BM placed a restraining hand on her shoulder. His expression was serious as he looked at her. Minamoto, you can trust him. I guarantee it. The endorsement, coming from the pragmatic and ever-cautious BM, was enough to quell her outburst, though her doubts still lingered in her eyes. Jitae planted his hands on the table, recapturing everyone's attention. The time for debate was over. He had given them the truth, or at least, as much of it as they could handle. Well, since I've briefly explained the situation, he announced, his gaze sweeping over them. Let's move on to the operation. The scene shifted. High in the skies above Japanese territorial waters, the massive aircraft known as the Guardian sliced through the clouds. A reporter broadcast live from its deck, her voice filled with manufactured excitement. They were packaging this as a joint triumph of human cooperation, a media spectacle. Jitae knew it was merely a well-decorated cattle car, heading for the abattoir. The broadcast boasted of the numbers, 1,400 souls on board, 800 cadets and officials from Lair, joined by superhumans from across the globe. To the world, it was an unprecedented show of force. To Jitae, it was the exact number of sacrifices required for Wyan's ritual, a gathering of the world's hopes, all unknowingly waiting to become fuel for Hell's fire. Elsewhere, his girls watched the broadcast. Yoram grumbled, frustrated at being left behind and missing the action. Hanyul, ever timid, just found it scary. He knew their innocence was what he was fighting for, yet a part of him felt a grim relief that they were far from this stage of death. They wondered where he and BOM had gone. Hanyul's fanciful mind immediately jumped to a secret elopement, her primary concern being who would cook for them. Yoram's exasperation was a familiar sound. He let himself feel a flicker of warmth at the memory of their mundane arguments, a stark contrast to the cold reality he was now facing. But little Noel was silent. As the others bickered, she sat apart, clutching her plush toy, her bright eyes clouded with a familiar prescience. I have a bad feeling about this. Her intuition had always been unervingly accurate, a faint echo of the world's true nature that she alone seemed to perceive. Aboard the Guardian, Principal Ha Sukmu's voice droned on, filled with platitudes about peace and safety. He spoke of lost loved ones and prayed such tragedy would not be repeated, all while standing on the precipice of the greatest tragedy this generation would know. Jitae watched, listening to the empty promises, a ghost at a feast of fools. Minamoto interrupted his thoughts, pressing 2 badges into his hand. They symbolized the Japanese royal family. From now on, you're participating as members of the Japanese royal family, she ordered, her tone sharp. It was a thinly veiled threat, a leash meant to keep him in line and prevent him from disrupting their carefully managed narrative. She leaned in, her voice low and menacing. I don't completely trust you. If anything goes wrong here, you'd better be prepared. He met her glare with an unreadable expression. She was trying to threaten a man who had already died more times than she could count. Her warnings were meaningless. BOM noted Minamoto's hostile demeanor. Her personality has changed a lot. Did you know her? A memory surfaced. A past iteration where Minamoto was bright-eyed and infatuated with him. He had found her incessant fawning annoying. He pushed the memory down. You could say that, he replied, offering no more. Jong Bongman appeared, feigning a carefree attitude as he tried to lighten the mood. But Jitae saw the tension in his smile and the way he held his drink. Looks like you drank more than usual, Jitae observed. Bongman admitted his unease, chalking it up to destiny. It was the predictable bravado of a man walking toward a battle he wasn't sure he could survive. Jitae cut through the act, his voice sharp. Jong Bongman. The use of his full name shocked the man to his core. Your role in this operation is the most dangerous and critical. So don't die. Bongman tried to deflect with a joke about it sounding like a death flag, but the weight of the command was unmistakable. He knew this wasn't a suggestion. As Bongman walked away, Bomb's quiet voice reached him. Mr. is a liar. She had seen straight through his attempt to shift the focus. In reality, you're the one taking on the most dangerous role, Mr. Her perception was a comfort and a burden, a reminder that he wasn't entirely alone in his knowledge. He tried to brush off her concern, but she grabbed the hem of his coat, stopping him. No, I am worried, she insisted, her gaze unwavering. Even knowing that you're incredibly strong and won't die, I still worry. Her words were a rare, genuine crack in the armor he wore, a plea that went beyond strategy and survival. Her earnest plea, please don't get hurt, struck a chord he thought had long gone silent. For a brief second, the weary soldier was just a man being cared for. He reached out and gently patted her head, a gesture of affection he rarely allowed himself. That's my line, he murmured, the words carrying the weight of all the times he had worried for her. Minamoto's impatient shout shattered the moment. In the distance, a swirling vortex of dark energy tore open the sky, the gate to Malaysia's ball. The time for quiet moments was over. We need to head in before the cadets, she yelled, urging them forward. His team gathered, their faces set with grim resolve as they faced the gaping maw of the dungeon. This was it. The stage was set, the actors were in place. He gave Bomb's head one last, reassuring pat before turning towards the portal. He looked back at his allies one last time. All right, let's begin. Among the cadets, fear manifested as nervous bladder and false bravado. They were children pretending to be soldiers, completely unaware of the wolves already in their midst. One such wolf, a silver-haired boy, stood out for his unnatural calm, humming a tune as if he were on a simple field trip. A fellow cadet, unnerved by his demeanor, approached him. The boy, Noah, turned with a pleasant smile that did not reach his piercing purple eyes. I'm insanely nervous too, he lied, the picture of youthful sincerity. I'm going to try my best. Jitae, watching from a distance, felt a familiar chill. He knew that smile. It was the last thing entire countries had seen before they were turned to ash.